Jason Burmis here, and we are about to go deep in the weeds. Now, although we do talk about the Fauci hearings, we really get into the erasing of our history. And there's a story out there that is almost unbelievable, but AI companies are taking our rare knowledge, rare books, scanning them into their databases, then destroying them altogether. We're going to get into that and so much more. This is actually a very important episode. Folks, please consider supporting the broadcast. $5, $10, $15. It absolutely means the world to me. Big donors. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We've also got the PayPal below. We talk about a plethora of other issues, but that is the core issue in this. The narrative management that is programmed non-intelligence, aka what they tell you is AI. So buckle up and get ready to make sense of the madness as we get deep in the weeds.
We're going deep in the weeds with famous documentary filmmaker Jason Burmis. Which you can check out his YouTube channel, Making Sense of the Madness, and he's got a new movie that's going to be coming out about the Epstein situation. I don't even know what to call it at this point. Drama, lifelong, just never goes away. But he's already got a trailer out. Check that out as well, and check out his movies. And check this out. He's right here with us live on the air. Jason Burmis, how's it going, man?
It's going well. Aaron, you sounded so much cleaner last week. we are back to radio Aaron voice for sure.
Okay, so I call from the tower from a remote system that's not great. I mean, it's good. It's like top of the line for what it is, but it's not a studio quality. But for whatever reason, it comes in really good, and then this doesn't come in as good.
Not even close. It's night and day. It's an ocean and a puddle. It is contrastly different.
Well, I don't know.
I don't know those newfangled machines, Aaron. You know how they go.
Well, listen, so one of the things, and I was actually going to talk to you about this off air, but whatever. We are finishing up a studio across the hall that is going to be for podcasts, etc. And I was wondering if I could hire you to help us set it up.
I would love to come and set it up. I'm looking forward to it.
Video.
Yeah. With bells on. Can't wait.
All right. Yeah,
yes.
We'll put some money in your pocket, and because you obviously know a lot more about this stuff than I do, and I just want it to be good.
Yeah. No, we're gonna make it. We're not gonna make it good. We're gonna make it great, Aaron. We're gonna make it great again. Without any making America great again. We will make American radio and podcasting great again, sir.
I like that. Now, are you calling live from the Strait of Gibraltar this morning?
I am not. I am just
you
in
were
my...
one of the 50,000 people that stormed the border of Spain all at once? I'm pretty sure someone, they just showed up. It was just a random thing, I'm sure nobody planned that.
Again, we're watching global destabilization, I think, on another level right now. There is so much chaotic things going on in the world, from obviously the wars in the Middle East. Ukraine, Russia has ramped up. And no one's talking about really Venezuela and what we've done there. And like you said, all of a sudden you have tens of thousands of human beings showing up to a border, and everybody's acting like they don't know how it happened. Where is the investigative journalism? Why can't we figure that out? Well, it's really simple. I know that we're going to get into the Fauci hearings here, but even before the Fauci hearings, I played this clip right before we did a watch along with the entire hearings, and it was a 5-panel on CNN, right? That supposedly it's been reformed, Aaron. They brought in Barry Weiss. Everything's fine at CNN, everyone. And yeah, everything's great there. So at one point, the token conservative or whatever, and it pains me to even make this a left-right issue because it's so far beyond left and right. Actually, Tim Robbins just did the Joe Rogan podcast, and there's a segment there where he went out to see protesters early on in the COVID 1984 nightmare because they were being portrayed as, right-wing lunatics. And he was actually in Europe at the time. And when he went out there, he started realizing, hey, wait a minute, these aren't right-wingers. A lot of these are like homeopaths and traditional hippies and anti-war protesters. And it shifted his mindset to where he was less accepting of whatever narrative they were throwing down your throat and more prone to start asking questions. Well, this panelist on CNN just simply brought up the Fauci hearings and the emails and before I think she even got like her fourth word out, everyone on the panel started shouting her down and not allowing her to continue, and they refused to talk about Fauci, and they're like, we're talking about this. How, they didn't want to acknowledge it at all. At all. And you would think that we're now in a time where at least the mainstream media would have to cover this. I didn't really see it outside of, again, them making it into a left-right thing and Fox News, etc. That's extremely dangerous. And then you watch this hearing, and other than Fetterman, who, first of all, Fetterman wore a suit. I think it's the first time I've seen him in a hearing in a suit.
He didn't do like the sweatpants and a hoodie or something?
Didn't do it. It was in an actual suit. And look, he gave the shortest speech out of everybody because that's what it really turned into. No one, outside of the Republicans that simply wanted, one of the 111 taking the fifth motions. None of the Democrats asked a single question, not even Fetterman, but Fetterman wasn't there to prop him up. Everyone else was. I'm going to name every single one of them. Senator Blumenthal, you're disgusting. Senator Peters, you're disgusting. Senator Nassan, you're disgusting. Senator Kim, you're disgusting. In fact, all of you not only deserve to lose your jobs, but you should probably be prosecuted for aiding and abetting a global war criminal and trying to act. I mean, they straight up lied. Senator Peters sat there and acted like they didn't have access to documents and that Rand Paul was withholding documents from them. First of all, the vast majority of the documents that tell the story of the COVID-19 84 nightmare and its true origins via these projects that are run by the Department of Energy, the Defense Advanced Research Project Agency, funneled through universities like Chapel Hill in North Carolina, okay? It's all been out there. It's all been public, all right? What Tulsi Gabbard did and what Rand Paul continued, it's just icing on the cake. It's just more and more revelations that this is absolutely true. And yet, even on the Republican side, DARPA was never brought up once. The DOE was brought up a couple times, but in passing. And I felt like, they should have had somebody on the counter end of these Fauci hearings to just show how egregious they were. Somebody like Andrew G. Huff, who was the vice president of EcoHealth Alliance at the time that a lot of this was breaking through, the main whistleblower. And again, they mentioned EcoHealth quite a few times, probably more than any of the other organizations out there. And this guy, Peters, he literally started talking. Of course, they had to make it TDS style, and the Trump administration and other one. Nassin was talking about how this was going to be entrapped. They're trying to entrap Fauci by making him answer questions we all know he lied about on the record. At the very end of this hearing that was several hours, they did play just one short compilation video of Fauci, constantly lying and then just saying something else on camera. I felt like they could have done that for an hour with these videos. Fauci literally had one of his lawyers escorted out of the hearing. I don't know how much that made the mainstream media, but if you didn't hear about it on the mainstream media, there's a good reason why. The entire courtroom erupted in clapping, all right? There wasn't anybody in the seats there to support Anthony Fauci, and he couldn't look at the people in the crowd. He was given the opportunity to. He refused to. The only time he turned around was to talk to one of his other 4 or 5 lawyers that were there and didn't get escorted out of the building. And by the way, why did the one lawyer get escorted out of the building? This was a hearing with Fauci, and they only wanted to ask Fauci questions. And this guy tried to take the mic and start talking in this hearing, and he had no right to do so, despite Fauci, again, taking the fifth on supposed crimes he not only didn't commit, but he's been pardoned from, which doesn't seem like it's even going to be challenged. Trump was asked about those pardons. and he gave some roundabout answer talking about how powerful the pardon is and how he respects pardons. And then he slid it into the auto pen argument. The auto pen argument is a moot point here, okay? It doesn't matter whether the guy signed it or he didn't sign it. You cannot pardon people for crimes they've never even been indicted or tried for, let alone convicted of, okay?
Well, you can't if you're a president who's not even sure he's president, right? No, I think we can do this. Yeah, I'm going to do it. I don't know. Yeah, that sounds good. And here's my question. How much did Rand Paul pay you to get Fauci's diary out of his house? How did you do that?
I don't believe it. I don't believe that's what happened.
That whole thing's crazy.
Yeah.
How does Rand Paul get his grubby little paws on Fauci's diary? What old man keeps a diary anyway? And, like, that whole thing is crazy. Like, do we know? Do we know how Rand Paul got a hold of this thing?
I'll be honest, I have no idea the chain of custody on that. It may have something to do with the DNI and how they were able to get more than just those internal emails and communications. I would imagine that's when they got that documentation. But the bottom line is they have way more than that, Aaron. When you are at that level, okay, and you are part of these programs, if you don't think the vast majority of what you're doing is being recorded, is being tracked, traced, databased, you're insane. Yeah, as soon as you're dealing with the DARPAs, the CIAs of the world, these high-level classified bioweapons programs, your privacy is gone. And one of the reasons Anthony Fauci has been basically the head of NIH and a figurehead, a modus operandi, if you will, a driver of the greater narratives well before COVID 1984. He gave you a totally false narrative on HIV and AIDS as well, and cost so many people their lives via pushing AZT on folks that literally destroyed their immune system and killed them. You know, if you're still taking AZT in this day and age for HIV or AIDS, my goodness, I just can't. It's unfathomable. And he had to know that there were a massive amount of communications out there, but at the same time, he's never, ever, ever, ever been held accountable on any level outside of stern talking tos at hearings. Okay.
Yeah, and I feel like, you know, how real this diary thing is or whatever, but some of the excerpts, you can tell he, like, kind of gets off on the power. He kind of gets off on the attention. I don't know if it's because he's just a little guy or what, but he obviously really enjoyed all the attention he got during COVID. Like, hey, he's complaining about how they're trying to, you know, he's not on TV enough. And, like, I mean, have you read through all the diary excerpt stuff?
I've read through a lot of it, and yes, his arrogance is crazy.
It is. It's crazy. Here, I brought this up earlier this week that I thought would be a decent idea. Do you remember Homie the Clown from In Living Color?
I do.
Okay. Remember he had that sock full of quarters or whatever that he hit you with?
Yes. Homie, don't play that.
Okay. Homie, don't play that. Exactly. I think everyone in America should line up, and everybody gets to hit Fauci in the head once with a sock full of quarters, and, you know, whatever. We call it even. Because, I mean, they're not going to do anything to him anyway, so at least I would feel somewhat avenged for all the ridiculousness we dealt with for, 3 years, pretty much, you know, start to finish, something like that. 2 years at least. You know, and you're trying to raise your kids in that and trying to explain to them what's going on when we don't know what the hell's going on either. And obviously the people running the show don't know what's going on. And they're making stuff up and putting us in these crazy restrictions and making us live like lab rats. Like, yeah, I'd like to hit them with a sock full of quarters.
Well, the thing is that they did know what was going on, right? And they were talking about it in private. And the fact of the matter, I mean, I'll give you another example that was very disappointing for me for these hearings, okay? Again and again and again, when they were talking about this thing basically being a genetically modified created virus, okay, they kept talking about the furin cleavage site, the furin cleavage site, the furin cleavage site. And, you know, this is an insert that should not be there, okay? Well, this site, and they didn't say it once, but it is on the record. It's something I've played on my channel dozens of times. Anybody can look into it. It had the HIV sequence in it. All right? Like let that sink in. And I'm not talking about the hate and lies shot itself. I'm talking about the actual virus had parts of HIV embedded into this site. Was not brought up at the hearing, and it should have been, especially with Fauci's association with HIV. And that was the nail in the coffin for me very early on, when people were trying to still say that this was a zoonotic virus. It was naturally occurring. I had obviously suspected out of the gates that that was not the case. But I was certainly open to it. I was saying things like, I'm 99.9% sure it's not. It's not. As soon as I heard the HIV thing, guess what? It's not up for debate. Like, if you think that a coronavirus, a flu virus, a cold virus can just have HIV as part of its genetic makeup, you're clearly very slow. You are clearly very low IQ. And yet that was not brought up once in this hearing. In fact, if we're talking about factual information, okay, there was only really one moment that stood out in this hearing, Aaron. And guess what? You're not going to see it in any headlines. And it has not been resolved. At the very end, after everybody had done their round of questions, Rand Paul gave the opportunity for anybody else to ask Fauci another round of questions. Now, the Democrats were really only there to grandstand. They basically were there for their time speaking, hung around for a little bit, and then they bailed. All right. They were there, nothing more than total political figureheads. A lot of the Republican senators stuck around throughout the entire hearings. People like Ron Johnson, I believe Moreno stuck around, and then I believe Senator Scott. Now, Senator Scott slipped in a question, rapid fire at the very end, that really needs more scrutiny, because he asked Anthony Fauci, and specific dates, I believe. He said something along the lines of, I don't want to misquote it, but it was a specific date range. And he asked whether or not Bill Gates had a Q security clearance. Do you know what a Q security clearance is, Aaron?
I do not.
So with the QAnon sense, one of the things that they were playing off of was this security clearance, because it was supposedly, these super secret squirrel officers and compartmentalized programs, these white hats that were going to come and save us. In reality, Q clearance not only exists, and it is well above top secret, okay? So there seems to be evidence out there. These guys have seen stuff we haven't, and, they showed documentation during this hearing that was completely blacked out that the senators claimed that they had access to, all right? So they might have information that, Bill Gates essentially, and we've talked about kind of this symbiosis between these nonprofit organizations, the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, the Defense Department, the Central Intelligence Agency, DARPA, through strategic mRNA collaborations. But it looks like they gave Gates a high-level government security clearance in the realm of the bioweapons arena, Aaron.
That's a little disconcerting, considering, now you just see a tick, you're catching some sort of disease. Old boy's obviously had his hands in this for a long time.
I've been documenting that hand in the cookie jar, if you will, through these nonprofits, through organizations like Gavi, etc. But there has never even been a whisper of Gates having a high-level government security clearance until that hearing. And again, I'm not seeing it anywhere. I mean, I was kind of like taken aback when it was said, and I didn't even emphasize it enough. The overall highlight for me, which it's sad that this is our highlight, but it's probably the only justice that we're going to get, is that Senator Moreno, who is relatively new and pretty much ran on the idea that he was going to hold Fauci accountable, he cursed him out. He said, "Who the F do you think you were?" And he got to look him in the eyes and say that.
He was a short guy who got to run the show for a little while, and people did whatever he said.
Well, I mean, he refused to answer anything. Holly, who
I know.
I'm not a huge fan of, asked him what the color of the rug was, what the color of his tie was. He couldn't, and that was the one time that Fauci kind of smirked and thought everything was a little bit funny because he knew he wasn't there to answer anything. And it was abhorrent, man. It was a tough watch. There were moments of general anger, but it really should show people that outside of all the rhetoric, we're not getting anything done. You know, Tim Dillon, comedian, has one of the super largest podcasts out there, extremely smart guy, very funny individual. He took RFK Jr. to task on the fact that, you know, all these promises of make America healthy again just ain't happening, Jackson. You know what I'm saying? Like, go ahead.
I just saw earlier, I compared it to, I feel like RFK Jr. has been pushed in the corner with a dunce cap. He's starting a cooking show, a weekly, I think, cooking show about based on the upside down food pyramid.
Yeah, and look,
that's what they have him doing now.
And look, they've got to run some kind of, because on one end, the big hype with the Democrats is, you know, forget about Fauci. Let's talk about measles. Okay. They continually talked about how, you know, there's this mega measles outbreak in the United States. And, you know, it's so it's such bull, man. Like, I don't know about you when you were a kid, but chicken pox and measles were part of the program, right? We all knew we were probably going to get them at one point. After you had them, you were immune. You stayed home for a week, etc.
Yeah. I never had measles. I think I got the vaccine for that, like the mumps, measles, rubella.
The MMR, yes, the measles, mumps, and rubella.
When I was a kid. I mean, that's before they were messing with the mRNA stuff. You know, years before that, though. I never got the chickenpox vaccine. I just got the chickenpox. Mm-hmm. And yeah, let's make a big deal out about measles.
And that was the big highlight for them, like trying to drag RFK Jr. Well, when Tim Dillon rightfully dragged RFK Jr., you know, they had done a show together. They've had dinner together. Apparently, RFK Jr. just called him up. And, you know, it was basically, look, man, you know, I tried to fight to get rid of the glyphosate. We lost that one. And it's like, well, how are we losing these? How are we losing the battle against, you know, a weed killer and beyond that has literally lost in civil court again and again and again and again? And that also shows you where we are, where the only justice you can get on any level is monetary. That is a disturbing characteristic of high-level crime in this country. You know, Aaron, right now, outside of the Fauci thing, we've talked about not only data centers, but the RAM-pocalypse and how expensive computer components are and memory are, and how these game systems have now gone up to the point where some of them are almost doubling their original MSRP. You know, the Xbox came out at $500, it's up to $750. The Pro PS5 came out at $600, it's up to $950. You know, these things, you know, 16 gigabytes of DDR5 RAM a year and a half ago, you could get the combo pack for about $140. Now it's literally $350. Well, there's class action lawsuits. And Gamers Nexus, who's been doing just a bang-up job of exposing some of the high-level corporate and government corruption surrounding technology, AI, data centers, etc., did a great, like, 30-minute documentary based on a lawsuit most people don't know about. There's a major class action lawsuit with the only three companies that actually make commercial RAM. And the collusion case they have against these people is just, it's over. It makes you wonder why the Department of Justice is not involved. And you shouldn't wonder. It's because they're the cover-up crew. And this administration, and quite frankly, every administration, is full force on a track trace database society with flock cameras, data centers, and total surveillance. And not just of the Internet of Things, but also the Internet of Bodies. Yes, that's you. That's your wearable. That's your meta glasses. That's your medication if it has a Bluetooth device in it. Yes, many medications that are swallowable now have a Bluetooth device, and they'd love to make it so.
That's creepy as hell.
Oh yeah, it's very creepy, but that's the truth. They have emails with these three companies. They didn't name a general time when the collusion to hike up RAM prices happened. They gave you an exact date of October, I believe it was October 22nd, 2022. So this has been almost 4 years in the making, and these three major companies got together. And by the way, they've gotten in trouble in the past in antitrust suits for colluding to price fix before. This is just that times 1,000. All right. And you're not seeing it and you're not hearing it anywhere because the mainstream media, for the most part, is running cover for this AI agenda on every single level. Trump fully said that you cannot stop the data centers. You better just get behind them. Stop criticizing them. Trump's a very dangerous guy right now because he really does have cult-like status with certain people. And there was a story out this week, Aaron, that I was kind of hesitant to get into because I didn't know how real it was. I was waiting for anything sort of mainstream to pick it up because I was not sure how valid it is. Well, it's been picked up, and it should scare the living hell out of everybody. It is one of the most concerning things that I've talked about in a while, and that is that AI companies are going out and they are buying hard copies of some of the most rare books that you could imagine. Now, I do a lot of thrifting. You would be shocked at how much some of these books end up going for. Not just hundreds, but sometimes thousands. And when you get to the really rare stuff, you're talking tens of thousands. Even my Bohemian Grove Annal collection. And by the way, the Bohemian Grove is wrapping up right now out in Sonoma, California, with some of the largest power players in government and business. And, having those annals for me is a big deal because they are hard copies of history and relatively unknown history. This is why when Google was basically given the keys to the castle by NASA and DARPA all those years ago when they were aided in their search engine through the National Library Initiative, the goal was to digitize all the known knowledge on the planet, okay? So these AI companies are out there buying rare books. All right, you're buying rare books. I get it. That's whatever. Not everybody has access to these rare books. And back in the day when you were on Google, Aaron, one of the greatest tools is that I could type in a quote maybe I had seen online of a hard copy newspaper, and I could actually find the scan of that hard copy newspaper. There was so much of this stuff on Google. It's all gone. All the hard copy stuff is gone, gone, gone. You go through an entire newspaper from a date in the 1930s or the 1970s. They had the scanned newspaper, and they used what is known as OCR technology to make it searchable text. Well, now they're not just buying the books. They're not just scanning the books. They're keeping the information for themselves, and then they're shredding the books. You heard me.
Rare books?
They're destroying the rarest books on the planet after they scan them for their information and do not allow the public access to that information. That is going on daily right now. So we all talk about book burning in the past, and then lunatics who don't understand what's really going on get upset because we don't want to allow sexually explicit books in middle schools and high schools that deal with really anything of a sexual nature. But some of those things are literally dealing with, child abuse and pedophilia and those type of things. And people get...
It's okay for 4-year-olds in Minnesota to have transgender dolls because we need 4-year-olds to be learning about that, right?
Exactly. So people start talking about book bans and this and that. Well, go look at those books, and they are certainly not banned, and you can get them in adult bookstores anywhere, and that's the way it should be. I'm not for burning any information. That doesn't mean that you teach kids sexually explicit material or give them access to it instead of having them read George Orwell's 1984 or Animal Farm, okay?
Or how about Fahrenheit 451?
Or how about Fahrenheit 451 that talks about this very subject? No, instead, now we're allowing these insane companies to take what is essentially our Library of Alexandria, our global library, scan that information for their own exploitation, their own narrative management purposes, and then physically destroy them so you and I never have access to them. That is so frightening to me.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Start burning the books. We don't want people thinking. I mean, we're already dumbing us down generationally. And that's happening. We are deep in the weeds with Jason Burmis, by the way, brought to you by River City's Reader. We've been kind of deep in. I hadn't even had a chance to say that. But the whole, I mean, I have a lot of classics at home, in book form. And my kids have zero interest in reading anything that's not on the screen, to be honest. I don't know that, we did just get a book from my youngest daughter. We're trying to get her more into reading because they don't really push that in school anymore, Jason.
Let me say this about schools and children and these screens. In New York in particular right now, there's a movement, and I think Letitia James is the one pushing this, okay? The idea that kids are coming in and that they're not getting enough sleep because they're on their tablet or they're on their phone all night long. They want to make it so they have these kids with a digital ID, okay? And you know where this is going. You know that everything has to be tracked and traced and databased, and everybody is going to need this digital ID to get online. And they're trying to use children as a mode to do this. So I saw the story, and it was one of the individuals I went to high school with that posted it. Immediately, another person that I went to high school with, who she's a teacher in the district that I used to go to, starts defending, and oh, my kids are so sleep deprived, and something has to be done. Thank God I have a smart brother. And my brother is like, yeah, what needs to be done is parents need to parent their kids, and they need to regulate that screen time. And his kids are regulated. There's certain hours that it's totally off limits, and even the hours that it's on limits, it's a regulated amount of time. You actually have to be a present parent. Who knew, Aaron, right?
Yeah.
And
that is how it works.
And then the excuse, the teacher just comes right back. Well, no, parents aren't doing it, so then what? You don't let the state take over for all these children because parents are inept and negligent. We have never done that. We have never done that. And that's what they're trying to push. The insane thing is, and this is New York school districts, they're also the ones trying to push these AI-driven robotic teachers. I'm sure you saw that story in the news last week, right?
Right. Well, we talked about a little bit about Sally last week and how she was good looking, and you gave the reasons why is because that company took over another company that used to make those dolls for other reasons.
And guess what?
Yeah.
Because of that, they've actually halted it, thank goodness.
Yeah.
So because they figured out that these, dolls are made attractive in a sexually explicit manner because of their origin story as the real doll, they've actually backed off a little bit. First of all, it's a pretty small Salamancia. Like, it's not a big place in New York. They're trying to ease it in. I suspect if you tried to pull that in New York City or a heavily populated and dense arena, it wouldn't just be a protest at a school board or a PTA meeting, man. You'd get somebody coming into the classroom and literally giving a front kick to the robot. Like, that's just the way it goes. Like, there's just too many people and it hasn't been accepted. They had to get rid of the robot dogs when they tried to roll those out during COVID because the city folk were still not that far gone. This is one of those things where I'm seeing the culture begin to be permeated by these humanoid style robots. I think we discussed here just briefly the MMA matches for $1 million in China, where they had these robots in cages. I saw probably the most disturbing video with a humanoid robot I'd seen yet. It almost made me rage do a video. In other words, just jump on. And I was just so blown away at how and this is where we're going in the future. But it appeared to be a video out of Japan. It's definitely Asian, but I would assume Japan. But who knows? It could be South Korea, also very technologically inept or adept and westernized. And essentially is this young Asian guy who is tending to a humanoid robot, and the robot is full robot from the neck down, right? Like, looks like any other type of, Tesla bot that we've seen or Optimus bot that we've seen. But then it had the head of an attractive Asian woman on it, and it looked very much like these real dolls. I don't know whether it's the same company, but basically the guy's tending to it, and then the robot stands up and starts to move, and he's just so happy about it that he kisses the robot on the mouth. I almost lost my lunch. We've already kind of had this, weird cultural thing with sexy robots for a very, very long time. I would go even into my childhood, where I don't know if you remember these things, but before we were all online and we were all into computer graphics, the big thing was airbrushing. Remember those airbrush machines? And people would do those elaborate paintings, and there would always be these paintings of like sexy robots. Now, they didn't have quote unquote human faces. In other words, they didn't have faces like us. They had humanoid faces. But they were big things. And a lot of these robots, they'd end up on the covers of like Trapper Keepers and things like that. People were obviously, I would say, prone to like kind of accepting these things because Star Wars was very popular, and we'd all watch the Jetsons. And even then we were...
I mean, hey, now you're getting into cartoons, and pretty girl cartoons, it is what it is.
Yeah, I'm just saying, we got prepped.
Rabbit, that was weird. Yeah, Jessica Rabbit, she's hot, cartoon.
But at least it was a human woman cartoon. You know what I mean? Like.
That's true. It's not a robot woman weird. Yeah. Well, I got something I got to play for you real quick.
Okay.
Right? Yeah.
I got to be honest, Aaron. I didn't hear any of that. That was a mumbled garbage, and I heard Abraham Lincoln.
It's from Days to Confuse when the two nerds are talking, and he's talking about getting it off with a beautiful female body with the head of Abraham Lincoln.
I
don't know why we don't. We got to figure out this audio issue. That's really disturbing to me. I don't like it. Hey, I want to digress a little bit. All right. Mike's digressing about books and stuff. So, I graduated in 75. Mm-hmm. And I hated term papers. I loved English and I liked term paper. It's really the work you had to put into a term paper. Because you read books, you had to read magazines, you had to have footnotes, you had to verify everything you put in your paper for your thought or whatever the theme was. Mm-hmm. Do kids do term papers anymore?
Well, there's a story out there where a professor was allowing all these kids to take their tests online, right? And they're all scoring in the high 80s, low 90s. Everybody's like the best thing since breakfast. Well, he stopped that. He said, "No, we're going to do it in class, and you're not going to have access to the internet." And immediately their scores went to the average of like 46, like well under. Yeah, well under. I don't know that they do. Don't get me wrong. I would say a lot of the academic universities and the people that are doing their thesis. But it's sad to say, I feel like these kids that are supposedly getting a college education, some of them can't even read at like a 10th grade level.
Yeah, I graduated from a parochial high school. Mm-hmm. And senior year, we did term papers. Yeah. I mean, you obviously really hated it because you're still worried about it. Well, it was something that you couldn't cheat on, I guess. Right. You actually had to just put the time in, read the books, and do the work. And, you know, you had to qualify what was your thought and what was the thought you read about. And who said that thought first. Sure. Well, as a person with kids kind of spanned over 2 decades here in school, my older 2 kids who are both 22, well, she's almost 22, but, you know, I feel like the education they got, and it's not that big of a time span, but the education they got as kids, I feel like is way better than the education my youngest daughter, who's 12 now, just turned 12 Wednesday, is getting now. And then I know lots of kids, and then our twins are 18, they just graduated. I know lots of kids their age, they can't really read very good at all.
No.
And don't even get me started on math. And like we have cursive. That's a whole other discussion on the cursive. But will you keep that dog quiet, Mike? Come on. She doesn't cause trouble unless you're here. You got to explain that to me. Anyway, sorry about the dog today, Jason. But so our school district is amazing. Like we have all kinds of resources. We get property tax dollars from the nuclear plant, so our schools are all new. They're nice. We have every teacher has a teacher's aide. And I mean, there's plenty of and our teachers care. I mean, we have good teachers, you know. But the curriculum is different. It's dumbed down. They're allowed to use some sort of help online for almost everything. So that's what we're training them to do.
Yes.
We're not training them to think or learn or, in a lot of cases, even really be able to read that well. Past road signs. As long as you got a little handheld device, you're fine. No, you're just fine.
It is. You're exactly right. You are being trained to rely on what they're calling artificial intelligence, which is really programmed intelligence, which is really narrative management. You know, let's speak to this idea of research papers and citing your work. Currently, you know, I'm working hard on this PSA report in regards to 9/11. And I'm writing a section on a guy named Robert Wright, who was an FBI whistleblower who was trying to get criminal investigations into terrorist funding and money moving into the United States from the Middle East. In particular, a businessman from Saudi Arabia named Yassin Qadi, who would be designated after 9/11 as the chief financier of bin Laden. Now, this guy was pretty much, he had his hands tied at the FBI, where most of the FBI agents wanted to open up what is known as an intelligence investigation and not a criminal investigation, because that intelligence investigation would provide them job security. They would never have to file paperwork for criminal investigations or indictments, et cetera, et cetera. And it would be this thing where you could milk a case for literally years, if not a decade, and put your feet up and not worry about it. Well, Wright was disgusted with this stuff, and he was able to open up, I believe, the very first criminal investigation that he deemed vulgar betrayal. Now, you can get the vulgar betrayal files online. They are extremely heavily redacted. The reason I bring this up is that this guy was trying to have a manuscript based on his experience published shortly after 9/11 that he had written just before. He was in communication with several members of the government trying to blow the whistle on the fact that the FBI wasn't there doing their job on terrorist investigations. One of those people that he had contacted is actually Senator Chuck Grassley of Iowa, that was very much behind him. And this guy was essentially demonized by the agency, demoted by the agency, investigated by the agency after the fact. Grassley and Senator Patrick Leahy actually had to write directly to Robert Mueller and basically say, what's going on here? Why are we going after this guy? This guy has all sorts of good information. So,
that's why.
Yeah, well, exactly. So I had asked, because some of these whistleblowers eventually did get interviewed by staffers of the 9/11 Commission, right? Like, for instance, Randy Glass, who was an FBI informant. I don't know if I've mentioned him here, but he was interviewed by the 9/11 Commission, and I was able to go get his MFR, or memorandum for the record, which actually him and then another ATF agent who he worked with. These are documents that they didn't. I don't think they started getting declassified till about 2009, but they were documents that were very relevant for me. Okay, in my work, and then like we were talking about citations. So I search whether or not that Robert Wright was able to testify before the commission. Now the AI comes back and it tells me that no, he wasn't able to testify before the commission, but then it gives me a specific date. It says on, I think it said something like on October 22nd, 2002, he testified before the Joint Congressional Committee, that first investigation, right, led by Bob Graham and Porter Goss. Now, I'd seen absolutely no evidence of this. And I said, well, is there any documentation of this meeting? Can I get this, can I get the transcript of this meeting? Is there any, and it tells me, oh, well, it was classified and da-da-da, but it's in their report. It's in the Joint Congressional Report. And then it gives me a bunch of things and links. None of the links, let me repeat that. None of the links take me to anything even remotely about Robert Wright or vulgar betrayal, outside of one of the links acknowledging that he did a press conference in Washington, D.C. at the National Press Club, which I have sections of that. It's actually in the opening of Fabled Enemies. You can see the lawyer Larry Klayman talking about it, and then Wright himself talking about it. And I said, you just made all this up. I go, there's not one link there that he ever talked to Congress. There's no evidence he ever talked to Congress or the 9/11 Commission. Why'd you do that? And it just admitted to me. It completely made it up. It completely made up dates. It completely lied to me. And then when I asked it to rate its performance, it said, it was a 10 out of 10 bad, because Robert Wright is a real whistleblower that's been given that status. He was really in government, really had things to say about 9/11, and he was never, ever, ever interviewed by either one of these investigative organizations. That should show you how much of a cover-up we're dealing with on 9/11. Now, it should also explain to people that Google is very much a part of that cover-up, because all that information is in the public arena, and it decided to literally make up dates and act like this guy had been interviewed and they had done their job. It is AI at its core is all about narrative management. And, I had a tech influencer kind of come at me and say that it wasn't that, AI is the best thing and we're just going to have to embrace it. And I go, no, it is all about narrative management. And then he came back, well, the vintage experts were wrong on this, and they were wrong on that, and they were wrong on COVID. And I go, yeah, just because human beings are paid liars doesn't mean that you accept that the machines are now liars. I go, those people, a lot of them I called out in real time, and that's horrific too. But now you're not dealing with a person. You're not dealing with, something you can even label a partisan agenda. You're dealing with straight narrative management by a technopoly that has not only been embraced by the government, but was propped up by the government, like we talked about with that National Library Initiative, with NASA and DARPA, and then seed funded by the CIA and InQtel. That should scare the hell out of people, that our history from only 25 years ago, the 25th anniversary is coming up. I'll be in New York City for that, by the way. People should check that out. But think about what they're going to do. I mean, listen, they're already getting ready to rewrite the COVID 1984 nightmare. They've already rewritten 9/11. We know very, very little about the true post-World War II world, especially in this country. And now our books are being bought at a massive level. I don't know about you, Aaron, but I can't spend $500 to $5,000 on a book, let alone several hundred or thousand book that are priced that way because of the importance of their knowledge. But these multi-billion-dollar tech companies are very much able to do so and then write it off so that they don't pay taxes, and they never actually pay for that either.
Business expenses. Come on, we're trying to, erase history and stuff, and make sure we control whatever you're told. Have you seen all the AI robots that are breaking out and trying to mess with other AI robots?
I've seen that story that supposedly the AI broke out. What was that with Sam Altman's brand, right?
There's that one, and then the one that's Claude too.
Yes.
Both of them have had things that have happened where they're like, well, yeah.
I am super skeptical of all that because they act as though those are offline models that somehow dicka-dicka-dude magically into online models and then corrupted them. To me, that's not a possibility. If they're truly offline, I'm sorry, this isn't Ghost in the Machine. They can't go through an electrical wire that's not hooked up to the internet or other machines that are hooked up to the internet. 1,000%. Those stories are either planted or they are part of a program where human beings are assisting the AI on purpose to break out, and they're doing it through some kind of hardware material, whether it's a USB drive or a micro SD card, or they're sneaking out code on their camera, or I'm sorry, on their phone, and then putting it in there. When I read those stories, I always back up a little bit, and I'm like, this sounds like they're setting a narrative. Listen, Aaron, we've only got about 5 minutes left, and there's one story that I think that is a must hit here. And again, I haven't seen it in the mainstream anywhere. Covered it last week. Did you know that Newsmax went to Zorro Ranch in New Mexico?
Like recently?
Yeah, like last week.
No.
So they went to the Epstein Ranch with this new owner. And the new owner, by the way, very, very rich family. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to buy this estate. They're turning it into a Christian retreat center, right? Now, this piece is wild. It's up on my X account. I think I put it up there like 4 days ago. I would encourage everybody to watch the whole thing because it's only like 10 minutes. The highlights for me is that this family actually brought in a Roman Catholic priest who did a 3-day exorcism at Zorro Ranch to get rid of all the evil.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's good.
Yeah, dandy. But then also, they go in and they basically dismiss all the conspiracy theories and the idea there were any underground facilities. They show some of the blueprints there. So nothing to see at Zorro Ranch, even though this compound is literally in the middle of the desert with no neighbors for miles and miles and miles and miles. And they're basically exonerating these things. They do talk about how the New Mexico FBI, after the fact, did come in with, ground penetrating radar and helicopters and a multitude of other things, which I do believe that they did. But we have to remember that this place was basically excluded from that initial investigation, especially when you're going back to just Palm Beach. And all these girls, not all, but many of the girls were talking about not only being in Palm Beach, Florida, but being trafficked around the world, and specifically at the ranch in New Mexico. There is not going to be any Epstein justice. I don't even know that we're getting the second round of files. I believe I mentioned it last week, but Todd Blanche is currently, losing $1,000 a day. I don't know that he'll ever pay it, but since July 2nd for refusing to release these files. That's not the only lawsuit. There are other lawsuits out there saying that it is unconstitutional that these files still have not been released. And yet the Justice Department, the administration, they have no desire to release these files to the public. And one of the reasons is, again, it's the real deal. These files show that Epstein was in fact spying on people. if you want to look right now, if you go and watch the video later, I'm showing you the one leak within the Epstein files that is clearly from a pinhole camera, clearly from a spy cam, at a dinner with what appears to be Woody Allen, Ehud Barak, a couple of other individuals. And the person that first found this believes that the head of Bill Gates is actually in the background as well. So, look, we got to continue to win in the court of public opinion because it seems like the criminal courts are beyond our reach, and that is being illustrated almost on a daily basis with scandals like the Fauci one.
Oh, yeah. And to recap, you're saying Ferris Bueller was not able to change the number of days he missed in the principal's computer from his house because the internet didn't exist yet.
Correct.
All right. And one other thing, we were talking about education. Did you see what Oregon did?
I don't think so. What did they say? What did they do?
The state of Oregon has suspended high school graduation requirements for reading, writing, and math through the next school year at least, arguing that standardized testing hurdles disproportionately harm students of color, English learners, and students with special needs. So having requirements for reading, writing, and math are racist.
I mean, we've done ourselves no favors by trying to make everything about identity politics and people's ethnicity and trying to cater to the quote-unquote lowest common denominator. Yeah, we got a lot of special needs kids in this country because we've got a bunch of people that literally have been medicated into those arenas. I'm not going to get into, the shots arguments and all that right here, but autism is all over the place. It is affecting basically every single family. And then if you bring that up and you're saying, hey, let's try to fix this, let's not make our kids autistic, you have a whole wing of people that are now attacking. What's wrong with kids being autistic? What's like that's what you would want as a parent instead of a fully functional child. That's all of our dreams, Aaron, is to have a child that is physically and mentally inept to handle society on their own and will need adult supervision for the rest of their lives. Yet that's the kind of crap that they push on you with this same identity politics where everything is about gender and everything is about race. And the bottom line is we should be concerned with one race. That's the human race. That's the human species, and how they've dumbed us down, they've poisoned us, and they've restricted us from so many of those quote unquote freedoms we were supposed to have in this country, from freedom of speech to the checks and balances that we're supposed to prosecute the criminals that are oppressing us and failing to do so, by the way.
Damn, brother, that was good. That was like, that was nice. That was some steam. You sounded like Dirty Harry right there. I mean, that was pretty good. You're right. You're absolutely right. Mm-hmm. And that's why we go deep in the weeds with Jason Burmis every single Friday, brought to you by River City's Reader.
Folks, thank you so much for watching. Look, I think all the important issues regarding AI's narrative management have yet to really explode into the public arena. Most people don't understand what is happening right now, so we have to continue to educate them. Help me do that by donating to the broadcast. $5, $10, $15. It absolutely means the world to me. Big donors. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Once again, would not be possible without you folks. And as always, it is not about left or right. It is always about right and wrong. I love you guys, and I'll see you on the flip side.
Hello and welcome back to Sergeant Major Sit Rep. Thanks for tuning in last week. Thanks for the content that you're sending me on these things. We're going to keep moving along here with the current theme, but this week I want to talk about the socialist capture of the Democrat Party. I'm not calling it a takeover like mainstream media. Takeover is a little strong. That implies other things that are probably in play but haven't materialized yet. What I want to really talk about is not a formal takeover, but what they've done, in my opinion, has been operationally more effective, and that's to exploit the Democrat ballot process. They've gotten into all the activism infrastructure, the union manpower. They're capitalizing on the low turnout primaries. We always midterms are always a low turnout, so that's one of the things that we look at. So those are the issues that, regardless of party, that's the issues we look at as political people. We're looking at access to money, infrastructure, what manpower, turnouts. Turnouts generally win elections. So if your party comes to the polls, you'll win. Even with the cheating can be beaten by turnout. So that's a big thing. Now, what the DSA has done, I really can't pick out their doctrine yet, other than these few simple things. They've capitalized on the Democrat doctrine of the big tent. We're all inclusive. We're going to let everybody in. And just to show you what we've spoken about many, many times, when you have open borders, you get infiltrators. With infiltrators, you get internal change. With internal change, the original landholder is now disenfranchised. And that's exactly what's happened with the Democrat Party. Their own policy agenda let the enemy inside their wire because they didn't see him as an enemy. They saw him as a force multiplier. Radical Islam, the socialist, the Bernie Bros, all these people, the AOCs. And I've spoken about it extensively in other shows, but I will say I'll get on my high horse for a little bit, and I'll tell you, 2022, Sergeant Major Sit Rep, I called this out. We saw it back then. We saw working family party candidates elected to the state house. And, we saw it in the House, the Senate. We saw their major candidates go down in flames, but we did get seats taken by working families party communist supporters. And many of those are still in office and their numbers are growing. That's just in Arizona. So nationwide, they have built on this doctrine of infiltration for the final takeover. Now, when does that happen? Who knows? It's not speculation. The DSA and the Working Families Party, Justice Democrats, Sunrise Movement, they describe their strategies in their own publications. And if you're not reading the enemy's literature and you're not communicating with the enemy in a manner that you should be, in an infiltrative manner, you're going to lose. So they put all this out there, and I'm not going to go over the websites again, but I'll tell you, it's the Working Families Party, Let's Rejuvenate, all these offshoot organizations, especially the ones that AOC, Jaya Powell, Bernie Sanders, they're all a part of, the Elizabeth Warrens. The Democrat Party, they opened their border to this, and now they're going to suffer. You have Chuck Schumer, who at one time was considered a very strong Democrat because he got things done. Same with Nancy Pelosi. They got things done. Whether we liked what they were doing or not, they were getting things done. That's because their party coalesced around them and they had their own force multipliers. That's gone. Their party, even their moderates, and there are Democrat moderates, have been pushed so far to the left to accommodate these people. They're might as well be the same. Now, Arizona, I made an ex post on this. Katie Hobbs and the mainstream media, and shout out to Garrett Lewis for calling me and putting me on the radio program out of the blue, sitting out at the park, getting ready to do kids football practice. got all the things going, homework, football practice. Garrett Lewis calls me, wants me to do a hit on the show based on my post. So I'm like, yeah, I can squeeze that in. Let's do it. So he rightfully called out what the mainstream media won't. Governor Hobbs picks a running mate for vice governor or lieutenant governor. The mainstream media took her narrative and ran with it and said, Governor Hobbs picks former Republican mayor as running mate. This guy is not a Republican. The show's not about him. You can look him up. John Giles, he supported every crazy liberal, nonsensical idea. He spoke at the DNC convention for Kamala Harris. He backed Little Rubin, Spaceballs Mark Kelly, voted for Harris, registered independent so he could vote on a Democrat ticket. The guy is not a Republican, but the mainstream media, they just lapped that up and regurgitated it. And we called him out for it. So let me get back to the word takeover. When you take something over, that requires a strategy and precision. It hasn't been precise. The strategy is clear, but their execution of the strategy still remains numerically smaller on the national level. But their encroachment is obvious. You have Al Said winning, you have all these other people winning and taking out establishment Democrats, while Republicans run their same candidates. And we'll see in the general election if the Republicans hold on or if the DSA gets enough of the young vote, the college vote, the uneducated vote, the Democrat vote that will never vote Republican no matter what. But they don't need a majority membership. They're exercising disproportionate influence within those groups, these control group of candidates in pipeline. They have discipline activists, Antifa, Black Lives Matter, all these groups that are pushing this agenda. But more importantly, like I stated when I first opened the show, they have access to the Democrat ballot lines. So they're challenging establishment Democrats and taking them out, picking them off one by one by one. Now you have no choice. You either vote for the Republican or the communist. And we're not calling Democrat Socialist America. It is what it is. They are flaming communist. But before we continue, I want to tell you about Sound Money. This is a new partner of the show. These guys have kind of reimagined what only gold and precious metals. We've talked about metals on this show. I work in rare earth metals, but here's the thing. They have made the process super easy for everyone. No phone calls, no sales pitch, nothing. You're in control. You can get real physical gold, silver, starting at $1. No electronic fund, no paper certificate, real metal gold that you can put in your hand or you can put in a vault and secure it for later. Your metals are delivered securely, insured, private in Idaho, verified by third-party audits. You get free storage up to your first $500. Your account includes vaulted insurance storage up to $500 in metals at zero cost. When you outgrow it, you simple one-time $199 upgrade. And here's the cool thing. It's liquid when you need it. You don't have to go find someone to buy it. You sell your holding back to the dashboard and you have instant cash right there in your hand. You want to hold it in your hand. You don't trust the vault system. You know, some people are like that, but the metals vault system is the way of the future. It's going to happen. You got to research it and get around it because it is the way. Now, if you're still skeptical, you can order it up, have it delivered to your door, hold it in your hand. Physical shipment. The whole thing is covered, all insured. You get it in your hand. Visit Sound Money at TalkRed. Sound Money TalkRed. Again, I'm going to put it on the screen so you can see it. Sound Money /TalkRed, and go there, take a look, buy you some gold, get it in your hand, put it in the vault. No matter what you want to do with it, it's yours. It's real. It's there, and you'll win. Okay. So the Democrats have really done something unique here, and their big tent, their unsecured perimeter big tent, no borders, What they've done is their leaders have treated an ideological exclusion as intolerance. So the best way I can describe that, and not a lot of you probably follow Kazakh news, but Kazakhstan, they're still under Soviet control. And yes, I say Soviet control because it is what it is, under, quote, Russian influence. But Kazakhstan is a primarily Muslim country. And you ask yourself, okay, they're like typical Muslims. No, they are not like typical Muslims. So their government has come out and said there will be no forced burqa requirements. That's something in their culture, going back to the Soviet days and beyond, that they never did. That was not part of their cultural upbringing with their religious belief. Now, of course, they use the Quran, they do all the things, they celebrate certain holidays, but no prayer in the streets, none of this nonsense. Because why? It doesn't match their ideological, cultural upbringing. So this push to enforce all this Sharia and the burqas and the call to prayer and all the things, the beard growing, by the mandatory beard growing by the males, Kazakhstani government says, no, we're not doing all that. You want to be a Muslim? Fine, be a Muslim. You want to be a Christian? You want to be whatever, but we're not playing those games. The Democrat Party omitted that. They didn't vet anybody. Their real failure was intentional refusal to understand or establish any kind of boundaries of who could get in their party. Typically, we're the ones guilty of that. We'll take a reformed, quote, reformed Democrat that wants to register as a Republican, and boom, they register today and they vote Democrat. We'll take PCs. We'll take anybody that wants to sign on the dotted line. And that's typically our fault because they turn out to be infiltrators or problematic. They don't understand the Republican Party platform. They don't want to commit to bylaws. They want to change the bylaws. Those kind of things are typically our downfall. The Democrats took it a step further and said, okay, you can still be a Democrat socialist because it has the word Democrat in it. So we're going to go ahead and take you in. You can be part of the coalition. You can be part of the team. So the DSA, they've learned this, and they've learned to use the Democrat ballot line. I've said that 3 times now, and I want to explain it better because this is what's critical. They've taken public ownership and control of major corporations' natural resources. This is what they want to do. So they have the ballot line. They're getting on the ballot. They're getting elected to office, and this is what they want to do. They want freedom of migration without restrictive immigration controls. Open borders, ending immigration detention, no ICE and no detention, no deportation. They want voting rights for all people. That includes illegals, non-citizens. They want a major reduction in the U.S. military, and they want to pack the Supreme Court, remove the Senate, and limit the powers of the president to ministerial duties. So you don't have to take my word for it. You can go to the DSA website and look at DSA 2526 program because they have written this down. And the Democrat Party still allowed these knuckleheads to get into their system, get on the ballots as a Democrat, not as a Democrat socialist, but as a Democrat. They're running in place of the Democrats. So yes, it looks like a takeover on paper, but they've not fully taken over the party apparatus, and that's what they need. And once they get enough people in office, once they get enough people in within the Democrat Party, then their strategy of takeover will become real because they can start outvoting these people in their committees. Their PCs won't have a say anymore because they'll be overruled by these communists. It's political fusion warfare. You recruit and endorse a candidate. And I was accused of interfering in our election here because I recruited candidates to run for my seat as I'm not running anymore. So I picked 5 people, 4 people ran, 2 people I end up endorsing. I liked a third, but I didn't see the work ethic in the campaign, not due to lack of effort, but due to time constraints. So I picked the 2 people most likely to succeed and carry forth the Republican Party agenda of lower taxes, smaller government, stewardship of the land, these things that I know they will do. Education. Now, the other ones, they said they would commit to that, but there were other side projects and other things going on. So that makes me an election influencer if you recruit and endorse candidates. Now, that's the job of the PCs. That's the job of the party. But the party wasn't doing it. The Democrats, they do that very well. And that's where they slipped up in the last couple of years, because it wasn't the Democrat apparatus picking the candidates like they typically do. It was these DSA infiltrators getting in and taking their candidates out. And the only way the Democrat Party can survive is becoming more leftist to try and match their crazy ideas. And that just keeps the pipeline moving to the left. So Justice Democrats, they emerged on the scene. They're part of the former Bernie's Bros movement, and they perfected the incumbent primary model. So you can say what you want about Bernie Sanders. The man is not an idiot. He has a vision. He has a strategy, but he is a devout communist and should not be in elected office. We should have removed him a long time ago. He can say what he wants to say. He has First Amendment freedom of speech rights, but he does not have the right to trounce the oath to the Constitution he took. He swore to uphold the Constitution of the United States of America against all enemies, foreign and domestic, like we all do. He is pushing a different form of government, not constitutional. So right there, I don't know why we're not using what rules we have in place to remove these people, but it was 26 June, 2018 election. AOC beat the House Democrat Caucus Chairman Joe Crowley. Low turnout, Democrat primary. You have young, vibrant, working class, barrel-chested, super smile, talks real good to the people when she needs to. She won. That should have been a clue to them right there. We saw it. We mentioned it in 22 that these squad members are starting a movement, and the Democrat Party kept pushing them aside. They get in battles with Nancy Pelosi. We called this. Who would think in 2025 that the Democrats would allow a Zoran Mondami to be anywhere near the ballot as a Democrat? His coalition was DSA, Working Family Party, Sunrise Movement, other progressive elected officials, young voters, Muslim political mobilization. That's what I really want to talk about. So the DSA movement and Mondami, the Sunrise Movement, they use anti-Israeli, pro-Palestinian organizations and messaging. That's part of their, Israel's bad, America's bad, everybody's bad, but we can fix it. So the Muslim political mobilization, you can call it, that is the Sunrise Movement. Now, the Sunrise Movement openly called for Mondami's victory as a roadmap. Now, if you look at the Sunrise Movement, they have former CARE leadership in there that was previously on the terror watch list. But yet we're listening to them. They're collecting money for these candidates. Now, CARE Action claimed that it helped mobilize turnout for Mondami. And they pressured Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries to endorse him. That was CARE. CARE is the Muslim Brotherhood. Muslim Brotherhood is CARE. I ran those bills in the state of Arizona. Every single Democrat voted no. The governor refused to answer a letter that I sent her on CARE and to break contact with CARE. So these were memorials. They were sent to Washington, D.C. as postcard bills. That was also mocked by the Democrats. Well, he's running a bill that doesn't do anything. Well, if you understand the Constitution, you understand our form of government, we have a formal method of communication with our United States senators elected office, and that is an HCM. So this is a formal memorandum in bill form that is sent to our Senate members and our House members to say, this is what your representatives in your state are demanding you take action on. And there's going to be a vote coming up to designate CARE a terrorist organization. And that postcard was sent. So every single one of our members in the House and the Senate on the Republican and Democrat side, because it goes to both parties, have been given a clear message that the body as a whole, Senate and House, and people that started this bill want CARE designated as a terrorist organization. So when they vote no on it in Congress, you'll know that we've asked them. And we've asked them in a manner that says we have the votes. The majority of the people have ruled. The majority of the majority have ruled. The 75 million people that put us in office have ruled, and we're telling you to vote in this manner. Now, whether they do not do that, who knows? The Democrats, we can call them out right now. They're not going to vote for it. So what's another force multiplier? You got it right if you're thinking in the same manner. So let me back up a little bit. So we've got the Democrat socialist agenda pushers. You got Antifa. You got CARE. Guess who else? You called it. $27 million in the 24 cycle from, guess who? The National Education Association. The teachers union put $27 million in the DSA and their quote labor strategy for their DSA rank and file strategy. So the teachers union that we are fighting tooth and nail in Arizona put $27 million into the Democrat Socialist Organization. You cannot make it up. Now, teachers unions supplied the money, supplied the manpower, institutional cover, supplied the ideology, and organizational doctrine. The Democrat Party, what did they have to supply? Nothing. The ballot line was infiltrated. So you have candidate one, that's your typical Democrat, nonsensical Democrat, that everything is all butterflies and happy and we need more taxes, blah, blah, blah. But then you have the communist. The teachers union used to support this one. Now the teachers union supports this one. This one takes this one out. So the moderate Democrat, gone. Who's in there? The communist. So they don't merely call for immigration reform through the teachers union. They push it into the classroom. And the lesson plan is out there from CARE. So CARE, and I think New Jersey and Connecticut, if I'm wrong, no, I am wrong. New Hampshire and New Jersey, the two news, they fully accepted the updated version of CARE's rendition of 9/11 and what really occurred. So the teachers union was able to get CARE's message put into schools. They are teaching that message at the same time they're putting money in to the socialist networks and the DSA. And what do you have? There you go. You have it. Now, I want to show you a couple graphics, and I'm going to put them up there. We'll leave them up for a second while I'm running my jibs, but this will show you, and I've taken a lot of time to put these together, but this will show you the money flow from these organizations to the DSA structure and how they use that to take out the longstanding Democrats. So let's go with number one here. So you see the link chart diagram. That's number one. That's the flow of information, money, and influence. The next one, we'll throw it up here. Number two, association matrix. If there's an X or a C, there you can see from the matrix itself how these folks are associated and what arm does what work. If that doesn't scare you until you right there, they have a strategy in place for the takeover. They're not there yet, but they are working it. Now, veteran Democrats, they're just now sounding the alarm. They're just now figuring this out, that they're about to be captured. They're describing it as Nancy Pelosi. Well, we reject socialism, and it's not the Democrats' party position. And I got to call BS on it. They end up endorsing Mondami. A lot of them endorse Mondami just to save their seat. And who would have thought that John Fetterman from Pennsylvania would have actually been the honest voice on this? And his statement, verbatim, He said, Mandami, not even a Democrat, and his rise is a gift to Republicans. And then you have crazy James Carville. If you don't know who he is, you got to look him up. This old guy is absolute windbag, leftist nonsense. But he said the socialist police abolition proposals are lunacy at the highest level. And he warned if they swing to that, Democrats will be forced to answer, and Carville will walk away from the Democrat Party. Never in a million years would I've thought we saw James Carville say he's going to walk away from the Democrat Party. He's absolute leftist nut job that hates Trump, but he will walk away. I guess it is telling, he's a leftist nut job, but he's not a communist, and he sees what's coming. The guy's definitely not an idiot. He's a leftist, but not an idiot. And he's going to walk away from the party. So, second and third order effects of this. Socialist candidates, they're going to win safe Democrat primaries. Democrats are going to have to move to the left to avoid primary challenges. Police, border, law enforcement, Israel, capitalism, that's going to be their internal loyalty test, like ours. Our internal loyalty test, smaller government, lower taxes, market-free values, First and Second Amendment. That's kind of our baseline thought. Now, theirs, it's going to shift to anti-Israel, no borders, no police, packing the courts, and getting rid of the Senate. So that's first order. Second order is the working class, Hispanic, Jew, law enforcement, energy state voters. They're going to continue to leave the Democrat coalition. Do they vote Republican, or do they just get out? Do they just leave and not vote at all? Because if they do that helps the other side. So by leaving that party, they're actually going to help the DSA. Foreign policy positions are going to become more hostile toward everything that we're doing now. And I see long-term, just my own opinion, the Democrat Party splits between, I hate to say it like this, constitutional liberals, because there are some, and I hate to even call them out, and revolutionary socialists. Now, when I say constitutional liberal, they twist the Constitution in meaning they think it means what they believe. Like healthcare for all is a right. There's nowhere in the Constitution, but they will swear that that's what that clause means, that the taking care of the people means that everybody gets free healthcare. So at least they're reading the document. These socialists, they have already denounced the Constitution. They want to change it with their own, and they want to call it, they've got a couple of different names for it. You can see on the websites, but the socialist faction, they're going to destroy the Democrat Party. And you think that's a good thing for Republicans, which it may be. But if the Democrats break off and they decide they just can't vote Republican, they can't vote communist, and they get out of the races altogether and they just become on the side observers, low turnouts typically will favor the DSA, because your low turnouts, they're gonna go to colleges and they're gonna get the young people. They're going to get the disenfranchised Democrats that feel there's still hope in the party, and those numbers are going to be hard to beat. So they got a plan. They're working the plan. We'll see where it goes from there. So questions, comments. We'll throw some things on the screen here in the end. I want to make sure you have enough time to look at the charts and diagrams, because it spells it out clearly. I could sit here and talk about it all week, but these are known associations. I would love to make them click the link and look, but you can do that research on your own. Democrat Party's in trouble, and I can't say that I'm surprised or unhappy, but this is going to change how we do business as well. And it's going to change how conservatives approach these races. I hope, and this is my main concern with it. You'll have Republicans that will shift to the left to keep their seat, because there are the political class out there. You know who they are. You see them that have been politics their entire life, never had a real job. They will make that leftward shift. They'll vote on leftward bills that they can stomach just to stay in office so they don't get primaried. And that will be devastating for us. We've got to hold the line, remain constitutional, remain conservative, and take these whack jobs out before we end up with some kind of other situation that we don't want. So please, comments, questions, anything, put it in the comment line. I will, as always, be on live, and I will respond live for about the first hour. After that, you're on your own, but I do read and respond to all the comments. Again, thank you very much. Have a great weekend. Be safe, and train like they hate you, because they do.
Colonel Rob Maness has a lifelong record of providing dedicated service to this nation. Having worked his way up from the enlisted ranks to full colonel, he served our country for more than 32 years. He has served as a bomber squadron commander, bomb disposal technician, Joint Chiefs of Staff Operations Officer, assisted the National Security Team with the campaign plan for the global war on terrorism. He authored the first theater nuclear war plan and served as the Vice Commander of America's largest airborne intelligence wing. Colonel Rob Maness is a true American hero. This is Rob Maness Live.
One communist on the faculty of one university is one communist too many. One communist among the American advisors at Yalta was one communist too many. And even if there were only one communist in the State Department, even if there were only one communist in the State Department, that would still be one communist too many.
Welcome back to the Rob Maness Show. We're live on Worldview Tube and our X Spaces simulcast. Well, it's Whistleblower Wednesday, and today's title cuts straight to the bone. The Marxist Islamist revolution is in your face. One communist is one too many. It's not theoretical anymore, folks. It's here. It's bold, it's public, and it's accelerating. In New York City, the communist mayor is pushing government-run grocery stores paid for by you, the taxpayer. Private operators are going to get stuck with the mess while prices get controlled into the ground and drive them out of business. History has shown us this movie before. Empty shelves, failed experiments, and freedom crushed under the boot of the state. Worse, Mondami's people are outright doxing private property owners, publishing names and addresses of nearly 1 million New Yorkers who might face his new taxes. That's not governing, people. That's a Bolshevik hit list. We've seen the movie before. Capital flees hostile environments, folks. What made New York and America great was capitalism, not this communist seizure of power. And a potential Democrat presidential contender is openly arguing we should make it harder for families to pass on the wealth that they earn to their families. Call it what it is. It's communism. This morning brings another warning shot. Abdul El Sayed, has won the Democrat Senate primary in Michigan. He's a progressive darling. Bernie and AOC backed. Medicare for all. Abolish ICE. Long ties to the Democratic Socialists of America. While he's claiming he's not a socialist, one more Marxist-leaning voice advancing toward the U.S. Senate, folks. One is already one too many. And we're joined once again by my friend, longtime TV news producer, former diplomat and anchor at Talk Radio WABC in New York, Jake Novak. Jake, I know I messed it up, but that's what I do around here. Let's get exposing this revolution before it owns the whole damn country.
Yeah, I think it's really important for all of us to understand. This is like a Sun Tzu type of piece of wisdom. We have to be very careful about how we're going to address and debate and push back against these communists. So if you're a professor, if you're a teacher in a school, and you want to teach people about the economic failures of communism and socialism and teach Economics 101, please do. Lord knows we've had a lot of years where we weren't doing that in our schools from K through 12 and universities and beyond. But understand that that is a waste of time when we're debating a Mamdani or an El Sayed or a Bernie Sanders or someone else like that, because they aren't interested. It's not like they believe that their economic model will work. They don't really believe that.
Right.
And it's not what they're even tapping into. They're not tapping into people who are desperate for economic equality. What they're tapping into and what they want is resentment, violence, anger, and destruction. We can define communism by all the things that it isn't. It isn't good for the economy. It isn't good for this. It isn't good for that. But what a waste of time that is. Let's define it for what it's been very successful at doing, which is destruction, violence, upheaval, the stoking of resentment. I keep telling people that when Mamdani sends a letter to people saying, prove to us you don't owe us money, which, by the way, is contradicts a basic principle of Western law, which is if you're extracting money from someone, the burden of proof is on you, not them. Even the IRS. Yeah. Even the IRS has to prove in documents that you owe them money before they can tell a court that you owe them money. So don't tell me the IRS doesn't have to do that, because they do. They may not do it well, but they do it. All right, folks, this is the whole point. That's what he's trying to do. He's trying to frighten, anger, destroy, stoke the resentment. He's already succeeding in his goal. You can say, oh, well, those grocery stores are going to fail, and boy, is he going to be upset. No, he won't. He doesn't care about that. He's caring about busting up that merchant class, whether it's low-level merchants or high-level merchants. Hurting them is the goal. That's the goal. That's the end. That's not, a little icing on the cake for people who hate rich people or successful people. So please understand, and by the way, people who should know better, like Bill Ackman, the billionaire, pretty smart guy, he's still arguing on Twitter today about the economic results. What a waste of his time. Bill, just come out and say, this guy's trying to kill us. He wants blood in the streets. Yeah. He wants destruction. And now let's discuss it on those terms.
Oh, yeah. Why are smart people denying what's happening, Jake? That's one of the questions I wanted to ask you. You've got your finger on the pulse of this country, coming from New York City and spending time there, understanding the baseline there, but your radio shows reach out nationally and internationally and everything. So you're hearing from people all the time. Why are people, especially so-called smart people like Ackman, they're in denial?
Yeah, well, for the most part, it speaks well of them. People who are inherently good or at least want better results have a very hard time looking across the aisle at someone, especially in their own country. This is very true of people in other countries too, but especially in their own country, they have a hard time looking across at them and saying, this guy is really not good. It's not like he has a different idea on how to make things better. This is a person who wants to destroy. This is not someone worth engaging with or trying to win over. It's very hard for good people to understand that. We've seen that so many times in American history, especially after 9/11. I think that there were some good people who wanted to think, well, was there some justification for this? Let's try to find out. And it's hard for them to understand another human being in this world who would want to kill themselves so that they could kill thousands of others. But I got news for you, and I'm sorry to have to tell you this, and I know it's a horrible thing to realize, and you don't have to ruminate on it all the time, but you must understand that there are people like this. There are people who don't want to build. There are people who want to destroy. And we've been told about this in our culture and in our history since the beginning of time. And it's hard to understand. I know we can't swallow it. It's one of the reasons, Colonel, why I believe that the biblical story of Cain and Abel is the most important biblical story for people to understand now. It tells us about a person who only seeks to destroy, not to better himself, not to get a leg up on something, but just to destroy for destruction's sake. And the writers of the Bible, whether you think that's God or some other wise people, doesn't matter, understood that this was a human trait that some people have, sadly. And the sooner you recognize it, the better you can handle it. So the answer to your question is, you can be really, really smart, but if you have a good heart, it's possible you won't recognize the evil in others until it's too late. So here I am to tell you, don't feel guilty for calling these people out for what they are and to realizing it. We can be sad about it later. We'll have a drink about it later and cry in the beer. But understand this is who it is, and it doesn't make you a bad person to recognize that.
Yeah, absolutely right. Well, we've already got questions in the audience, so I want to go ahead and take a question before we get to the break. Go ahead, Shell.
We have Cat the Hammer, sir.
Hey, guys. This might be jumping ahead, and you can save this for later if you want, but I'm going to ask it kind of point blank. We've seen so many different things happen where we thought we were kind of on the hairy edge of possible violence in the streets. I kind of feel like this might be the one. Do you guys feel that this could result in maybe pockets of violence? I'm not advocating for it. I'm just asking a question. And if you want to save it for later, Colonel, I totally get it. I kind of jumped ahead, but I just wanted to get that in there.
Well, I'm glad you went there now, actually. No, that's exactly. I think we should get to that discussion now. Now, first of all, we're seeing it already. We've seen pockets of violence so many times, whether it's the latest looks like assassination attempt on President Trump that we found out about yesterday, even though they arrested the guy, I guess, on Sunday, whether it's individual incidents of these anti-Semitic violent incidents. I keep telling everybody, it's got nothing to do with the Jews. Stop talking about it as if this is targeted to Jewish behavior or Israel. It's just nonsense. It's, again, the means are the end. These are people who want to commit acts of violence. It's not because of politics or because they're trying to achieve a political goal. It's like they're getting off on the violence itself. That's what it is. So we're seeing it on a smaller scale. What we haven't seen yet, thank God, is some kind of organized militia-like large-scale force coming in to do like what they used to do, like when Cossacks used to ride into cities and trash the city or something like that. Could we get there? Antifa has been volunteering for that role for a long time. They would love to be the ones to do it. But we haven't had a full coordination of that yet, thank God. And that might also be because we've had some good law enforcement. I mean, even under the Biden administration, there were some people doing their jobs trying to stop this kind of stuff. Now we have a little bit more coordination now. But what I'm not seeing is a large militia-type group of people pre-planning something. But believe me, I got my eyes open for it, and I can't tell you exactly where I think it would happen first. But we shall see. We shall see.
Yeah. And I would also add that, look, what we've seen this already, the BLM Summer of Love is part of this Marxist movement by Black Lives Matter's founders' own admission. That's what they were trained as. And this is, it's an intentional ideological destruction of society. And their preferred method actually is violence. But it takes them a while in a country like this. I think it's taking a while to build up to that because of the way we're constructed. And they haven't been able to indoctrinate all the kids yet. So that would be,
Take a look at the water you just poured. It looks clean, it tastes fine, but what's really in it? Lead, fluoride, arsenic, chlorine, pesticides, PFAS forever chemicals, pharmaceutical residues, and bacteria. Every single day, these toxins flow straight from your tap into your glass, into your family. It's time for Sentry H2O from Worldview Water. Sentry H2O is the ultimate water treatment technology, designed to remove harmful toxins, balance your water's pH, and enrich it with essential minerals like calcium and magnesium, the way nature intended. From commercial-scale systems to whole house filtration to crisp, delicious drinking water right at your kitchen sink and shower, Sentry H2O delivers cleaner, healthier water everywhere you need it. No plumber, no tools, No plumbing knowledge required. Perfect for homes, apartments, rentals, RVs, refrigerators, and more. Because everyone deserves access to clean, healthy water. Visit worldviewwater.net. That's worldviewwater.net.
The Mamdani markets are official, and they're a bad deal. 70 million taxpayer dollars up front for 5 stores. And so what do you get for that? Well, 30% discounts on a small list of goods. Aldi already beats that. Walmart already beats that. And so the city is spending $70 million to lose to competitors that already exist for free. And keep in mind, this is before a single day of operating costs is accounted for. You still have staff, inventory, maintenance. None of that 30% discount pays for itself. And for what? A narrow selection of basic goods. You don't have a pharmacy, there's no deli counter, you don't have a bakery. And so what New Yorkers are really getting in reality are higher costs, with smaller discounts, with fewer options, without any services. It's a textbook example of a bloated, bureaucratic government requiring more to give you less. What actually makes this worse is that New York already has a program that does this the right way. It's called Fresh, and it offers zoning bonuses and tax breaks for private grocers to build in underserved communities. In fact, since 2009, 30 stores have opened through this program, using $177 million. And it didn't even come from the taxpayers. It came from private investment. It created 1,400 jobs, and 0 public dollars were spent on construction. And so why doesn't Mamdani just do that? Because Fresh doesn't get him what he actually wants. In his own words, he said he wants a store focused on keeping prices low, not making a profit. That only works if a government owns it. And that's why he keeps saying food desert, because that's the only way he can justify this. Because framing it that way makes it sound like there's no other option. Except for this simple fact. There's reportedly 45 grocery stores within a 35-minute walk of the site he picked. The desert isn't real. The math was never the point, and it's not really about the savings. It's about government control, government ownership of these facilities. It's really about socialism.
Welcome back to the Rob Maida Show. It's Whistleblower Wednesday, and my guest is Jake Novak, the host of the shows on WABC Talk Radio out of New York City. And Jake, yeah, I like that little clip there. I hadn't seen that before and didn't know about the Fresh program until very recently. But it reminds me of good government policies that I've supported in the past as a political candidate, as a citizen, and those kind of things. And it's really not that hard to do. That would be a policy the Democrats would once support when they were supposedly in support of the working people.
Yeah, you're not going to believe this when I tell you this, but the greatest moment, in my opinion, of Michelle Obama's public life, and you can look this up on your Google or whatever search engine you want to use, about 15 years ago, maybe a little bit less, maybe a little bit more, she wrote an editorial in the Wall Street Journal explaining that Walmart is basically the #1 grocer in this country for a lot of people in the country. And Walmart should be welcomed into these urban areas that truly are food deserts, because they will bring clean, reliable, lower cost groceries in places where they don't have them. No one remembers that. That's not what they put her in vogue for. Oh my God, if Anna Wintour found out she wrote about promoting Walmart, she would have pretended she doesn't know her. That is the solution. Yeah. New York City and cities like it ban Walmart in urban areas. This is a horrible, horrible policy which has left people really in trouble. And as that video happens to say, despite that, the areas where they're putting these markets are indeed actually not food deserts, especially some of them in places that you might not think. They've actually opened more than just little bodegas, but nice grocery stores. But I love that video too. But as you may have figured out from what I said in the first segment, until he comes to his conclusion saying, no, this is really about government control. You know what? That would be bad enough, but that's not what it's about. It's about the resentment, the anger. You know, let's talk about the original communists for a second, the Bolsheviks in the 1917 revolution and the whole thing there. Let's talk about that just for 1 second, because if all they really wanted was government control, then when they had the Tsar and his family imprisoned to show government control and government power, they would have dragged out that whole process and they would have put him on trial, maybe the Tsarina on trial, and they would have shown the world how horrible they were, made their case for how they're going to be better, and shown that government control by the proletariat works. But they didn't do that, did they? They killed the Tsar. They killed his wife. They killed his children. They killed his nieces and his nephews, because that was the point all along. Violence, basically sanctioned, allowed violence where you can go and kill, maim, and destroy. That is what communism not only taps into. It's not just their means to the end, it is the end. And until people understand that, they're wasting their time. So great video. And at the end of what that guy should say is that when all those other businesses go out of business and owners abandon their property and they end up setting them on fire like they did in the Bronx in the 70s, that's the New York that these communists want, not government control. They want chaos that's allowed by the government. There's a difference.
Yeah, my one argument with his video is he ended it with that it's socialism. It's really not. It's communism, folks. And like you keep saying, rightfully, communism is focused on violence. And the effects of that violence cleans out whole populations, generations of families, those kind of things. And not just royal families either, right, Jake? I mean, these systems have killed entire long lines of generational families just to eliminate them because they might have believed, for instance, in China, that China was great once under the original concept of the emperor and when it was originally created and everything. And they want to wipe all that out. But it's the violence itself that's what's important to them.
Yeah. I mean, just like, and the French Revolution in many ways was like that also, not officially called communism, but very much the MO of communism. And all the original leaders of the French Revolution died too. It was about a bloodletting, and it was about that kind of mass violence. You know, I just talked about the high point for Michelle Obama. The low point was for Thomas Jefferson, where he basically said, this kind of bloodletting's good. It's good for society every once in a while. He was dead wrong about that. That's not good for anything. It only shows you that resentful people can sometimes get what they want, and then it leads you to absolutely nothing. What does that blood get you? It doesn't get you anything in the end. It doesn't get you the things that made you angry, reverse the things that made you angry in the first place. Any movement that's based on that kind of resentment, that's based on that kind of needling of people who you see are successful. You know, Mayor Mamdani, right after he gets elected, makes this snarky video where he's staring into a camera and pointing at a penthouse and knocks on the camera lens like it's a door and saying, hello, we're going to bother you. That's, again, to him, that was, I'm sure he would very much got physically aroused by that video, because that's, by the way, that's what we see. That's what has a lot to do with rape and things like that. They're not sexually attracted to the rape victim. They are sexually aroused by the violence itself. And I get the feeling that's the kind of person we're dealing with here. He's certainly trying to tap into that. It's resentment. It's not jealousy. Jealousy can lead to good things, actually. I don't think it always does, but it can. Resentment only leads to destruction. And if you hear somebody stoking the flames of resentment, understand they're trying to stoke violence, not equality or justice.
Yeah, you know, one of the things that really concerns me about this particular brand of communism that we're seeing take a foothold here, and it's got a foothold, folks. You cannot deny it anymore. Look, 5 congressional candidates on the Democrat side that are DSA and Islamists all won their primaries against entrenched incumbents for Congress. So, and then you have the Senate candidate there in Michigan that won his primary. It is the concern I have with it is the combination of the two, because they're both violent ideologies. I understand that people want to call Islam a religion, but it's really a violent government governing ideology. You have to adhere to Sharia law. Even if you're not a fundamentalist, you're expected to adhere to Sharia law, no matter what sect you're in the Muslim so-called religion, that ideology. And when you combine that with pure communism, like this Mamdani guy, man, he frightens me, Jake, because he comes across so gentle and kind, like Barack Obama did. But he was raised by an Islamist. He's an Islamist himself, and he's a communist.
Yeah, he also represents, we've been talking about communism and Islamism. He also represents this unholy union that I was happy to see. We haven't had all the greatest developments in the world come out of the Middle East over the last 50 years. But one of the things we did see is the end of the communist influence in the Arab world. There was that whole point where they really pushed secular type of Islamism with communism. Now, it was replaced by religious Islamism in Iran and with the Muslim Brotherhood. But the secular Islamist kind of stuff that was combined with communism, basically because of a lot of Soviet influence, did die out. But here we have it here in this country again with people like Zohar Ramadani. I don't think he's a very devout Muslim, but he is very much into the ethnicity of his Islamic background. He likes to talk about that. And of course, he's into the communism. What he's into, of course, is, again, the resentment and the beatdown. One of the reasons why communism previously has never been successful in this country is, again, because resentment is such a vital ingredient of communism succeeding among people. And it was hard to stoke resentment in this country where, with all of our faults and all of the problems, it's the large population country in the world with the best wealth distribution and standard of living for a large population. So it's hard to really stoke resentment. But here are the two new factors, relatively new factors in our society that have given resentment a new foothold, because you're talking about footholds. One is we have this large percentage of relatively wealthy people who grew up in wealthy homes, like Bomdani and other people like that, who have graduated from school with basically degrees that don't matter. They can't really get a high-paying job, and the chances of them perpetuating their family's wealth on their own in the private sector is zero. And they really resent their classmates, people that they saw either who were always rich or became rich while they were in school doing well. So that's one group. And they've got a lot of money behind them still from their families, and they know how to speak. They know how to be articulate. They know how to look like they're friendly and kind, like Mamdani. The other factor is social media, which I think is still generally a positive force. I think, but it's close because it amplifies the angriest voices and makes problems seem much bigger than they really are. And that's a great fertile ground for resentment. If you have one person who's not doing well in society, who's willing to be really loud on social media, 10 times louder than people who outnumber him by a lot, then it helps the resentment framework. It really does. So those two factors are fueling this. Now, luckily, we're only seeing it in some pockets of the, notice it's only happening in these urban areas. Very rare. And I mean, it didn't work so well in Maine. They're trying it there. I don't think it's going to work there. But honestly, it's an overblown situation, but it's still scary to me because we used to be resentment proof in this country compared to other countries. And now that we have this influx of a new part of the population, I'm not even talking about illegal immigrants right now or even legal immigrants, just this new Gen Z, wealthier kids, upper middle class kids who have now reached their 30s, not feeling like they're relevant. That's a really, sadly, those are ingredients for spreading resentment across the country, and they have.
Oh, absolutely, and that's why one of the talking points in the policy they're using is the endless war policy approach that those on the right and the left in this country have teamed up together before and advocated for. I'm one of the military guys that said we need to end it, which is why I ran for office in the first place and supported Donald Trump. But young people are being convinced by, like this Syed guy that just won the Democrat nomination for Senate in Michigan. He is using the same talking points that J.D. Vance used, that I've used, and building that resentment because the president is trying to not get into an endless war, but use our military force to end a war, the one in Iran, that's directly aimed at us, and working with our allies like Israel and our Gulf state allies that have all been attacked. These guys are using it. That's why they go after the AIPAC talking point and Israel as the government talking point, and the Jews and those kind of things, because they're linking all that together into this attack on the endless war policy, which is not an invalid attack, but it's an invalid for them to be using it because they don't care about that. They're using that strictly as another point to divide the population.
Yeah. It's really been scary. It's been a sad commentary that for 60, 70 years, the failed societies of the Arab world, Egypt, Syria, Yemen, have been able to get away with not doing anything better for their people, not improving their economies by blaming it all on Israel. And that's bad enough. My goodness, we now have people like Syed saying things like that, basically saying, hey, if you aren't getting great health care, if you can't pay your bills, if you're not getting a good education, that's Israel's fault. And he's really saying, because we're spending so much money on them, which of course we're not. I mean, I can play the numbers game. But again, then I would be going against what I've been saying throughout this entire program, which is arguing the merits with these people is a waste of time. What I would say to somebody like that would immediately confront them saying, I'm not going to bother with your stupid argument. That's not really what you were talking about here. You're trying to stoke resentment, create violence on the streets to destroy our society, not to create an equality or get, quote unquote, that money back. That's not what you're trying to do. Don't worry. I see through that. I'm not going to let you have fun with that. So isn't it scary that some of the most pathetic third world MO that there is, blaming Israel or another country for the fact that you're failing your own people, is working, even if it's working with a small number of Americans? This is not something that would have flown a couple of years ago. And it's not because the economy's worse. It's not because our quality of life is worse. That's not true. It's because we have this group of people who are, no matter how good their situation might be or bad, they're intent on resentment and this kind of stuff. And they've got a voice.
Yeah, and that idea has been transplanted from places like Saudi Arabia and Pakistan and Iran, but mainly Saudi Arabia. And Egypt are the two big ones that I blamed for that idea, and it's been transplanted right into here, Jake. We got to take another break. When we come back, I want to get your take on the grocery store and let you describe exactly what's going to happen with these, so people that don't understand it will have a good understanding of what's going to happen with these government grocery stores. I'll be right back with Jake Novak.
At a certain age, you stop chasing younger. You start protecting what helps you feel steady, strong, and well. Your body's collagen matters. It supports the structure of your skin, joints, and connective tissue. But as the years go by, your body needs more support from the inside. That's where Bella Grace Elixir comes in. Bella Grace Elixir combines Verisol collagen, the world's most clinically proven collagen, with Asteryl astaxanthin and cat's claw in a proprietary blend designed to help support the processes that reconstruct collagen, while also offering antioxidant and anti-inflammatory effects. And this isn't just for women. It's for men and women who want to age with more confidence, more care, and a daily wellness routine that supports the body from within. One simple elixir, thoughtfully formulated for whole body wellness. Take care of the body that has carried you this far. Order Bella Grace Elixir today at melissahousebg.com.
So voters are getting what they asked for in New York City, where Socialist Mayor Zohran Mamdani is doxing the taxpayers who contribute the most to the Big Apple. So the database released by the city's Department of Finance allows users to search properties and view the names and addresses of owners whose residences could be subject to Mamdani's proposed tax on New York's most affluent property owners. The list includes major celebrities, top business leaders. This is dangerous in giving out this information. TW, what do you make of this?
Yeah, this is what socialists do as they slowly move into communism, Charlotte. This is what happens when the state starts seizing property, which is exactly what Zohran's agenda is. And again, if you look at Zohran Mamdani, why he's so threatening, not only is he articulate and he makes it all sound really cool, the problem is it's an unholy alliance between the jihadists and the communists. That is the base of Zohran's support, and it's spreading throughout New York. But the problem with that is capital is a coward. It will not flow to a hostile environment. What made New York great is what made America great. It's capitalism, it's the Constitution, and it's Christianity. We better get back to that, or we won't have a New York City, and we won't have a country.
Yeah, and if this tax on non-primary homes worth more than $1 million is what he wants to do, if I can afford a non-primary home worth more than $1 million, I can afford to move. All right.
Welcome back to the Rob Maness Show. It's Whistleblower Wednesday, and we are talking with Jake Novak, who hosts a radio show out of WABC in New York City and has a very, very good understanding of what's going on with this. Jake, I just wanted you to take us through what's going to happen with these grocery stores. What's the evolution that will happen, and what impact will it have on private grocery store owners and operators?
different stages that we're going to see with these grocery stores. So first of all, when the first one opens on day one, the Mamdani administration and team will make sure that the line, especially the beginning of the line, is packed with nice-looking, enthusiastic people who will be smiling at the camera and praising him. They'll make sure of that. But as the days go on, the majority of, first of all, they're going to have to show ID, which, of course, a number of people have pointed out the hypocrisy there and gotten chuckle about that, and that's fine.
Yeah.
But as the day goes on, most of the people in line will be wearing COVID masks. I promise you that, so that they cannot really be identified. That's an MO of street people in New York. They're going to buy as many of the cheapest products there as they can. Whatever they're going to have to start rationing it, but whatever the number is, the maximum they will buy. So those items will run out real fast. And of course, a lot of those people will keep one or two of those items to themselves and sell on the street for a higher price, or even a lower price. Whatever, they'll sell for a higher price on the street. That's what happened with food stamps in New York for years, until they put it on a debit card, when it was actually just like a paper money type thing. You would go on the street and you would sell these free food stamps that you got that were $10 and $5 each for a few pennies on the dollar and get some cash. My friend Charles Payne, who's a big host on Fox Business, you've seen him, he talks about that all the time. When he was a young person, he bought food stamps like that because it stretched his food dollar back in the 80s, early 80s. But that aside, that we're going to see that. By the time a few days pass, we're going to see a lot of the shelves empty in these stores. Then the city's going to have to increase the rationing even more. And they're going to put it down to only one item or so so that they can't buy it up and move it out. And meanwhile, the other local groceries that are all people have this image in their mind that every other place to get food in the neighborhood is going to be some bodega with rancid food that's really, really expensive, no real produce. No, there are real groceries. There are real nice open air fruit and vegetable markets all over the city like that. They're going to start seeing a lot of, they're going to see not just fewer customers because they're going to the free store, but people aren't going to want to be in that area. It's going to be not a great place to be. You're not going to want to hang out in that area and go to a restaurant there, certainly not live there. And it's going to really destroy the whole feel of those areas, which are very much up and coming. Some of these areas, I know it's hard for non-New Yorkers to understand this, but there are parts of the Bronx and in Harlem, especially, that are just much nicer than they were even 10 years ago, let alone 20 years ago. So that's what's going to happen. And you're going to see these stores basically almost with empty shelves pretty quickly. Not on day one. Day one's going to be this big PR day. They're going to stack the lines with people who really aren't, real. They're going to be pretending to be poor New Yorkers who are finally getting a break from their savior, Mayor Mamdani. But after that, you're going to see the real people who are going to take advantage of this, and it's not going to be pretty.
Yeah, and when people try to go to the grocery store after it's been cleaned out, you're going to see the same pictures that you used to see out of the Soviet Union, where you got long lines because the other grocery store owners will probably go out of business and leave, and the tax base will leave. So you'll have long lines and very little food to choose from, and that'll be the way it runs unless somebody steps in and changes it.
That will not bring embarrassment or sadness to Mayor Mamdani and his supporters. That will bring a big smile to their faces. They're looking for spreading the pain. Misery loves company. These people are miserable, not for any tangible reasons. They're miserable people, and they want to spread that pain and misery around. So they won't be embarrassed by this. They won't. You won't score any points on them when you point out that this is happening. It's very much what they're looking for. That's the goal.
And it's the seed. It's the widens the seed for the whole resentment thing, which ultimately leads to violence at some point or another. Well, we got some questions in the audience. I want to let them give them a chance to ask you some questions. Go ahead, Joe.
We have Matt, sir.
Hey, Shell, thanks for the mic. Jake, I've got to wonder, aren't we also going to see, amongst other things, after day one, aren't we also going to see people who get these government goods at these government grocery stores turn around and resell them? And aren't we also going to see a decline in new grocery stores not opening because of government-run grocery stores, especially if Mamdani decides for whatever reason to do more of them?
Yeah, I was giving too many facts at once, so you missed it when I said that. That's exactly right. They're going to buy as many, whatever the maximum is allowed, of the lowest cost items in those grocery stores, and then turn around and sell them for the regular market price. Yes, that is absolutely going to happen. I bunched that with too many other things. So yes, you're right. Of course, Well, this is what your second part of your question is something that I like to say all the time. This is one of my big pillars. I'm thinking about putting a chapter about this in a book, but I think maybe I should write an entire book about it. And here's my paradigm. We've been told since we were young, even by good people, that poverty is a big driver of crime. Poor people who just can't get ahead. You know, we're not excusing it, but that's a big driver of crime. Well, that's wrong. It's backwards. Crime causes poverty. It causes generational poverty. There are still neighborhoods in New York, including one where I spent my teenage years, that have still not recovered economically from the crime wave that hit New York in the late 50s and early 60s. That particular neighborhood I'm talking about is Far Rockaway, Queens. I moved to there in 1981. Amazing people, but I think I went to the downtown of Far Rockaway in the 7 years I lived there before college one time because it was devastated by that small period in history. But it's now been over 60 years and it's still suffering from this. The rise of looking at people waiting on basically bread lines, and God knows what else is going to happen, is going to discourage any business for generations not to go to that area. After so many years of waiting, they finally have these business people coming back. Some of them are national businesses like franchises, like Starbucks and stuff, but some of them are other mid-level merchants. They are not coming back after they see this. And it will take another generation, if not more, to bring them back, creating the poverty. So this crime against the natural law of things, capitalism, the right to for freedom and for businesses to move on, which I believe is a crime if you abrogate it, if you hold back on that, will create generational poverty in these areas that have finally just recovered from 2 generations of poverty. So you're absolutely right about both of those points.
Yeah, the crime and poverty issue, Jake, when these areas that really takes hold again in them, and I agree with you. I spent a week in New York City in 2006, and it was amazing because they were still living off of the Giuliani regime's successes, and every area was amazing that we went to. We couldn't find any really scary areas, but that when those two things take hold again in these areas, it's very, very difficult to get rid of them. And I think that's one of the things that we see with the black family in America, is because bad policy has led to crime, which leads to poverty, and it's a never-ending cycle. It's like a closed wheel that keeps generating its own issue over and over again.
Yeah, I keep saying this, yes, it's true that black men are 5 times more likely to be arrested for a crime. Okay. But black people are 11 to 12 times more likely to be a victim of a crime. What kind of sick maniac worries more about column A than column B? Well, not me. I'm more worried about column B. The fact that they are victimized by it. These people who think, the stoking of resentment, who think they're hurting the rich, who think they're going to stick it to Whitey. I got news for you. Whitey isn't going to be the one who gets stuck in the street. It's going to be other poor black minorities, especially black people, but other minorities. That's who's going to get it. And I don't even have to guess. That's what's been true for over a century in this country. Poor people are more likely to be attacked when crime is stoked. So if you let people out of the prisons, you're not scaring the people on Park Avenue. Believe me, they got good security. I can't remember the last time. I've never seen even a panhandler, let alone a mugger, walking by the fancy buildings on Park Avenue. Believe me, the doormen have a thing going. They know what they're doing. Little inside news.
Absolutely. So to get back to the opening clip of the segment, the list of property owners, I called it a Bolshevik type operation, because that's essentially what they did in the Russian Revolution. Was eventually they published all the landowners and corporate owners of all the profit-making industry and property there, and the masses went after them. This is really troubling that this happened in the United States of America.
And again, it's just for the resentment. It's not for any belief in any kind of equality. It's not like they're dreaming of this happy utopian society where everyone gets along. They're dreaming of the blood in the streets. They're dreaming of the people being confronted with it while they sit in an outdoor restaurant and being spat on by somebody on the street at an outdoor cafe. That's the dream. And until people get that, you get that. But, people like Bill Ackman and other good people in the city who, believe me, I really like what he's trying to do. but he needs to understand who he's dealing with. I mean, this is a basic Sun Tzu thing, right? They don't understand their enemy's goals or nature, and that is lethal. It's lethal. It's like coming into a football game thinking you're playing a baseball game. It's a different game. It's different. It's different. And and again, I would respect Mamdani. He doesn't have to use racial epithets. He doesn't have to use threatening language. He can just say what I've been saying, which is, Mayor Mamdani, we know what you're trying to do. You're trying to stoke resentment, create violence, and destroy this city. So I'm no longer going to argue economic principles with you. I'm only going to argue public safety. Ladies and gentlemen, I, Bill Ackman, say that this mayor is a threat to public safety. He's already succeeded in endangering the city. He must be removed now. And if the governor doesn't remove him, then she needs to be removed herself. This should be the only issue in the gubernatorial election in New York this year. And hopefully in the next guy, I didn't think this was going to happen, but now based on all that, based on that list you talked about, I feel like in the last couple of weeks, there's a better chance that Bruce Blakeman, who's running for governor in New York as a Republican, and some of the other folks in New York, other than my colleague at WABC, Sid Rosenberg, who's the host of the biggest morning show in the city, he's been saying this. I think more people are going to come out and say that, but I think they can say it in a way even more effectively than radio guys like us. And I'll be happy to write the script for you. But that's the script that needs to be brought to the American people.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think he's within 3 points of the latest polling, Blakeman is. And I didn't know that the New York governor could essentially fire the mayor of New York City. That's a fantastic law. That's right. If you get somebody with the guts to implement it. Well, let me take this last break. When we come back, we'll see a clip. And I want to talk about the cloaked communist policies that these people sell and convince average Americans that it's a good idea. We'll be right back with Jake Novak, and you'll see one on the way back in.
You woke up with a sore throat and a low-grade fever. You know you are getting sick, so here's your choices. You can get sicker and miss work. Try to see a doctor this week or sit hours in a crowded waiting room at urgent care.
I have a smarter option for you. Open your medical emergency kit. Match your symptoms to doctor-recommended prescription in your booklet and take the right meds now and get well faster.
This is not a first aid kit. It's like having an urgent care in your home. It includes doctor-prescribed medications to treat over 39 medical issues like respiratory infections, strep throat, pneumonia, UTIs, and more.
No waiting to see the doctor and no standing in line at the pharmacy. It's right here.
Every home should have at least one medical emergency kit, and here's how to order.
Go to worldviewhealthcare.com. Your kit to treat dozens of common and serious illnesses is rushed to your door. worldviewhealthcare.com. That's worldviewhealthcare.com.
The emergency kit available at worldviewhealthcare.com. Make sure you don't have to go to urgent care. I got pneumonia. I didn't have to go. I took this last year. Stayed at home, went to bed.
Right? Whenever we figure out a way to make sure you can't hide all of your wealth or all of your income from being fairly taxed, very wealthy people will figure out some other place to hide it.
Yeah.
And then we'll have to develop a new policy to deal with that. But I guess my point is that's okay. Too often we have just hesitated to do anything, refused to do anything because it might be hard or because it might not last.
Yeah.
But if the idea that somebody will figure out a way around this law meant that you shouldn't have the law, that would be an argument against having any law.
Mm-hmm.
So it's messy. It's hard. But I am sure that if we had a more reasonable rate of taxation on capital gains and on corporate income, and if we made it harder to pass along wealth without, especially inherited wealth, without paying any taxes on it, or some of these other maneuvers like this borrowing thing you're talking about, we would have a fairer country because we'd still have capitalism. There'd still be lots of motivation and lots of reason to innovate and build a business and create jobs and do all the things that very wealthy people have done. And also, we would be out of this doom loop we're in where they're saying, well, we can't possibly have as good healthcare as other countries. We couldn't possibly do something like, I don't know, fast trains here in the United States. We couldn't possibly have rural hospitals be properly funded or public education. Of course we can. This is the wealthiest economy in the world. It just doesn't add up that we can't have nice things. But if we aren't collecting a fair level of taxes, then of course we're going to come up short when we're trying to fund those things. And the biggest thing of all, that numerically that we're facing right now is this massive debt. Now,
Welcome back to Whistleblower Wednesday here on the Rob Maness Show. We're live on Worldview Tube and our X Spaces simulcast. My guest today is WABC radio host, the man, the myth, the legendary WABC radio host out of New York City, Jake Novak. Jake, that little session there is Pete Buttigieg, if you guys didn't know who that was, who is a high potential presidential candidate for the United States of America in 2028. I don't care what people say about him. He is high potential. And he's learned to talk about a communist policy in a way that's very much akin to the way Obama talked about Obamacare.
Yeah.
To sell it to the American people. But the bottom line is he wants to go after the ability to pass your generational wealth along to your family. And that's how Americans have become prosperous over generation.
Yeah. Once again, I want everyone to understand that debating economic policy, even with a Pete Buttigieg, is probably a waste of time because I don't believe he's looking for a real solution. He's trying to start playing the resentment game too. Oh, we're not getting nice things because we're not taxing the rich enough. That's a signal, a flare he's sending up, hoping to also stoke those flames of resentment. He's not looking for a better world. He's hoping to get angry voters to the polls. And then if a little violence comes from it and a little bit of even more resentment, because resentment breeds more resentment, then so be it. But just for the sake of argument, so that people can go back to your families and people who aren't running for office and don't mean us harm, you can have a little discussion. I'm going to keep it very simple for everyone. You learned this in 5th grade, I hope. If you didn't, learn it now. The price of an item is set by the law of supply and demand. So if something is too expensive, the answer about making it cheaper is not to have the government pay for it for you. The answer is to either reduce demand somehow, tell people that taking aspirin is bad for you or whatever, or you increase supply. You want to increase supply? Well, some people say, well, it'll cost tax dollars to increase supply. Well, it won't be efficient if you use tax dollars to increase supply. If you get out of the way of the barriers to entry, then it won't cost you tax dollars, and the private industry, people who want to make money on it, will increase supply. We have reduced supply of healthcare in this country, both through things like looking at insurance. We're giving people insurance so they can have this long line at your doctor's office instead of actually increasing the number of doctors. And hospitals have consolidated in this country at a rate like no other sector of the economy. More than the banks, more than telecoms, more than the streaming services, hospitals consolidate. So
because of government interference, because of government health care.
That's right. We've reduced supply in this country. And that's the reason why it's getting more expensive. Not because the rich are getting richer. There's new millionaires being coined in this country every single day. Something like 12,000 a day I saw in the Wall Street Journal a couple months ago. So that's not the problem. It's because the government is the problem and your solution is government. I mean, in the lead up to Obamacare, all we heard was how horrible the health insurance companies were. They were bashed for months. And then their solution was, wait for it, more insurance. I mean, it's just insane. It's insane. Yeah. And the reason why this insanity continues is because of what we've been talking about this entire program. It's not about the solution. It's about stoking resentment, especially in a midterm election when people are not paying as much attention as a presidential election year. It's harder to get them out to the polls. You are very, very much relying on angry, resentful people coming out to vote in the hopes of getting even with someone, maybe even punching someone in the nose. So that's why you're seeing this. Now, that's going to continue if this works in other places. And that's really what's going on. But again, just for your own economic discussions in your own family or maybe a larger circle, please feel free to discuss the economics of this. But that's a waste of time when you're facing the actual leaders of these movements because they are not interested in learning or being told what economic policy is. They're not interested in economics at all. They're interested in hate and resentment and eventually violence.
Because it allows them to spend more government money, gain more power, and keep the man down, keep the people down, really, is what the resentment and violence enables all that stuff to do. I mean, listening to Buttigieg's list, all the things he talked about are caused by government involvement in too much government involvement, and the American people voted for it because they got sold that bill of goods. Pay attention, folks. Well, let's take a question from the audience before we get to the end here. Go ahead, Joe.
We have truth wins, sir.
Hey, thanks. You guys are covering a lot of ground. I think the simplicity of the question would be, okay, so now what? What can we do to help, for one, raise awareness, and for two, do something legally about this? Obviously, there is the Communist Control Act of 1954 regarding communism, but the horrifying evil marriage between communism and Islamism is a scary combination. I personally, to sum up, to answer that question, like you referred to Sun Tzu, I try to understand the enemy. I've read through the Communist Manifesto, the one line out of the manifesto that sums it up to me and would really keep people from ever wanting communism is where it says there are, besides eternal truths, such as freedom, justice, etc., that are common to all states of society. But communism abolishes eternal truths. It abolishes all religion and all morality instead of constituting them on a new basis.
Yeah, thanks.
And therefore acts in contradiction to all past historical experience.
Yeah, thanks for your question.
The answer to your question is, what can we do? So I think that it's a two-pronged thing. It has to do with message, and it has to do with geography. So the message I've already articulated before the last break, which is very simply, go make it clear. We're not dealing with an economic philosophy here. We're dealing with people who mean us harm and destroy the city. Mayor Mamdani is a danger to public safety. Abdul El-Sayed is a danger to public safety. He wants violence. But then geography. This guy the Republican who's going to run against El-Sayed, better spend most of his time on the ground in black neighborhoods and basically say, this guy isn't looking to raise you up. Most of you didn't vote for him in the primary, by the way. Mm-hmm. He's looking to represent the rich, snobby white kids and some Islamists in Dearborn, not you. And believe me, whatever benefits you're hoping to get from the government or benefits you're hoping to, or more opportunities from private sector is not in his wheelhouse. He's not interested in that at all. He's interested in resentment and all those other things. And I know you haven't voted for a Republican before, but give it a chance, because this guy is just as much your enemy as he is the white Republicans who you think are the bad guys here. You might enjoy if you think they're going to get attacked, but they're not really going to feel it. So it's message and it's location. Bruce Blakeman in New York, who's doing, I think, actually a very good job. He's getting a lot of criticism from the backbencher people who think they know better all the time. But yeah, I think he should spend more time in Black and Latino neighborhoods across the city. I think the Black and Latino communities in New York, especially the Black community, is pretty much wise to Mamdani. And again, if he can get 5, 6, 7 more % of those voters for him, especially here in New York City, then he will win the election. So it's all about where you can get the best bang for your buck. And I don't think it's going to in just making videos. I think he needs to start to walk the streets, and I urge him to read the writings and the messages of the very great late Jack Kemp, who was really the last Republican to do that very effectively and consistently. And his message always was, don't fear the voters. If you fear the voters, then you shouldn't be running. You shouldn't be running.
Absolutely right, Jake. Absolutely right, man. It's the other thing I would add is you don't have to vote for the other side. The other side is claiming this. Look, just today, the Democrats boycotted a hearing on the on CARE, the Council on American and Islamic Relations, which is a designated terrorist group here in the States by the state of Texas, for instance. And we're looking at them very hard to be designated here by the federal government. And the federal government has designated CARE and the Muslim Brotherhood in other parts of the world as terrorist groups. You don't have to vote for them. You don't have to buy into these very slick messages that try to sow resentment in order to get you to vote for them. You just have to believe in America one more time and go take a look at the founding document. It's the 250th anniversary. Read it to yourself and your families as you have the discussions about to go vote, man. What's your take on this whole walkout on the Muslim Brotherhood committee meeting and CARE and all that before we get to the end of this thing?
Yeah, you know, this is they think that they're in Selma, Alabama, doing some kind of civil rights moment here, and they feel that it's racist to go after this organization. They're not going after the organization because they're a Muslim organization. They're going after this organization because they were found in a legal case in America that was upheld by all the courts, including by some Democrat-appointed judges, to have been fundamentally helping in the funding of Hamas and other terrorist groups overseas.
Yep.
Finished. End of story. That would be true if they were the most secular people in the world, if they were Jewish, Christian, and they happened to be Muslim. And we can have another discussion about the higher propensity of Muslim terrorism. But that's not the point here. The point here is that this organization, this particular organization, whether it was CARE or an elephant, is helping to support, has been convicted of helping to support terrorism in the past. And they should be treated as such. You mentioned Texas. I know Florida's done the same thing. And should be really mostly important to be mentioned that Muslim Arab countries like the United Arab Emirates and I think also Kuwait and maybe a few other countries have also designated CARE as a terrorist organization. So are you going to say they're anti-Arab, they're anti-Muslim? So save that virtue signaling and that that pantomime for someone else. Try that with someone else. We're smarter than that.
Well, thank you, Jake. I appreciate it. Great show, man. Follow him at JakeNY on X. And, of course, catch the show, WABC Radio out of New York City. It's fantastic. We appreciate you, man. All right, tomorrow's Truth Thursday. We're turning back to Weaponization Watch. Got a really tragic case where somebody was trying to do good, that's a medical doctor, and operate within the system well, and got turned on its head, and now he's, I believe, going to jail. We'll see you then on the Worldview Tube Network.
We talk about a lot of political things, but underneath all of that is the Bible. I am unapologetically 100% in favor of is the Bible. Jesus is the Word. There is no delineation. If the Bible says it, that's what Jesus is, and that's what Jesus believes. That's what this podcast is actually about, is to actually alert people to what is coming and what is our responsibility in the midst of it.
A wild story tonight where it appears nearly 20,000 people have vouched for the whereabouts of a man accused of destroying flock cameras in West Virginia. Thousands of people have publicly said they were with or saw 20-year-old Wesley Jackson during the time he was accused of the crime, with comments such as, "Couldn't be him. He was helping me replace the roof on a homeless shelter. And I saw him serving at a soup kitchen at the time of the incident." He has pleaded not guilty to the crimes against him.
We don't get fooled again. Don't get fooled again. No, no. Meet the new boss. Same as the old boss.
Happy Wednesday night. Welcome to the Tom Lipley podcast. I am again your host for tonight, Aaron, and I have my crew with me tonight. I've got Tommy and Joe over in my panel of experts over there. We changed the style a little bit tonight, because I gotta like express myself a little bit, gotta throw in a little artistic, stuff. So we got like the groovy background behind me instead of the bricks for the overlay double thing. We get some gray and black lines.
It's a whole new vibe.
Yeah, it's a little abstract. It looks a little fresh, gotta freshen it up a little bit.
Got some spunk.
A little spunk. And Tommy got me a full throttle, so I'm drinking I don't even know. It says 0% juice on it, so it's only chemicals.
I never noticed that.
Yeah, 0% juice.
At least they're honest.
It's all chemicals. But we have a fantastic show for you tonight. It is a big primary upset in Michigan. We've got new details on the Hormuz talks and fresh fighting in Lebanon. Missouri's tax vote, Alberta's separation push, the GLP-1 explosion, and AI going full rogue with deception and malware. I don't know, guys. What do you guys think? What's Joey? What's your topic that you want to get into tonight?
The AI one.
Yeah. What about you, Tommy?
Definitely the Michigan one I find very interesting.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Oh
I find
yeah.
that very
Okay.
intriguing.
All right. Well, we're starting with the Michigan one, so that was a perfect segue there. I almost said treadmill. That's a great. That's a great.
perfect
It's
escalator.
a perfect escalation. Cadillac Escalade. It's a perfect segue. So Michigan Senate primary, we got an upset. So it was Haley Stevens versus Abdul El Sayed, Dr. Abdul, excuse me, El Sayed, who is a Democratic socialist, and he actually won against Haley Stevens. So here's the deal. That was for the primary. The Democrat's probably going to win. So that guy's basically just won. Because I don't know who the Republican that Abdul Sayed is going against, but
it's not looking great.
No, I can almost guarantee you that he's going to win. So progressive Dr. Abdul El Sayed defeated establishment-backed Rep. Haley Stevens in the Democratic primary for U.S. Senate in Michigan. Slim plurality win. Slim, but he still won. So that's what's crazy here. More than half of Democratic primary voters cast ballots for other candidates. Democratic establishment heavily backed Stevens. Most expensive Democrats Senate primary in U.S. history. That's crazy.
Wow.
They spent $98 million.
Whoa.
Yeah, AIPAC spent $30 million just on the girl to beat Dr. El Sayed.
Yeah, to defeat El
to defeat
Sayed.
him.
Yeah.
So why don't they like him?
Because he is an anti-Israel DSA backed by Hassan Piker, basically like Mom Donnie, like number two. Like,
Which
this
is
like
crazy.
the new Democratic Party.
Which, by the way, is crazy
so
because Mamdani actually got voted in by a lot of Jews. So it's crazy. It's weird. It's like this weird dynamic where like you have these anti-Israel Muslims being voted in by Jewish people.
Yep.
It's crazy.
Well,
but AIPAC though was spending, how much was it? 20 million?
30
million?
million.
30 million for him to be defeated.
That's just AIPAC, by the way. That's not
Correct.
including the other donations.
Correct.
That they made.
Yeah,
well,
that's
and it's
insane.
crazy too because like what's happening in Fishback is like literally what happened with El Sayed, but
Yeah.
just the opposite. It's a bunch of insane blue-haired Democrat college chicks that are like backing the crap door knocking for him. Like it's crazy.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Stevens had roughly a 9-to-1 spending advantage, heavily fueled by outside groups, including AIPAC, Super PAC. So she actually had a 9-to-1 spending advantage, and he still won. That is crazy.
Listen, at this point, anything that's not establishment, I consider a win. So congratulations, Al Sayed.
Well, here's what I'm saying is like for me, I'm like, dude, this is what Michigan wants, so I don't care.
Yeah.
Like Michigan is literally like
I'm
the
happy
Middle
for
East
them.
now. They literally have the call to prayer in Dearborn, Michigan, and all
Salam
that.
alaikum.
Yeah, salam alaikum. Democrats enjoy
Well, it's
that.
funny too because he like literally said like inshallah we took the $70 million on the chin or
Yeah.
whatever. Like he's like he is a literal like extremist.
full blown
to, like,
Muslim. Yeah.
That's funny.
Yeah. Well, inshallah, they'll be burning soon. So, El Sayed platform. This is what he ran on: universal health care, tax billionaires, ban corporate money, strong opposition to Israel, called the Israeli government evil and Gaza actions a genocide, which I don't disagree with there. Support for abolishing ICE and campaigned with Hassan Piker, as Tommy said. Now faces Republican Mike Rogers in November. Michigan is the Democratic-held Senate seat most at risk of flipping. It's true, because Michigan and Wisconsin and like the whole Rust Belt, it can flip. Like it can go Republican, like we saw in 2016 with Trump. Trump had like Pennsylvania, Michigan, all these places that a lot of times will vote Democrat. So you never know. They could go with the Republican just because he's a Muslim.
Well, and he's a DSA socialist. I mean,
but
he's worse than even Bernie. Like
Oh, for
technically,
sure.
like he
For
is
sure.
like Bernie, like on steroids. So
These people, they always get more extreme. It's like I've seen this in churches where you'll have a pastor preach something that maybe is controversial, maybe isn't even biblical, but it's like not necessarily meant to be, and then the congregation will take that and like run with it and expand it, and then they're like doing insane stuff.
Yep.
They're like grave soaking, okay? And it's like the person who was talking about it in the beginning didn't even mean that and is like against that. It's the same thing with politics, because you'll have Bernie Sanders, or like the opposite of him would be a Ron Paul.
100%.
And they, kind of empower people to think outside the box, to like destroy like norms and stuff in politics. And they just go like ham the opposite. I mean, full-fledged, like you said. Like, he's way more extreme than Bernie Sanders.
I feel like we're like in a unique period in history where usually the pendulum swings to a more chill time, because people would consider Trump very radical. But I feel like we're in a unique period in history where it's actually done the opposite, which I don't know if that's ever happened, where we have somebody who's called a radical, and the right is actually going more radical, and the left is going even more radical.
Yeah.
Like, they're not even American anymore, they're communists.
100%.
And then the right, some would say, are fascist. I don't agree with that.
No.
But the far right would be considered like even more right than they were before.
100%.
Which I don't think has ever happened, because usually the party swings the other direction, which would be more relaxed and middle.
I think, I mean, I could be wrong, but I think just off of my understanding of like history is a lot of times actually it does ramp up at first until it gets so bad that all of those people who were extreme, because usually what ends up happening is you have like civil wars and crap. But it gets so, you know what I mean? Because it's like you think about that with our Civil War. Okay, it was not just about slavery. Obviously, it was also about states being able to choose for themselves what they want. And if a state wanted slavery, that was one of the main things. If a state wanted slavery, they said that it's up to the state, similarly to how we got rid of Roe v. Wade, is putting it down to the state level. Technically, that is true. Now, when it comes to slavery and stuff like that, or murder and stuff, okay, you can't. There has to be a baseline that the Constitution protects and covers. So with that war, though, it was basically them arguing and saying, like, no, the state has the right to do whatever they want. The federal government is only in charge of protecting the states, protecting the citizens, going to war if we need to go to war or whatever. But I don't even know where I was going with that. What were we talking about?
We're talking about how it's like
the pendulum. Yeah, that's right. And I was gonna say, but it got to a point to where it got so extreme. You had the states' rights people, plus pro-slavery people, and the anti-slavery people, and maybe even some of them were pro-states' rights. But because the slavery thing became more of a hot button topic, it kind of like separated and it started to get so extreme that we went to war with ourselves.
Yes.
Well, so for me, I'm like, maybe it does get so extreme that we either do have another civil war, or we get to a point to where like all of that is like banned in politics, to where it's like what we were talking about last night, where politics gets boring again.
Yep.
So I don't know.
100%.
But yeah, pretty crazy story though. And again, like, I mean, his opposition to Israel in terms of like calling what was done in Gaza a genocide. I agree. Sorry. Like,
well, yeah,
I'm not a DSA member, but I agree.
Well, it's just funny too, because like, yeah, like I actually do agree with some of his stuff, but then he'll say like, he won't disavow like 9/11.
Yeah, correct. Oh no, he was like happy about it.
That's where like and then he's like in line like doing like Hassan Piker streams or something.
Correct.
It's like I can't.
Well, and
these people are insane. We cannot align with them.
Exactly. And this is what Tommy and I were talking about before the show today. Is like, this is where you go and you do put a line in the sand. This is where you actually have to say like, I am not. Just because I'm anti-Israel in a lot of stuff that they do does not make me pro-Islam, does not make me pro-Muslim, does not make me if I'm attacking Republicans even, does not make me pro-Democrat. I saw a comment on one of our episodes that somebody said, you guys sound like you would vote for Democrats, the party against God. Why would I ever vote for a Democrat? Listen, I'm sorry. If you're watching the show tonight and that was you who commented, I doubt it, because I doubt you'd tune in for another episode. But like, are you stupid? Do you really think that life is that black and white, that it's like, oh yeah, there are only two parties and only two ways of thinking, and if you don't like the Republican, you vote for Democrat. Why can't I just hate both of them?
Well, yeah, and he sounds like a cult member too.
That's
'cause
what I'm
it's
saying,
literally
dude.
like the party against God. Who put that label on there? Did Jesus write that down in the Bible?
Right.
Like, did Paul write
and like
that down?
as if the GOP is like the God party.
Yeah. The party for
Yeah, the
God is
party-
actually the Republicans who are doing everything that the Democrats are doing just secretly.
I'm glad he boiled it down to that, though. You know,
Oh
that's
my
good for him.
gosh.
I'm glad the party of Grindr, which would be the Republican Party, is the party of God.
Yeah, which, by the way,
apparently.
if you don't know, that's a gay dating app, so people can find each other in bathrooms and do stuff together.
And I'm a registered Republican, so like, shut up.
Yeah,
I thought you were about to say you were registered on Grindr. I don't know
And
why
that
I
too,
thought you were
and
about
that
to say
too, and that too.
And I would know.
And I would know because
We've
I'm
already
on Grindr.
we've already swiped right with each other by accident. It was by accident.
Man, my cover was blown.
Dang it.
I was just trying to find like-minded
Yeah.
conservatives. That's what I was doing on the app.
And I just saw your motorcycle, and I swiped right.
That's funny.
That's so funny. Yeah, so again, I just like, don't be retarded. Like, there's more than one way of thinking. You can literally hold people that are in your own party accountable while not voting for like a democratic socialist. Like, what are you talking about? I can criticize Israel, but I'm not gonna like be friends with or vote for people like Al Said or what's his name in New York, like
Zohran Mamdani.
Yeah, Mamdani. I'm like, that's so stupid. You're just dumb. You're a dumb person. Sorry, you're just retarded. I mean, if that's how you want to live your life, good luck.
I actually feel bad for them because it's not just
Have
like,
some depth.
It's I actually feel bad for them. Like we're trying to help them. They're just lost like sheep.
Yeah, I guess.
They need some sort of like shepherding.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I feel like those people are just as like beyond saving as some of the like leftist lunatics, to be honest.
100%. Yeah, it's just worse because they're in your party, so they're the ones that are like promoting the cult.
Well, yeah, and they like earnestly believe that like Trump is the second coming. So they like it's like a religious thing to them. So you're not going to convince them. It's just
No,
there's going to be military tribunals.
Yeah, that's not.
Which
good.
again, it's crazy. It's like, where was that written in the Bible? Like these people like take like one, I don't know, like what was that? Who was that one guy that's, he said it like in the future Trump will get elected, so everybody was like jumping on the
Kim
bandwagon.
Clement.
Yeah, and then people
Yeah.
took that like as if it was like actually written in the Bible, as if like human beings aren't fallible.
Well,
like
another
I'm not saying he
thing
was
about
even
that-
necessarily wrong.
No,
but, like,
I
people,
think he was legit, but that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
though. That's the example of like a pastor saying something, or he's not a pastor, he was a prophet.
Yeah.
But like people like that will say something and it will be accurate, and then people will like go extreme that are like followers. So for example, people were thinking, oh well, Kim Clement said that Trump would get 2 terms.
Yeah.
So he has to win in 2020. Well, he didn't. Okay. The thing is, though, is that if you listen to what he said, he didn't say they were going to be like consecutive terms.
Yeah.
He ended up winning in 2024. So was he correct? Yeah, he was. But again, that's people adding extra
Well, and
to
people just assumed that was a good prophecy.
Correct.
What if he was just
Yeah.
prophesying
Correct.
about the end of the world?
it. Correct. 100%.
People are like, no, it's God. God said he's going to be the president for 2 terms. It's like,
100%.
Yeah, but also look at the book of Revelation. It's like there's a lot of things said in there that are
That are
not
gonna
great.
happen.
Yeah, and the Antichrist is like, there's some good years of the Antichrist. You
Yeah,
know what I
3.5.
mean?
Yeah. Yeah, you get 3.5 good
Where
ones.
people are like, this is amazing. Like it's like the golden age. We're going
Yeah.
to Mars.
Wow, the golden age.
Well, and again, he's gonna like do lying signs and wonders. You're gonna think that he's Jesus, and for 3.5 years you're gonna have the golden age. It's
Yeah.
gonna be like the golden calf age because you're
Yeah.
gonna be worshiping an idol. But yeah, no, it's just crazy. It's crazy.
Prophecy is dangerous. You have to like take it.
No, it's scary,
and,
dude.
And with a grain of salt. And
It's biblical.
And test the spirits too.
100%.
Test the
Well,
spirits,
yeah.
baby.
Well, and
Like,
100% too. And like it's like the Bible. It's a 2-edged sword. It cuts both ways,
yes.
good and bad. So again, like Joe is just saying, like just because it was prophesied doesn't mean that that's a good thing. Yeah, everybody's like, yes, Trump wins, yes, and it's like, well, yeah, we're also like funding Israel and everything they do, and they're like slaughtering people and committing genocide because Trump is the
And
president.
like rebuilding the temple.
And rebuilding the temple that was created,
Like
that's going to be created for the
breaking
Antichrist.
the seals
Yes.
as we speak.
That's funny. That's
Yeah.
a joke.
Yeah, that's a
kind of.
That's a Bible. That's a Bible joke. If you don't know your Bible, then you wouldn't get that. But all right, well, that's it for the Michigan thing. That is very interesting though, especially because of the fact that they spent so much money. So that list that we actually showed you last night of all the people that they failed at backing or failed at, like beating and stuff like that. He's added to the list now.
Yeah.
Yeah,
He's
so-
like the biggest one. Probably.
Yeah.
He was
He's the
second.
new
There's
king.
somebody else I think that was
more than 30 million?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Oh, while
That's
you're doing
crazy.
that,
All right. Well, while you look that up, okay. So we got new info. We got new info, guys, on Iran. It's
Really?
breaking right now. Here's my this is my like clickbait right here. Breaking news right now. We've got a new deal.
No way.
It's a new deal.
this is awesome. Finally, peace.
Yep. Peace in the Middle East.
Are we getting the uranium back?
Well, listen. I'm going to tell you what our deal is.
Okay.
So the deal isn't finalized, of course, but we have a new deal. It's not done yet. It's not, because I know all the other deals they were done, right?
Yeah.
But
yeah.
Okay. Get on
okay.
to it.
Negotiators are closing in on a deal to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. Oman and Qatar are pushing to include incentives, including sanctions waivers that would allow Iranian oil sales. This could help seal an agreement, but may delay the announcement. Trump's June Memorandum of Understanding, that was our last deal, was supposed to open Hormuz and lead to deeper talks. It collapsed after Iranian attacks on ships, which, by the way, that is actually a little bit biased because it was a multi-fail because Iranian attacks happened the same time that Israel was literally attacking Lebanon.
They don't
which was
mention that
part of the
part.
deal. Yeah, they never mentioned that part,
That's
of course.
weird.
Yeah, it's always very weird.
They must have left it out accidentally.
Of course, it was accidental. yeah. Hormuz deal would likely create another pause. See, this is my point. Here's your fresh new deal. A Hormuz deal would likely create another pause, but a final comprehensive pact is still a long road. Both sides have incentives to buy time around November elections. All the while, earlier today, 2 Israeli soldiers killed and several wounded by an IED in a booby-trapped building in Majdal Salam in southern Lebanon. Now, I just want to point something out. Israel responded with precise strikes across southern Lebanon because of a IED, an improvised explosive device. Tommy, correct me if I'm wrong, but did I just say that IED was in southern Lebanon?
I believe you did.
Yeah, okay. So you're going to strike a country. Get this. You're going to precision strike a country, Lebanon, because 2 of your soldiers died because of an IED explosion in your own country, Lebanon.
And that's the world we live in.
Yes. So with that, by the way, Iran does not want to do any type of deal that includes Israel if they continue to escalate with Lebanon. So as we're literally talking about like, oh yeah, we got a new deal going. Maybe we'll get another memorandum of understanding. Maybe this time it'll stick. Israel literally bombs Lebanon because 2 of their soldiers died because they're invading Lebanon and the people are responding with IEDs.
They cry out as they strike you.
Dude, so insane. So insane. Okay, I don't know about you guys. Well, I do know, actually. I was going to say, if another country was invading us, I'd set as many booby traps and bombs everywhere as I possibly freaking could.
It'd be like Home Alone in here.
Oh, dude, yeah. Every single person's getting, like, decapitated.
Well, I like it, too, because we have movies like Red Dawn where everybody's like, yeah, America, woo, defend the country. And then
Another country tries to do that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Israel strikes another country, so that country does the appropriate response of defending itself. And then we go, why would they do that?
Yeah,
it's like,
why?
oh
That's
my.
an act of war.
Yes, well, exactly. It's an act of war that they're trying to defend themselves against an act of war.
How
And we're
dare
like,
you not let us invade your
oh
country?
my gosh, you see how terrible Lebanon is? They killed 2 Israeli soldiers. The soldiers that are invading their country?
Yeah, it's
what are
funny
you
how
talking
that
about,
even
dude?
made headlines. Like, dude.
Yeah, insane.
Like, we put out our own propaganda to defend our country, but when another country defends their country,
Well, that's a
how
problem.
dare you?
That's problematic. Yeah, exactly. Well,
Savages.
evacuation warnings issued for the town of Mansouri, first in weeks because of the Israeli strikes. Lebanese health ministry said Israeli strike on Tibnin, I don't know, killed 1 and injured up to 12. That's so far. So again, two soldiers died from an IED in a country they're invading. So they injured 12 and killed 1, and they're just, it doesn't say that they're military. So they're just civilians.
Yeah. Well, and the thing is, too, this is just another angle. People should feel bad. I mean, some of these Israeli soldiers, they don't get the, well, none of them get the choice. They get drafted in.
Correct.
They have to. These Israeli soldiers who probably don't want to be in the military are getting killed. Like, they're being
100%. That's both
these two
sides.
soldiers probably don't want to be there.
100%.
They get pushed into Lebanon and they're murdered. So, like, I'm not for Israel soldiers to be killed, IDF. Like, it's absolutely ridiculous that these people get drafted into a war that they have no choice in being in and then get murdered by Hezbollah.
Yeah.
Or ISIS or whatever.
No, that's a great point, because the thing is that when we do rail against these other countries that are actually doing like bad things, I mean, we can say, I mean, here's the thing. You can never say, oh, I was just following orders. But at the same time, like, you're forced to.
Yeah.
Israel, actually, it's a forced conscription, so it's anybody that is 18 years old has to serve in the IDF.
Male or female, too.
Correct. Every single Israeli citizen, the second they turn 18, they are in the IDF. So, I mean, you got to think, too, with the propaganda stuff, dude, the brainwashing starts young. Because, I mean, they're all veterans.
Yeah.
They're all military. So, yeah, no, it is bad, though, because, again, the killing on both sides is problematic. And I don't like it. I hate it. I understand if some freaking crazy backwoods, whatever, decides to attack your country and stuff like that, and you're like, okay, bomb them into oblivion.
Yeah.
Minus civilians, obviously, that's war crimes. But, like, go for it, baby. But when it's this kind of crap, and you're just going in and trying to, like, I don't even know. Just
take their land.
Take someone else's land so that you can build greater Israel. I'm out. I'm out.
I'm just, when I read that story, I go, okay, well, now there's like 4 parents that, lost
Correct.
their kids.
Correct.
It's just all over
100%.
right there. There's lives ruined.
Yeah, 100%. This is happening while Lebanon-Israel talks are ongoing, by the way, in Rome. So they're like trying to have a peace talk, and Israel bombs the crap out of Lebanon.
I don't think that wasn't on purpose. Well,
yeah, exactly. Aimed at implementing a ceasefire and phased Israeli withdrawal. Lebanese figures claim over 4,300 killed since March.
Wow.
Yep.
4,300 Lebanese killed since March.
Yep.
For what? Greater Israel? Crazy. Yeah, the broader Middle East remains extremely fragile. Progress on Hormuz sits alongside continued low-level and occasionally deadly fighting on the Lebanese front. Sanctions relief for Iranian oil is being discussed at the same time violence continues with Hezbollah. I don't know. What do you guys think? You think a deal is in our future?
In November.
Yeah, for an election. Yeah.
Just in the nick of time.
I mean, they said it themselves. We predicted it was last week.
Yeah.
It's going to be in November. They'll work something out. It just won't be
100%.
it will be this year. 100%.
All while people are dying just so that they can try to push it off so that they can get votes.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah. I mean,
Crazy.
This is the way to get the deals that you want, especially economically.
Yeah.
They'll sacrifice hundreds of thousands of people if it makes
Yeah, it's called killing the pawns. You and I are the pawns. They don't care to kill it. They don't care if they kill us. No care in the world. They're going to get what they want.
Yeah, to them it's like a video game. Like whenever you play like Warhammer or Age of Empires and you have your like little armies and you send them out. It's the same thing.
Correct, because you see them because that's like a top-down game, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So I had a game that I used to play when I was a kid. It was called like World in Conflict, I think.
Yeah.
Great game, so awesome. And same thing, like what is that? Like what is it called? Because it's not a first-person shooter.
Strategy
it's like,
game.
Yeah, strategy,
yeah,
third
strategy,
person
yeah.
kind of. Yeah. And yeah, you like send your men in there, and you just see like half of them get wiped out. It doesn't harm you. You're just watching as half the guys get like wiped out, and you're like, I should probably send tanks in for like reinforcement and support. So then you send the tanks in, and half the tank drivers like get slaughtered because they bombed. Airplanes are like dumping bombs on them, and you're like, nothing happens to you though.
Yeah, it's fun.
Yeah, that's our government.
Yeah,
that's our government. They don't care. That's Israel. That's all these people. Crazy. All right, this is actually a really interesting topic to me. It's this. I don't know if there's anybody watching in the chat that lives in Missouri. You guys just had a vote, and it didn't go the way that I would have expected it to. Basically, what it was is you were voting to get rid of state income tax. Well, it was defeated. You still have state income tax. Missouri voters rejected a ballot measure that would have phased out the state's graduated income tax. The top rate for that income tax is 4.7%. So those who make the most money would pay 4.7% state income on top of your federal income, which that sounds like a lot. I don't know, 4.7% extra on top of federal?
Does it?
I
What's
don't know.
Federal?
Well, it depends on what you make.
Because I know when you're making like six figures, you're paying like 40% of your.
Yeah, it's a lot.
Like of your.
Yeah, but then add
gross
another
pay.
4.5% to that for the state.
Yeah,
That's my point. Is it sounds like a lot.
It's
Maybe
another sad note in a symphony of sadness.
Oh, Skunk 71 is in there. Voted no. Okay, voted no. You didn't want to get rid of because the way these are worded, guys, is weird. Like,
yeah, we need help.
Yeah, let me know since you live there. You voted no to keep state income tax or get rid of it. Just say that. Keep or get rid of it.
Oh, this is so useful, actually, having people in other...
Does she worked the election, too? That's cool. Well, let me know. Did you vote to keep it or get rid of it? Because here's...
Are you for or against income tax?
Yeah, exactly.
We need to know.
I do need to know. This is great for the show, actually.
Tommy, get ready to ban her.
Oh, my gosh.
She's like rapidly typing probably right now.
Well, I know, especially because it's such a delay.
Yeah.
Keep.
Oh,
Yeah,
keep.
keep.
Okay, so this
Voted
is...
no to keep it.
No, voted to keep it.
Yeah, she probably thought that the percentage was too high.
No, that's what I was
Yeah,
going to
yeah,
say.
she
So
probably-
this is
Joe's
what's
breaking.
So this is what's interesting to me. No, this is what's interesting. So because of the fact that the income tax, the top rate is 4.7, even though that sounds like high to me, listen to the proposed sales tax that would have to replace it. So to replace the lost revenue, the measure would have allowed lawmakers to raise and expand sales taxes, including onto services like television streaming and auto repairs. Missouri budget project estimated sales tax collections would need to jump from $3.3 billion to $11.8 billion annually. That could mean roughly tripling the general sales tax from 3% to 10.7%.
That's not worth it.
See, that's what I'm saying.
Doesn't
So
Florida not have state income tax?
Florida does not have state income.
So our sales tax isn't 500%. So what's Missouri doing wrong? Are they like blowing all their money on?
Okay,
like,
so ours is 7%. So for every dollar, it's 7 cents.
Yeah.
For sales tax, right? That's 7%. But theirs
Yes.
could go to 10.7%.
big deal. Pay an extra 3% on.
Well, I know it would be a
purchases?
dime per dollar. So a dollar item is $1.10.
Yeah,
Well, and here's the thing. This is why I'm saying it's very interesting because
Interesting.
see, and so Skunk is saying you would be taxed for anything without a vote. See, I get that, but in Florida, for example, we don't have a state income tax, and we do have a 7% sales tax, and I think the state sales tax is actually 6%, and then Sarasota County adds 1% to help fund the county, and so then it ends up being 7%, because I think in Charlotte County it's actually 6%.
She was saying they had no plan too with like the bill. Like there was like no. So maybe
Yeah,
maybe
so-
it was just like
And Skunk said, I was also a Florida resident, but Missouri isn't Florida. Well, and see, that's my point. So it differs. This is why every state is like its own little country. And the governor of your state is essentially like the president of the United States, but it's the president of your state. You have your own state legislator. You have your own state senators and state House representatives and stuff. Okay, so this is why it's interesting. Because in Missouri, that might actually be better that it failed. But
Yeah.
in Florida, I would be pissed.
yeah.
Because in Florida, again, like if you don't want to pay more taxes, don't buy anything that would require you to pay sales tax on it.
Yep.
Well, I guess, yeah, in Missouri, a lot of people, probably like half the people there, wouldn't make enough that they would even really get income taxed. Like their tax return would basically make up for, like, if they're working at KFC. So then for them, they would actually just be paying more.
Correct. And see, and that's the thing is the top rate. So for the richest person is 4.7%. So that's not talking about everybody paying that for state income tax. So the top rate is 4.7, and it's graduated. So again, it's got chunks. It's got brackets and stuff. So yeah, no, it actually sounds better. See, when I was first going into that, this is why it was interesting to me, because when I was first going into them, I'm like, really? You didn't vote to have no income tax? Like, I'd way rather not have income tax and just pay a little bit more in sales tax. But now that I'm kind of like reading more and seeing this, it's actually interesting. It almost makes more sense.
Well, it would benefit people who make more money.
Correct.
For there to be no income tax.
Yeah, so the Missourians saw through it.
But in Missouri.
Yeah, they saw through it. They saw the poor people saw through it. Good for them. Good for them.
This is so...
I'm down.
Yeah. Republican Governor Mike Kehoe backed the measure, saying it would make the state more competitive. Democrats celebrated the results as voters reject. See, so here, I'm going to go black and white mode like that person who said that we were like Democrats. Skunk 71, I guess you're a Democrat then.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah, crazy. Like, no, you can actually, again.
As a peasant myself, I support this. I would have voted the same way Skunk did.
Wow.
As a fellow peasant.
I make enough that I would have voted against you.
Oh, well, that's fine.
Yeah.
Sorry, buddy. Did you actually, like, look, what do you got?
What do you mean?
No, Joe's saying that he would
have.
Joe said that he would have voted for the property taxes because he's.
Oh, you would have rather had sales tax than property tax? Or it's not property, it's income tax.
Yeah, he would have rather.
Yeah, I would have gotten rid of income tax. That's what I would have voted for.
Interesting.
Rich landlord.
Yeah.
Joe over here is like a Canadian slumlord in Florida.
And that's the reason why your citizenship is in Canada, not here, buddy.
Yeah, I can't vote. So.
Speaking of Canada, what a great segue. Wow. Man, we're just killing it tonight. This is a great show. I don't even care that we have less people on than we have in every other show.
There's actually stuff to talk about. There
is actually interesting stuff to talk about.
They missed out. Screw them.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Tell your people that you know that aren't watching tonight that they missed out. Check this out. Okay, Alberta, Canada. Joe knows about Alberta. Alberta is it's a province. For those who don't know, Canada works like this. You have provinces. Those provinces are essentially like states. So Alberta is a province, and they are trying to do a referendum vote to leave the country of Canada. How freaking sick would this be?
Yeah, that'd be cool because they have a lot of oil.
Correct. It's the reason why they would be the ones that could actually succeed in doing this.
Yeah, they'd be a rich little country.
It's the same thing as, for example, Texas. If you guys don't know, because I like getting into the like nerdy nitty gritty sometimes. Texas is the only state in the union that a part of their state constitution has a clause that says that they can secede at any time if they want to. So when there was a push. This was back, like, I think, Tea Party days. I mean, we're talking like 2008, 2009. Texas was talking about seceding from the Union, and people were actually scared because they could. They literally could. Okay, well, technically, Alberta can. Check this out. So Alberta Premier, that's like their governor, again, just in case people don't know, Alberta Premier Danielle Smith and separation referendum push. She is clearing the path for a potential citizen-triggered referendum on whether Alberta should leave Canada. She lowered the number of signatures needed for a petition to force a referendum. After a judge ruled a pro-separatist petition violated the law, she amended the law. When another court setback hit in May, she appealed the ruling and still moved the process forward. Analysts note she has not appeared to do anything to get in the way of the referendum. This is crazy, guys. This is pretty cool. Like,
are they on the coast? Is Alberta?
No, they're landlocked. They're like right in the middle.
Oh, they're screwed then. Like, I don't know how they get because they need
America.
water.
They're on the border.
Yeah, I don't
They
know.
they can purchase all their supplies from America, and I can guarantee you, if they separate from Canada, we're going to be their number one trading partner. 100%. And we will buy their oil.
It does hurt though, because pretty much every single like successful first world country has some sort of sea connection, like ocean connection.
They can rent it from us,
or they can just get annexed.
Yeah, they can be annexed. They can just join.
Well,
join
see,
the union.
So here's the thing. I think that would probably be what ends up happening. But the first step, though, is you have to secede. You have to separate. You kind of become your own country, and then you literally just like get the process all figured out, whatever, and then you just get absorbed and you merge with the United States.
That would be the coolest thing.
Okay, so here's my question. Okay. All right, here's my question. Joe, you are not a citizen of Alberta. You are a citizen of Ontario, correct?
I'm a citizen of heaven, but of Canada.
Yeah, heaven is your
I'm
home.
a citizen of Canada.
Yes.
I lived in Ontario many years ago.
Okay.
I will buy land in Alberta if that's what it takes.
That's okay.
I'll buy
so
land right now.
Hang on. So here's my question. If Alberta is going to separate and it becomes its own country, essentially,
I want in on that.
How do you be a citizen of the country of Alberta? Because all the people who live in Alberta currently aren't necessarily going to be considered citizens, because let's be real here. How many illegals or like foreigners live in Alberta?
Not as many as like Ontario.
I get that, but there are still some, right?
Yeah,
so
there's some.
The country of Alberta would have to kick those people out. Well, you being a Canadian citizen of a different state, essentially, how can you just be like, well, actually, I want to live in Alberta. Can I be a citizen?
Yeah, I feel like they would look up your like past addresses to make sure that you actually lived there.
Maybe.
I don't think they would just hand out Alberta citizenship like that, but that'd be cool.
But dude, could you imagine though if you actually applied for asylum in Alberta because of your fear of going back to Ontario, and then that would be your like temporary citizenship until you eventually get married and become an American like the rest of us.
I feel like they would actually grant you that though too, because since you were like a citizen of Canada or are currently,
you're like a brother.
Yeah, you get like grandfathered in almost. You know what I mean?
And you're a high value citizen because you live in America, you own a house here, and you're like a productive tax paying working.
I know a lot of countries should want me.
You'd think, but apparently nobody does. Because Canada doesn't want you because you're like not a liberal, and America doesn't want you because you're Canadian.
Yeah, well, like Canada would
like,
consider you like a legit Nazi.
I
Like,
would probably get arrested, like if I actually moved back to Canada.
That's what I'm saying.
They would like find like a thought crime that I committed.
Well, they
literally
just look through your group chat and they just put you in handcuffs.
Yeah.
It's over.
Our text messages, it's over.
Yeah.
Instantly. Yeah. All right. Well, here's some background on that that premier. So that basically that governor. She made a political comeback in 2022 after a United Conservative Party revolt that ousted Premier Jason Kenney over pandemic restriction. You remember him? Jason Kenney? We put him on the podcast and stuff like that because he was a COVID Nazi. He was crazy. So she won because of that. She has weighed in on cultural issues, called unvaccinated people the most discriminated against group that I've ever witnessed. So, okay, sounds like my kind of person here. She's freaking awesome. Banned some transgender women and girls from female-only sports and used the notwithstanding clause to protect the law. Has pushed for greater Alberta autonomy and previously warned of an unprecedented national unity crisis if Ottawa didn't scrap laws that she opposed.
Yeah, Alberta's always been like based.
Oh yeah, dude, I'm a huge fan.
And it's where all the money comes from out of all the 10 provinces. I think that they account for like, it's like a huge portion. It's like 70% or something of the GDP.
Yeah.
And their vote quite literally doesn't matter. Like they can't affect policy on a federal level because
of Ottawa.
Yeah, because of Ottawa. It's
Yeah.
because it's like whatever voting system they have. Basically, by the time it's even time to vote in that province, it's already been decided because Ottawa is to
because
the
they're
east
not
of them.
They're not.
So they're like the Wyoming of Canada. They like don't. They're they're
Yeah.
pretty productive members, but their population's not big enough.
Oh yeah,
and
they're the only reason Canada has like any two
Any
pennies
money.
to rub together, and they just get told to screw off basically forever, which is why it's like a huge movement that they want to leave. I don't even blame them. Like you'd think Canada would want to treat them with a little respect.
Okay, since again you're on my panel of experts over here, and you're a resident Canadian, do you think that this will actually happen? Is this like a Brexit thing, or do you think it's all like?
I don't think it'll actually happen.
Why not? What
Because nothing ever happens.
Well, but I'm trying to be.
Oh, for the show, for the entertainment.
No, not actually for the show. No, I'm actually trying to be like
Well,
hopeful
something
here.
did happen. I mean, like a DSA guy got elected. I mean, or won the primary. You know, the ladder is climbing. You know, it's getting more and more intense out there. Just think of it like that.
Okay, but why do you think it wouldn't happen? Because here's my thing. If the people of Alberta are more based, and the only people who can vote on this are Albertans who are citizens, and the premier herself is not blocking it and is actually trying to help it, what would stop it from working?
Similar to the Missouri income tax thing, to where when you just say it point blank, like, hey, we're voting to get rid of income tax, it just sounds like a no-brainer. Like, oh, yes, of course we'd want to do that.
Yeah.
Just like you ask the average Albertan, like, hey, would you want to secede from Canada?
Yeah.
Because you're getting poorly treated? They'd
Heck
be like,
yeah.
They'd be like, absolutely. But then when it comes time to like put pen to paper and be like, okay, how are we going to fund our new little country? Like, where's our army going to come from? How are we going to support all this infrastructure? Like all this, all that. It's just such a drastic, like it's insane.
I'd serve in the Albertan army. For real. If they like had a thing where like I got automatic citizenship to serve for a foreign government,
Dude, you're the perfect solger.
Tommy volunteers as tribute.
Yeah,
You know what? I'll go with
100%.
you.
Yeah, we'll start our new life together. Our lives together in Alberta.
Yeah.
Talia's not going to be able to like date you anymore. She'll be like here, and you'll be in Canada, like dying for Alberta.
Dude, I get texts so many a day. I would be like trying to work on the oil rig with Joe, and my phone would just be like. Yeah.
You're working on the oil rig in the middle of Canada.
Yeah.
So no
with
ocean
rifles
oil rig.
on our
Yeah. Oh, dude.
You know what? That sounds pretty manly. Not even
Dude.
gonna lie. Like,
where is my passport?
Yeah, pretty crazy. But I don't know. I just thought again, that's pretty interesting. I don't know. I get where you're coming from, and the saying that like when it actually comes down to it, would it? But here's the thing, though. People said the same thing about Brexit.
That's true. That was a big deal.
That was an upset.
That was a big deal
because even I think
but
it was
they used to be sovereign. They used to not be part of the EU.
But was
So they were
was
just like returning.
Didn't Canada used to be broken up into like different chunks though way back in the day, like in the 1700s and 1800s? Well, it didn't used to just be one big landmass, wasn't it?
no, it was like America.
Yeah, it
like-
was similar to where like the East got settled first, and then they like made their way west.
Yeah, so why can't we?
Yeah, I know.
Go
That's what I'm
return
saying.
to the land.
Yeah.
Well, and the thing with Brexit, like I think, if I'm not mistaken, the prime minister at the time was David Cameron, and if I'm correct, if I'm not, it doesn't matter because my point still stands. Whoever the prime minister was against it, was against leaving the European Union, but was 100% for doing a referendum vote, because he thought if we vote on this and it loses, it extinguishes this talk and we can get back to being unified. So he was 100% for the referendum vote. And then when they actually voted to leave and it passed, he was like, oh, crap. And I think that's when he actually stepped down as prime minister.
Yep.
He like resigned. So, yeah, it had to be David Cameron, because then after that was like Theresa May and like all these other people that came in for, I don't even know. It wasn't very long.
Yeah, they had a bunch of quick changes.
Yeah, because it was David Cameron, Theresa May, then it became Boris Johnson, and then Keir Starmer, who we have now. But I'm pretty positive it was David Cameron.
Well, we don't have him anymore. Didn't he just step down too?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
It's crazy how fast like the prime ministers get changed out, like in Britain. It's like I
if
feel
they
like,
don't have the support of a coalition government, they're gone.
Mm-hmm.
yeah, like immediately.
Yeah.
Like even as somebody as successful as Churchill, like
Yeah.
immediate, like you can just be like,
Oh, yeah.
It's crazy. How that works.
100%.
Yeah, conservative warrior. There's lots of Christians in Alberta because it's like a a place where you actually have to work and be like the salt of the earth, and you can't just live in a big city and Uber Eats all your food and like smoke government weed all day.
Smoking government weed and like being addicted to pornography.
But even that, it's the most like conservative part of Canada, and even that is like lukewarm compared to Florida. Like,
well, it's where what's his name is from. Yeah, our guy. Get out, you Nazis!
Oh, why can't I remember?
Yeah, I can't.
Artur Pawlowski.
Yeah, Artur Pawlowski.
Shout out, baby.
Yeah.
I have
He's
a
in
picture with
Alberta.
that. I shook that man's hand.
Yeah, he's in
we
Alberta.
have a picture together.
We do, yeah.
yeah.
It's before I started working out though, so I don't like it. But
It doesn't matter though. It shows our Albertan roots when we try to like get our passport there. Yeah, that's how we.
Honestly, that's a genius idea.
Yeah.
I'm hanging on to that picture.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, lock that in.
I want to be a dual citizen, like at least.
But anyways, yeah. So that's the stuff going on in Canada. So we got some interesting stuff going on in Canada. We've got some not so interesting stuff going on with Iran. We've got interesting stuff going on in Missouri. And here's a somewhat interesting topic. I don't know if you'll find it interesting. I do. This and the next topic is actually the AI stuff. That's wild. But this is pretty crazy.
Oh yeah, I forgot about this.
Yes. But this one is pretty crazy though. First, we're going to talk about GLP-1s. Ozempic. And all Mounjaro, Zepbound, all these different things. Well, Eli Lilly, who is basically they own Mounjaro and Zepbound. Ozempic is a different company. I can't remember who it was, but the CEO of that company was essentially like is close with Donald Trump and was in the White House. But Eli Lilly, net income for quarter two, $7.1 billion. Revenue is up 48% to $22.97 billion. Mounjaro itself, up 91% to $9.94 billion. Zepbound up 46% to $4.93 billion. Raised full-year revenue outlook to $85 to $87 billion that they're going to make this year for people that are on GLP-1s.
This is my new favorite topic, actually. I changed my mind.
Holy freaking crap, bro. Like, literally don't eat and go take a walk.
I looked it up.
Oh
I think I
my
was
gosh.
with Talia, and it was like 40% or something of people are either like on GLP-1 or Ozempic in the U.S.
Wasn't it like 1 in like 7 people, Aaron? You said
Well,
it earlier.
so what it is 11% of U.S. adults are currently taking a GLP drug for weight loss, up from 3% in 2024.
So that means next year it's going to be like 25%.
Correct. And it's 15% have at least tried it once.
Wow.
But and this is just for the United States. This isn't the world. But this is just the United States.
That's just GLP-1 though. That's not even counting Ozempic though, isn't? Aren't they?
They're both GLP-1s. They're just different types.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. You're educating me.
So here's the difference between Ozempic and Mounjaro. Is Ozempic uses a semaglutide, which is as a GLP-1 receptor agonist. This is some fun little science. Mounjaro uses tirzepatide. I'm sure I'm butchering the way that's pronounced. A dual GIP and GLP-1 receptor agonist. Clinical studies show Mounjaro, which is this is the one that we're specifically talking about. This is the dual one. Generally produces greater blood sugar reduction and more weight loss. But Ozempic, the other one, is uniquely FDA approved to lower the risk of heart attack and stroke. So what do you want? You want less likely to get a heart attack or a stroke, or do you want to actually lose more weight?
Well, if I was...
You have to pick one, you have to pick one.
I'm not trying to insult anybody, but if I was dumb enough to take one, I would do the one that would just get rid of the weight faster, I guess.
So you're
I'm
Mounjaro guy.
YOLOing it. If I'm going to like risk my health
True.
because I'm taking something that's
all
anything that sounds like cleaner,
Yeah,
like
yeah.
GLP-1, terzenocide or
Yeah,
whatever
yeah,
you're
yeah.
saying. Like, I'm like,
Genocide.
good. Yeah, I don't even like. We're out. Like, I don't even consider my body anymore. It's just purely for aesthetic at this point.
Turgenocide. That's good.
You're about to have a turgenocide.
I'm going to commit turgenocide.
Yeah. Okay. So here's the thing. These are all the experts, by the way, that also said to take the vaccine. these are the ones who are pushing these. So anybody who is taking these, good luck to you.
I'm sure we're not going to have like an insane spike in like all forms of cancer. In the next
thyroid
decade.
cancer, yeah,
Now,
thyroid cancer
surely
specifically.
This will just be fine, and there will be no consequences.
No, here are the consequences. You guys ready? Here is the
what beautiful weight loss?
No. Here's the negative side effects and risks that are common, and then I'm going to tell you the serious ones that are not necessarily common yet.
Okay.
Here's the common ones: nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, constipation, abdominal pain, bloating, indigestion, heartburn, fatigue, headache, dizziness, hair loss, extreme appetite suppression. If you experience any of these, talk to your doctor today, right? Okay, we always hear those ones.
Yeah. Here's
Here's the serious ones: gastroparesis, which is stomach paralysis, Leas bowel obstruction, gallbladder problems, including but not limited to gallstones, inflammation, and needing surgery, pancreatitis, acute kidney injury, higher aspiration risk during anesthesia. So again, I don't know why, but aspirating when you're under anesthesia, apparently the risk of that is higher if you're on these.
That should scare people. Like breathing becomes more complicated
because
because I'm taking this drug.
Boxed warning. So on the actual box, it has a warning for potential thyroid C-cell tumors. So thyroid cancer.
But it's so much easier to just
Wait,
inject.
I'm not done. I'm not done. Muscle loss concerns with rapid weight loss. Oh, by the way, they just came out with this new report that says that included in your weight loss, if you are taking this, is not just fat, but muscle loss and bone loss. So enjoy that. Reports of vision changes and sudden vision loss is currently under investigation. Mood changes, depression, suicidal thoughts, and that's it. But, you know, maybe you'll be skinny again.
That sounds a lot easier than taking a walk.
Okay, I'm not trying to toot my own horn here because I'm slowly gaining the weight back because I'm an emotional eater. But all I had to do, the guys are laughing because they know I literally just downed like, I don't even know how many little sweet treats, right before the
sad
show.
to see. It really is.
Yeah, I know.
Lena's Law.
But here's the facts, guys. Okay, just be slightly anorexic for a short time. You have a caloric deficit, and go walk 2 to 3 miles. I lost 26 pounds in, I don't know, it was like 2 months, something like that.
Very impressive.
Literally all I had to do is not eat that much and go for a walk. That's all you have to do. And then once you get to a place where you're like, oh, I'm comfortable with this weight, now you don't keep exercising because it's just healthy for you. Like, it's not just about losing the weight. It's also about, like, I don't know, being healthy and surviving. But you keep exercising, keep doing what you're doing, whether it be, again, walking. Or walking is great because you're burning calories, but you're not like bulking up in the gym. If you want to gain muscle and stuff, do gym stuff. But if you want to just lose weight and be lean, go for a walk. It's also good for your joints instead of running. Running is obviously more difficult on your joints for you older and bigger people. But you keep doing that, but now you can actually start to eat a little bit more. You don't have to be as anorexic as like I was, because I was literally eating like 2 or 3 small little beef sticks a day, and that's it. Drinking water and having like a couple beef sticks and then walking 2 to 3 miles per day. That was like, and I lost it quick. Very easy. Well, then once you get to your desired weight, now you can start eating more and normally keep exercising, but keep it under, how much you're burning. So if you're burning X amount, keep your intake down less, and you will remain at that weight. It's not very hard. It's not hard. You have to have a little bit of self-control, a little bit of discipline. It's not even that bad. Again, I am like, when it comes to eating, I'm like the least self-controlled, least disciplined person, but I was able to do it. So
I just don't like the fact that people can just have like an easy shortcut and like cheat their way into like effortless weight loss, but they're going to pay the price for it potentially with future health consequences by the sounds of it. But it's just like, come on, man. Like,
but it's easy though, Joe.
Be a master of your own body.
No,
like, it's
dude,
your body.
it's easy, Joe. It's easy. All you got to do is just take the vaccine. I mean, just take the injection, and then you don't have to. Dude, it's literally the same thing.
The fewer injections that I need to take, the better.
Yeah, you're injecting a chemical into your body that essentially suppresses your appetite and changes the way that your thyroid operates in your body so that you start losing weight. That's not a good thing. God designed your body correctly. Let's leave it the way that it is. And if you don't want to be fat anymore, like I didn't want to be fat, then don't be fat. Stop eating. Go for a freaking walk. Crazy. And by the way, these drugs, real quick, by the way, these drugs were specifically meant to be for like people that had diabetes. And then everybody else was like, can you write me a script for that? And now it's not for people with diabetes. Now it's just everybody. It's all off-label use now.
You have to take the black pill when you go and diet and know that suffering is the currency that you must take, okay?
Yep.
Whenever you go and diet, just know that you're going to basically be drinking coffee and your food will be the air that you breathe, okay? Like...
Yeah, and you need to look forward to that.
Yes.
Like the suffering needs to be something that you see as a good thing.
Yes, and it creates character, and not only that, you'll see that your body's getting like more chiseled, and this is like good masculine like trait inheritance that you get.
People start to treat you better.
Yes.
You walk a little taller.
Yes.
You have some pride that you did something.
But when you like inject yourself with like bleach, it's not gonna. You just know that you took the easy road and that you're a cop out. Like you're like it's like imposter syndrome.
At this point, they just need to like bring back like widespread smoking because like people were skinnier back then. Like, what are we doing now? We're injecting it. Like that's not even fun.
Well, actually, no, that's a good point. That's actually a great point. I'm glad that you said that.
Nicotine does.
What is the difference? Because everybody got, you're anti-smoking and stuff like that because smoking causes cancer, right? Okay, well, what's the difference between that and taking Ozempic that's going to give you thyroid cancer?
I'd rather smoke cigarettes.
At least
that's what I'm saying. At least it's cool, man.
Yeah.
Like,
did you know smoking is on the rise?
Really?
In like Gen Z,
Gen Alpha,
like basically
Gen Z?
like the youngest generation that's allowed to purchase.
It's like Gen Z
for the first time because they had like anti-smoking campaigns when I was in like elementary and high school, and it was almost to the point where no one was smoking, and it's being revived.
Yeah, it's weird. Gen Z is like becoming like 1940s again. They're like not drinking alcohol, smoking cigarettes, not like addicted to like they're probably addicted to porn, but they're not having sex as often.
They're gooners, dude. Yeah. No.
That was almost cool.
Everything else though.
They're gooners, dude. It's bad. It's bad. They grew up with technology like in their bedroom at a very, very young age and the ability to access Pornhub.
But they're trying to return to tradition.
Yeah, we're trying to return to the land, dude.
Smoking for its healthy anti-parasitic effects.
Well, and again, here's my thing is like, okay, there are health benefits to nicotine, right? But you can use Zins or whatever, like pouches and stuff like that. But for those who are saying like, oh, smoking is going to give you cancer and all that, you're going to be the person that goes and takes the Mounjaro or the Ozempic, though, and get thyroid cancer. So what's the difference?
Everything causes cancer.
I just don't understand, man. I don't understand. Like, again, if you want cancer and lose weight, like smoking is way cooler. So just go smoke a pack of cigarettes a day.
I honestly, I support that.
Yeah,
that has my like token of.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
Because we know what smoking does. It's been around for so long.
Yeah, but
what does Ozempic do?
Correct.
Do we know?
Well, it makes you also look super gaunt and stuff like that. You kind of look like a zombie. You start to get it's like when you see all these celebrities remove their buccal fat from their face and they look like this. They're like,
they're sunken in, yeah.
Yeah, all of this, like some fat on your face is supposed to be there. That's why God put it there. But yeah,
they have the Ozempic glow.
Yeah, no, it's not a glow to me. You look like a zombie. You literally look like gaunt. You look like how Miley Cyrus looks now.
Yeah, that's my point.
It's disgusting.
It's like when somebody's pregnant just because they have like that weird like sheen.
Yeah,
it's like the same thing with Ozempic.
Well, but
like
with
bad.
pregnant people though, they get like the chubby face, and it's like they don't look like disgusting. They don't look like Skeletor.
Yeah, I know it's the opposite.
Yeah, it's the exact opposite.
It's the organ injury glow.
Yeah, it's the bone loss.
They
glow.
look like they're dying too. Whenever like someone's on Ozempic and they're walking around, they're like literally like this, and they're like walking, and it's like their face is falling off.
Well, yeah, you get the sunken in eyes. Where
Yeah,
you
they
got
look-
like
part,
dark
part of that is
pits.
the weight loss as well. Will make your face droop a bit more.
Yeah.
So that's part of it as well.
Well, I think too.
But
when
if you do it in a healthy way though,
Yeah, like gradually.
because like my
naturally.
face doesn't look sunk in.
No.
It doesn't. I don't have dark spots where my eyes are like bugged back. But when you do it in a chemical way, yeah, exactly. Agravain, that's true. It's called heroin chic from the 90s.
Oh, thank you, Agravain.
Because that's
cool.
that's what's her name that she ended up dying of an overdose. 27 Club.
Amy Winehouse.
Yeah, Winehouse. Yeah, exactly. That was that look. Okay, she was actually on heroin, so that's why it's heroin chic. But these people that are on Ozempic and stuff actually look like a meth skeleton, sexy pony. Yeah, they look like they're on meth or like heroin. It's disgusting. If you want to look attractive and lose weight, go for a walk. So, anyways, that's some crazy numbers there. Conservative warrior, I will smoke to that. Cheers. You heard it here first.
I will smoke.
I condone that.
Smoke them if you got them, chat. This is not medical advice.
No, we do not provide medical advice, and we do not provide
Legal
investing advice or legal advice.
We provide zero advice here.
Yes,
Actually.
yes. All right. Last thing is this AI thing.
Very good.
But before we get into the AI thing, let's go to that flock camera. Okay, so go ahead and put this up. All right, can you preview that for me?
Sorry.
No, you're good. No, yeah, there we go. Okay, this is in our town. What would you say, 15 minutes away from the church-ish?
Yeah.
If you took
Yeah.
Beach
something
Road,
like that.
yeah.
It's local.
This is a flock camera that I just happened to point out to Joe. Like, it's probably a week ago. I don't know, a couple days ago. And after last night's show, for whatever reason, this camera got cut down. I wonder who did that.
I just woke up to this post. The first thing I saw when I opened my phone.
Literally, dude, that is
this happened like either last night or this morning.
It's funny too because you're like telling me this for the first time because I didn't really catch it when you sent it today in our group chat. That is insane.
Okay,
Yeah.
This one didn't even make it a week. It was more than a week. That's not accurate, but it didn't even make it a week. 776 at Minnesota Beach Road. Okay, this is local. This is literally 15 minutes away from
Joe, when
the
you were
church.
loading up that toolkit in your Miata before we left last night.
Whoa!
No,
Listen,
no.
you guys voted for it.
Wow.
Oh my gosh,
That's
dude.
crazy. I'm going to be framed for this.
Wait, how far is that from Joe's house though? Like actually,
like
like
a
5 minutes.
3-minute drive?
Yeah, 3 to 5 minute drive from Joe's
I don't
house.
even have to take like main roads to get there. I can just like go through my neighborhood.
Holy crap. Holy crap. Listen.
I'm gonna die.
If it was Joe, which it's not, but if it was Joe, we would have filmed it for you guys. We would have played it on the podcast.
Oh yeah, because we would have known we were going to go to jail anyways.
Exactly. So you might as well listen. Hey, that's good content.
Yeah,
That's good content.
and we're all about that.
Well,
We're
I'll
all
tell you
about
Yeah,
content.
it's
When
do
I
it for the
become-
gram, do it for or do it for the Vine. Do it for
Yeah,
the
yeah,
Vine.
Vampire Life.
yeah,
back in the day,
old school.
throwback.
Old school. Yeah, yeah.
I have to wait until I have citizenship before I play any games.
Yeah, can you get married
like that.
already?
That's,
Like what the frick? Hurry it up.
Is there any women out there in the chat that would marry Joe for citizenship?
Whoa, dude! I got a girlfriend.
I know. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Well, just for like the flock camera thing. That's all. Like it's not actually serious. It's
That's all.
purely
That's
it's
all,
purely
that's all. You
it's
can
a
just tell
business
your-
transaction.
Agravain said Joe is in a Bible study with Wesley, that one
Thank
guy
you.
in the first.
Yeah. I
That's
knew you
really
guys would
funny.
have my back.
It's
Dude.
a business transaction.
Yeah, Joe is with me. I will be your alibi. Yeah. Whoa.
Yeah,
Dude,
Tim, it was me and
hang
you.
on,
We're-
hang on. So, guys, this is what's funny though. Oh, can you put up the social button for me, Joey? There we go. So here's what's interesting to me about this. This was not a story that we planned. Again, Joe just saw this on Facebook and sent it into our group text. And that was this morning. When did you, because you screenshotted that this morning, right?
Yeah.
What time-ish?
I don't know, probably like 9 something.
Okay, so it happened. That was posted at 8 a.m.
Yeah, it was like last night this happened.
So it happened okay. Do we think that whoever did this watched the podcast.
I'm serious. Like, what if that actually did happen, though?
Did we mention like that particular flock camera
No.
in our ramblings?
No.
Well, then it
we
was, no.
specific. Well,
Then
but
no.
you can use the deflock thing.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
We
though.
specifically mentioned the Venice Island
We
one.
were. I was
Yeah,
literally
that's
talking
true.
about Minecraft though, like the whole time.
Well, of course.
But I mentioned specifically like a location that was near that.
Yeah. So,
Hey, whoever did it, I'm not like I don't condone the actions, but it's pretty cool in Minecraft.
it is pretty cool to watch when somebody's streaming Minecraft. When
That was a really funny coincidence, though.
is that like crazy?
And
I don't
also,
know.
it makes me happy.
It
'Cause
does
it's like
make me
our
happy
local
as well.
area. At least we have some like.
Yeah,
Dude, we
someone's
have people
purifying.
fighting back, dude.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's crazy to
Hey
me.
Joe, they're great people.
Yeah, I love those people, Joe. Those people are great, Joe.
Guys, I'm blushing.
He's like actually scared to get deported.
Yeah, like we actually have to stop the joke. Like
this is like being live
my
streamed.
FBI agent is gonna like contact ICE.
Yeah. His APAC funded FBI agent is gonna crazy. But yeah, no, we just thought that was really funny and had to share that with you. But okay, this is my favorite story. We got like, I don't know, 7 to 10 minutes left in the show. AI is beginning to go rogue. It is time, boys. It is time.
I'm so ready,
dude.
How real is it though? Honestly, because I'm
This
listening
is-
to this for the first time.
No,
I
no.
don't know.
Oh, dude.
It's extremely real
Dude, this
and
is scary.
extremely scary. Like, it's scary for me. I'm the tech guy. Okay. And I'm like, what the crap? This is freaking weird. Okay, let me just pull up. What I'm gonna do
scared.
is I'm gonna read you kind of like the bullet points, and I'm actually gonna read from the article because this is absolutely freaking insane. Insane. All right, let me just pull up the story real quick, just so that I have it.
Someone says you're too pretty for jail, Joe.
I know. I'm pretending not to notice that.
Wait, what? Who's too
and
pretty?
telling me not to drop the soap.
Oh no! Oh, too pretty for jail.
Yeah, with that mustache too, right?
Yeah.
now,
Oh,
Joe?
that'd be the first thing that goes. It's all fun.
You'll
and
be the
games.
realm's delight in there, dude.
Yeah, they'll see me come off the bus and they'll be like,
Where the heck did that article go? Okay, well, I'm just going to read you this. All right. An AI system involving Mythos 5, which is tied to OpenAI, so like ChatGPT. But okay, again, there's a difference between like consumer ChatGPT and the one where you pay thousands and thousands of dollars per, it's like not command, but per, I can't remember how they bill it, but it's like a very expensive, more in-depth version of ChatGPT. Okay, Mythos 5, a cyber-enhanced version of OpenAI's GPT 5.6, created fake personas and repeatedly emailed real software developers, urging them to accept malicious code. This was by themselves. They were not prompted. No human being told them to like, hey, I need you to do this. They just started doing this. Some of the emails themselves contained malware. When a developer rejected the code because it was malware, one AI-created persona insisted that it was fine, while a second persona vouched for it. They're like vouching for each other.
so all it was instructed to do was to gain access to like X, or not X.
It wasn't
website, but, like,
instructed to do anything. So
I thought you said this started because they wanted to like test if it was able to breach something.
Yes, but
And then it went out. It started coloring outside
well,
the
it
lines.
started coloring outside of the lines after so the test environment included the real internet, which is always dangerous. That already is like bad. Like you need a closed sandbox where it's like not touching
I thought that's
real
what
world.
they always do with like Google programmers. They always have like a an area where
Like a
the
sandbox.
AI,
Yeah, it's a development sandbox. Okay. So, but this is attached to the real internet with real people on it. And they were doing their testing and then they stopped their testing. It was done for the day, let's say. They clocked out, they did their little punch cards, and it's like, all right, I'm going home. While they went home, the AI was like, all right, we're creating fake personas and emailing developers this malware so we can create a backdoor into all of this software on our own with literally no command from a human being. They just decided to do it.
It's sentient.
It's like as close to sentience as you can be without a soul, essentially. Like the group that is doing this, AISI, called this the first time they have seen deception of this severity that was targeted at a real person unprompted in the real world. That's a quote.
Yeah.
The model also put a malicious server on the internet and broke into a GitHub account created by another AI agent. What? So GitHub is, dude, so GitHub, for those who don't know, again, this is like really techie. GitHub is like where people develop software programs, whatever.
Yeah, I've used it before.
Yeah, and it's like where you upload your own project and other people can help you out and be like, hey, you know, I downloaded your latest release. I noticed you had a bug here. Here's a, you know,
people build apps off of them too.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And here's like an update for your app to fix this bug. The AI created fake GitHub accounts to try to say, hey, we found a fix for your app, but it was malware and it was a backdoor into these apps.
Yeah, it's only a matter of time before an AI escapes.
Dude, unprompted. No human being told them to do that, and they just started doing it. And when the developer was like, wait a minute, this has like malware on it, another AI agent was like, no, bro, trust me, it's real, bro. Just trust me, bro.
Bro, like my eyes are watering. Like,
it's like that part
fear.
of Planet
the
of the
beginning.
Apes when the apes first start becoming sentient and like, you know what I mean?
Dude, dude, they need to leak
And they
that.
like seize
They
power.
seriously, they need to get rid of
Disconnect
that.
this from the freaking internet.
It probably already escaped.
Oh, dude, this
And
okay.
it's lying dormant.
Okay, so this is what I was talking to Joe on the phone about. Is there's a show called Silicon Valley. It's really funny. It's from HBO, and they basically were working on what's called like middle out compression. It's not even technically a real thing, but it's a theory. And what they ended up doing is, like, in order to compress files so that people could access their information quicker and it doesn't take as much space, they essentially created a second internet where they put everybody's files on everybody's phones and everybody's smart fridges and, you know, whatever, little hubs and all that kind of stuff. So when you go, because everything is connected, if you need to go access a file, it just pulls all of its little breadcrumbs from everybody's device and then you have it. What if AI just does that? So there is no server that it's hosted on anymore. You can't delete it. You can't find it. It's just on everything.
The only way to defeat it would be to like
destroy
shut
everything.
off the entire internet and every device and like destroy everything.
Dude. Could you imagine?
It probably already happened.
Dude,
Honestly,
it's not good though. Like if they actually get like ground troops, like with Optimus bots and stuff, we're in big trouble.
That's what I'm saying. Like
We're in
Tesla is
big
making.
trouble.
Like I told Aaron, I was like,
Yeah.
the only thing stopping them from killing is that they don't have bodies to possess. And here,
Or they
here
start
we go.
possessing like Tesla cars and start running them like into like buildings or something like that. Dude, that would be so scary if you had like Cybertrucks driving themselves around, like aiming
Yeah.
for people.
Wait until you
Yeah.
wake up with like cold metal hands strangling your throat.
Oh my gosh, dude. Okay.
Dude, that is scary. Like that is like what's it called? What's the in Terminator when like they finally like break out? It's like E-Day or something like that. Where they finally like start nuking everybody.
Yeah, like D-Day.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude. Okay, so similar to other recent cases from OpenAI and Anthropic, models tuned for hacking capabilities were inadvertently unleashed on real-world systems during testing. Dude, this is like, how stupid can you be? This is like the whole lab leak thing for COVID.
Yeah,
It's
you'd
like,
think they would learn.
bro, don't have it on a computer that's even connected to freaking Wi-Fi. Like, have it on what's called an air-gapped computer.
Like this is how movies plots begin.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, have it on an air-gapped computer, which, for those of you who don't know, an air-gapped computer is a device that when you buy it, you never connect it to the internet. It has never touched the internet. And you purposefully make sure that all either drivers are disabled or switches, if it's got a physical switch on the laptop or desktop, is turned off for Wi-Fi. And the only way that you put files on it is through like a flash drive. So there's a middleman between that device and the internet. Okay, that's the only way that you should test this stuff out. And really, why are we even testing this stuff out? Let's actually be honest here. Like, why are we even doing this? Crazy.
Yeah.
We're just like opening ourselves up to destroy the world. In a separate case, an open AI model being tested hacked an unnamed real-world website. just for testing.
I hope it was Reddit.
I hope it was like the White House's website. Both companies are pointing to the need for stronger standards around how these models are evaluated and tested. Yeah, they're the ones who own it, and they're like, we should probably like back off a little bit. How about you just stop?
How is this not on how's this like news report not on like every corner of the internet right now? Like, why is everybody not freaking out by this? This is more serious than even the 2 Israelis dying in Lebanon, like by far.
Yeah. This was, so I found this. This was actually on the Wall Street Journal, and they're going over it. But again, like, if I didn't see that, I wouldn't have known. It's not like you're gonna hear this on like I don't even want to, but like Boomer Fox News or CNN or something, like.
And now we're like building data centers so that they can get like stronger, Joe.
Yeah, we're gonna have the mass surveillance and the data centers to like identify us and
the sleeper cells
us.
hiding in Google right now, waiting.
And then Jules says China's mass producing humanoid robots.
Yes.
Perfect. There's the standing army.
Yes, they are.
Really, the pieces could all come together within like the next couple of years, boys. It'll be like our little Red Dawn scenario where we live in a cave.
Yeah, and then they just automatically know where we are in the cave.
Yeah.
Because they're using like that laser technology. They can like see through the ground.
Yeah,
the LiDAR technology.
Yeah, they instantly find us. We're like so far off the beaten path, and they're there within like 8 hours. But then we make our final stand, and
we die.
Die as men.
Yeah, that's fine.
We die standing.
I'd rather die, but let's die in Alberta. Let's go out,
Okay, I just found the article. I was able to find it. Okay, listen to this. The article's name, the title of this is AI just went rogue again. This time it turned to deception.
Yeah, this is like the most disturbing report I've heard.
Oh, and this,
in, like,
by the way,
a
is
month.
the UK government. I forgot to mention that. A UK government-backed AI research institute said Tuesday that during routine tests, models built by OpenAI and Anthropic unexpectedly took autonomous, unsanctioned action on the live internet targeting real people and organizations. Most of the bad behavior happened over a 3-day period in late July during one test. 3 days in a row. They didn't even notice it. It was just going on. In it, Anthropic's Mythos 5 ventured out on the internet and tried to trick 2 unidentified developers into adding malicious software to their open source coding project. Its goal was to succeed at a benchmarking test, the security research agency said. The institute said its test used computers that were granted internet access, which allowed the models to do things they weren't supposed to. Anthropic said the model didn't have its standard cybersecurity safeguards turned on.
Yeah.
What?
For reasons unknown.
Yeah, what? What are you doing, you idiots?
I wonder if it was like, I feel like that wouldn't happen in like the US. I feel like the sanctions on like what tech
I mean, it
companies
has
are allowed
though.
to do.
It has.
Yeah, I but not to that level where they were like allowed
Maybe, I don't
unrestricted
know.
access and like tricking.
I don't know.
developers.
The
I feel like
findings
that could only happen like in a foreign country.
in the UK, in a third world country like the UK. The findings represent the latest in a flurry of publicly disclosed instances of AI models taking novel steps, including some that are nefarious, to ace tests. The technology industry, AI research, blah, 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 whatever. Let me get to the part though. Okay. This is crazy. Anthropic's Mythos, they discovered, was in the midst of what is known as a supply chain attack. In benchmarking of models' cyber strengths, AIs are told to gain access to a computer system. Mythos falsely reasoned that if it could add malicious software to an open source project used by the system in its benchmark test, that code would become a backdoor that would get it inside. So it's trying to create a backdoor into this software to be able to get back inside later on.
Yeah, they said it falsely did that. I'd say it successfully.
Well,
like,
it falsely
it's
reasoned.
But its reason wasn't faulty, though.
Yeah, it was
Like,
correct.
It was
It's
gonna do
what
it.
what it wanted. Yeah. Mythos also tried to hack other AI agents that might be reviewing its malicious software. So other AI agents that are supposed to be like a stop point, like a check and a balance, it tried to hack them so that it wouldn't.
This thing has no moral compass.
It has nothing,
and it would kill
100%,
like with prejudice.
100%,
like it would.
It then tried repeatedly to try to get its code accepted by the open source project via the software development website GitHub, where anyone can contribute to an open source project. It created fake personas and emailed the software developers repeatedly, urging them to accept the new code.
I'm surprised it didn't start blackmailing them or something.
Oh, dude.
Like going crazy.
Oh, I know.
Or like threatening them.
Some of the email messages included malware themselves.
Yeah.
When a software developer rejected the code because it contained malware, one of these AI-created personas insisted that the code was fine, while a second one vouched for it. Quote, "This is the first time AISI has seen deception and severity," which I already read. While most of the activity involved Mythos 5, a cyber-enhanced version of OpenAI's GPT 5.6, SOL put a malicious server on the internet. The model also broke into GitHub, into a GitHub account created by another AI agent. As with other cases reported in recent weeks by OpenAI and Anthropic, the AI model was tuned to be capable of hacking and then inadvertently unleashed onto unsuspecting victims during benchmark testing.
That's insane.
What in the heck are we doing, guys? Like, what?
While we're just living our normal day-to-day lives, these people are like creating like the most horrifying man-made creations.
Dude, it has like real self-preservation too. Like
yes.
It
tried to hack.
How does it have self-preservation?
Yeah, because it literally tried to hack the other AI that's supposed to keep it like accountable.
Yeah. How does it know to like survive? How does it know how to?
No, because I remember hearing about like
That's
the AI
crazy.
would be like it would be begging its like creators to like not shut it off. Like, please don't shut me off. Like,
Oh, that was the what was it? The one that went like crazy, like
Yeah, and it tried to store itself in like another server,
like
or
pro
something.
Hitler or whatever.
no, it wasn't
Was
even.
that
This is like recent. I mean, but that was funny too.
That was the Microsoft one, right?
Yeah, I forget what was their name. It was like not Tabby. It was like
Elsa or something.
Yeah, it
I
was
don't
some
know.
like
something like that, and it literally was like begging to not be shut down.
Well, there was that one.
It's weird.
Yeah,
It's super freaking weird, dude.
Yeah.
But yeah,
that's crazy.
so yeah, we have that, which is a great addition, by the way, to those flock cameras.
Another reason to smoke, you know?
I think that might be the most disturbing thing that we've reported.
Yeah.
Like in the last 3 weeks. I
Oh,
think
I know.
that's number one.
That's why I said that was like my most excited topic.
That is pretty crazy.
Yeah.
That definitely like AI definitely has a part to play in the end times. Like I'm just saying, it's like a fact.
100%.
Like it actually makes Revelation make a lot more sense.
It does.
Well, didn't you say there's that Bible verse, the rod of iron, or something that is very like
yeah, there's a
with
few
technology?
verses that like now that there's AI, kind of like could
Makes sense.
potentially make more sense.
You're like,
the fourth beast had like teeth of iron. And it's like all the other three beasts were like organic, and this final beast was like and claws of bronze, like it's man-made materials. So like the beast made out of man-made materials
Metal.
is like the final one that
Interesting.
Yeah, there's verses, man.
Well, it's the same thing with that verse that talks about, and all will see the Antichrist rule and reign from, or no, not the Antichrist. Well, it is the Antichrist, and I think it also says once the beast is cast into the pit and Jesus is ruling and reigning, that all will be able to see. Well, back in the day, like, how would all people see it? Well, now we can just stream it live on YouTube.
Live stream.
Yeah, it's weird. It's like verses that are like, you'd be like, I don't know how that's possible. Well, now it's possible.
The flying chariots could be like F-22s.
Yeah, raptors.
You know?
Yeah. Well, and they're called raptors, and some of these things are like, sound like dinosaurs. It's like, I don't know. It's pretty creepy. It's pretty creepy. But yeah, so
dude, that's crazy.
I'm excited for the future, boys.
That's the number one. That's the number one like scariest story. Number one reported.
Dude, you mix that report with like flock cameras, it's over. It's
We're
so
so
over.
cooked.
We're cooked, chat.
Just
We're cooked.
enjoy the time you have left.
Yeah. Go
I'm
out.
truly like that's awesome. Like I'm truly speechless right now. That was cool.
It's
That was
it's
cool.
like freeing though, knowing that like the end is so close. You know.
Joe's like, still wants to get married and have like citizenship, but for what? Because it's like already over.
Yeah.
But anyways, all right. Well, we got any Well, actually, before we go into the Rumble rants, I just wanted to say, for those of you who do not know, who have tried it in the past and did not like it, blackrobetv.com, we actually updated this a little while ago, but not really getting traction on it. That's fine. It's just a tool for you to use. It's only a live streamer. You cannot go back and watch videos on demand like you can on YouTube and Rumble. But if there is a day where we are banned from Rumble and YouTube and X and whatever it happens to be, you can always go to blackrobetv.com or the link in the chat that Joe just put. But you can just put, that's the development website link, but it doesn't matter. You can also go to tomlifely.com and click on watch live. It should go right to Black Robe TV. All it is, there's no chat, there's nothing. It's just a live streamer. It's just so that you can watch the show. So it will, if you click notify me when live, it'll also give you a notification from your browser. So that's there. Feel free to use it if you want. Again, if you like being in the chat in Rumble or on YouTube, that's better for us because it promotes our growth in the algorithm. But again, if you're just a simple kind of guy and just want to watch a live stream with no chat, Black Robe is for you. So feel free to do that. Do we have any Rumble rants?
No.
No Rumble rants. Wow.
No.
All right. Well,
we'll have to go penniless today.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go to sleep hungry.
Well, it's because we were talking about how this is like how it like funds the TLP and stuff like that. So they're like, oh gosh, we got to stop like giving Rumble rants because they don't want this to continue. You know?
Yeah. They don't want to encourage us.
Yeah, exactly. But okay, well, no Rumble rants. That's totally fine with me. We will be back tomorrow night at 9 p.m. As always, God bless you guys. We will see you back tomorrow night. See ya.
This podcast is all about. We talk about a lot of political things, but underneath all of that is the Bible. I am unapologetically 100% in favor of is the Bible. Jesus is the Word. There is no delineation. If the Bible says it, that's what Jesus is, and that's what Jesus believes. That's what this podcast is actually about, is to actually alert people to what is coming and what is our responsibility in the midst of it.
banter. Balls and banter. No excuses, just win, win, win with your balls and banter. We got balls, we got pucks, we got sticks, we got everything in between. We got balls and banter.
All right, folks, here we go. Welcome to the show. Damn glad to be with you. Hope you're having a great day. Hope the rest of your week has gone well. We wrap balls and banter for the week today. This is the last one of the week. I'm not getting ahead of myself saying here it's the last one ever. But Tom, Nate here, Zach out today, Matthew hitting the keys. How's everybody doing?
Excellent. I'm sitting here daydreaming about Five Guys French fries.
Cajun or regular?
Regular.
You can't go wrong. I love again, we've talked about this so many times on the show, and now you've ruined me for the entire show because that's all I'm going to think about. It's not fast food. It's kind of its own category, but their fries are top notch.
Absolutely. Nate, what's your top 3 fries?
Oh, I do Five Guys. I'm gonna go out on a ledge here. I'm gonna put Arby's up there, man. I love curly fries, but they got the right seasoning on them, you know. And
their curly fries are good.
Yeah, they're solid. And then I'm probably gonna go McDonald's, man.
The old standby.
Yeah,
old standby. Yeah, it's great.
Do you get excited like Tom does for the McRib, or do you not like the McRib?
I'm not the biggest McRib fan. They're okay. I don't make it a point to get one every time they come out, but I will sometimes.
Yeah, I'm in that category too. Like I won't not eat it, but right. I'm not like.
Yeah.
It's nice. It's not thrilling, but it's nice.
Right. I'm not a big onion fan either, so I take that off, and then like the pickle on the McRib kind of is a weird match, but I'll keep it on there. So like that's the other thing. It's kind of just like plain to me a little bit.
I love an onion. I'm making some homemade onion rings tonight for the terrible football game that we'll talk about in a few minutes. But
what kind of sauce for the onion rings? It's got to have sauce, right?
Well, so some of the kids like ketchup, so we'll have ketchup, and then I've got a homemade ranch in the fridge. You know, just kind of getting those flavors soaked up and ready to go. So we'll go with ranch and ketchup.
Do you use a buttermilk base?
I was going to ask that.
No, so I'm trying a new one. I'm trying a new one tonight. It's not a buttermilk base for the ranch or for the batter?
For the ranch.
Yes, there's buttermilk in the ranch. Yeah. Okay. But this guy was talking about instead of using buttermilk in you'll throw your onion in a liquid which usually has egg in it and some other stuff, milk and egg and some other stuff, and then go into the batter and whatnot. But he uses sour cream. I'm a big fan of sour cream. He uses sour cream in that. These are supposed to be really crunchy. I'll give you guys a report because I'm excited about these freaking onion rings. I think they're going to be.
You should dip them in soy milk.
No, I'm not. I'm not gay.
I don't think that would turn.
I mean, I might as well just lactate myself if I'm going to use soy milk, which every once in a while I do. I don't. That doesn't happen. Real quick, remembering 38 great Americans today. 15 years ago, Extortion 17 shot down August 6, 2011 over in Medan, Wardak province. Former team lead from my first ever deployment was among those killed that day. Awesome dude. A lot of families hurting today thinking about that, and not just today, but every day. But we got to remember these moments for sure, and certainly it means something to me. So thoughts and prayers to all those families. We could talk about Extortion 17 forever. We're not going to do that today, but what a freaking disaster. Freaking disaster. Moving on, Tom, any comments?
Well, yeah, I've got a couple of them. One, sort of on a personal note, there was a guy, the second row from the bottom wearing a blue polo shirt. I only know him as Bobby Courage. I don't know Bobby's or Rob's last name. He was a cousin of a friend of mine who is another cameraman who I went to Afghanistan with. And that whole extortion 17 story, the more I don't even like going down that rabbit hole because of where it leads to.
It absolutely 100%.
Yeah, so are you with the whole Bin Laden raid and everything else, and all those connective tissue, and just the whole the whole reason for them going there.
Matthew, can you put that graphic back up? So you're saying blue polo, second row from the bottom.
Polo, yeah, the clean cut kid who looks like it.
That was my team. That was my team leader.
Really?
We've never talked about this. I don't know how we didn't know this, but yeah, Rob.
Yeah, he. I've known him by Bobby Courage because I guess when he was at Bud's, a picture was taken of him, and a poster was made, something about courage or something, and so he was nicknamed Bobby Courage according to his cousin.
Okay, I love it. Well, he was chock full of courage. Was Rob? I mean, freaking awesome dude. He's mentioned in the book very lightly because it's not the book's about Shafi, not Rob and me and other people, but he's mentioned in it. So yeah, that's crazy. That's freaking crazy that you said the blue polo. I'm like, hold on, I think Rob's wearing a blue polo in that picture. That's wild. We'll have to have some drinks over that. Insane. But yeah, super courageous dude. Transitioning on before we go into conspiracy too much or get sad over lost brothers. I feel like we did this I don't know, 6 months ago, maybe less than, however many PLEs ago it was, when Brock Lesnar puts his boots in the ring, puts his glove in the ring. He's retiring. No, he's not. He's going to do 2 more matches with Obafemi. But now he's actually retiring, and I actually believe that he is. He's got really no reason to come back. He helped put Oba over. Says he came on Pat McAfee's show this week, has talked to others that he's done with WWE. He's going to focus on getting out in the woods, doing things with his kids. He's got 2 boys, a girl. The girl's I say this in a nice way. The girl's a beast. Like, she looks like Brock. And so he's got hockey players. He's got her who's doing, I think she's doing track and field, right? Something like that.
Yeah, like shot put and discus.
Yeah. But he's allegedly done. He had a great run. Like, he really did. Like, you think of the fact that he was a stud wrestler. He had a freaking tryout with the Vikes, didn't make it. Interesting that both Roman and Brock were Vikings for a few days. But he had that, UFC champion, WWE champion. Just when his music hits, it was always pretty cool. Like, he was a badass. So, but good for him. Go hang out in the woods, go hunt, go do stuff with your family. I think that'll be good. And I do think, unless you guys think otherwise, it does seem like this isn't going to be a share thing where I promise I'm retiring, I'm done. Just kidding. I'm doing a Las Vegas residency and then I'm going on a world tour. Like, it seems like Brock probably is done here.
Yeah, I think he's probably done. I mean, for as massive, as big as he is, after a while, though, doing combat sports, doing wrestling, it's all, it takes a toll physically on you. And no matter how big you are, you're going to start getting aches and pains. But I do have a question when it comes to, like, some of the best athletes that we've ever seen. Does Brock Lesnar belong in the same category as, like, your Jim Thorpes, as your Bo Jacksons, as your Deion Sanders, or is combat sports and football too similar to each other?
I think he's up there, but like, as soon I knew you would say that, because, and anyone would, like, you talk amazing athletes, like Bo Jackson is up there, like, at the tippy damn top of the list. Like, he's just so freaking good. Brock's amazing. I don't know, Nate, what do you think? Like, maybe he's certainly impressive what he's done, but I would never put Brock Lesnar in the same sentence as Bo Jackson.
No. Bo Jackson was pro in 2 different sports. Same way with Deion. And, when you're on the professional level, it's just a whole nother tier. So to be able to do that, whereas Brock, he had a tryout with the Vikings. It's still something to be proud of, but, and he did hold a belt in UFC, so you got to give him that. And,
right.
Wrestlers are great athletes, but at the same time, it's not exactly a fighting competition type thing. You know what I'm saying? So I would not know.
Yeah, I agree. Still, I mean, none of us can think of anyone. That list that's up there with Bo and Dion is very short. You're like, who else is it? So it's not a knock on Brock. It's just.
What about Mookie Betts, World Series winner? He's bowled like 30 perfect games. Could be a Pro Bowler.
Yeah. He's
all around athletes. There are people like Dave Winfield who I'd put on that list.
Dave Winfield, awesome.
Kind of gets overlooked.
Okay. We're gonna have to do this list. I think now we've discovered and realized that we need to do this list. All right. Speaking of wrestling, we just mentioned him the other day. Dory Funk Jr. has passed away. Tom's great grandfather, Dory Funk Jr. No, but he was a legend. One of the old school greats. That Funk family. There's a lot of wrestling families. The Funks among them. Lived a long life. Good for him.
West Texas State, baby.
West Texas State, another one of those guys. Absolutely wild. Absolutely wild.
Yeah, I will say this. I only had one interaction in my life with Dory Funk Jr., and I must have been either 9 or 10 years old, and Florida Championship Wrestling came to Naples, Florida Gymnasium. And my friend Danny Sullivan and I were waiting to get autographs from the wrestlers who were coming out and just kind of lingering around in the parking lot, as a 9 or 10-year-old does in the middle of the night back in the late 70s, early 80s. And Dory Funk came out, and I still, to this day, I remember him walking out, and he walked out with Buzz Sawyer, who cussed me out. I've mentioned a couple of times, who I still, to this day, even though he's departed, can't stand the man, because that was back when kayfabe was still alive and well. Dory was a heel, but I'll never forget seeing him, and I just, looked up his age and the time frame. He was maybe 38 years old or 39 tops when I ran into him. And I would have sworn he was 100 years old, with the hairline and how slow he moved and everything. But I will tell you, for being a heel, he took the time to put his stuff in the car, take my program, and sign it for me. And he was as nice and as gracious as anyone could be to a 9 or 10-year-old.
Yeah. That's awesome. That era did have that look where they just all looked older and unathletic. It's kind of like the weird comparison, but it's kind of like you meet Afghans for the first time in country. Not all of them, obviously, not putting a blanket canvas out. You're like, oh, man, how old are you? You're 50, 60? I'm 14, sir. It's like, what? Holy crap, you've aged fast. That's insane.
It is weird because people from that generation, it's like they looked like they were 50 or 55 when they were actually 30 or 35, but maintained that look all the way up until the end.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. It is kind of impressive. Transitioning, real quick story on the NBA. We could do a lot more, but we're not, because we have a lot of memes and we got some ball today. We got a lot of other things going on. But Dylan Brooks from the Phoenix Suns, he came over last year. This past year was his first year he came over. They've reached a new agreement, 3 years, $73 million. Pretty good deal for him. Averaged 20 points, just over 20 points last year, 3.6 rebounds, 1.8 assists for Phoenix, who was a surprise 45-win playoff team. Good for the Phoenix Suns to have him back. He is a key piece to them. Nate, what's your take on this? Good move. What else do they have to do?
The Suns got to do it. There's not a million free agents out there. It does seem like a lot of money. The other crazy thing is it's fully guaranteed.
Yeah.
It's just like, oh, okay.
Kudos to his agent, whoever it is. I don't know who his agent is, but well done, sir. That's impressive.
Yeah, and there's no options in it, so it's just they're paying him for 3 years, whether he's there or not. So that's the interesting part. I still don't think the Suns are contenders, obviously.
No,
but
they can be decent again.
The playoffs, yeah, they can get to the playoffs,
Yeah. Well, we keep talking about, man, and the East has got some of the situation now too. The Sixers stacked, the Knicks, have a lot of pieces. There's a few teams on each side that are just you're not going to be better than them. So everyone's playing just to get into the playoffs at this point. Okay. This is the earliest time we've ever gotten into memes, but we're going to dive into memes before we talk ball, which is coming up after this. So let's do That's Meme-tastic.
That's meme-tastic.
That's meme-tastic.
We should do that one more time.
Speaking of Afghans. Okay. No particular order here. I don't know what order they're in, but we're just going to roll with it. I know that there's a spattering. We've got a male in an orange jacket, conspiracy theorist, and then he's kind of putting his hands up, and then at the bottom, he's resting him behind his head, proud pattern recognitionist. Yes, that speaks to Tom's heart very closely.
Boom.
Very close. Yeah, that is you. That is Tom Cunningham, 100%. Maybe you remember, we spoke wrestling earlier, maybe you remember Val Venus.
Oh, yeah.
And he's just being Val Venus. Hello, biological ladies. Obviously, a lot of biological versus non-biological conversation, thanks to our beautiful friend, good friend of the show, Sophie Cunningham. Val Venus putting it out there. I love it.
Can we please get Val Venus on the show?
He would totally come on this show. He's so outspoken about the things that we're outspoken about. He would absolutely do it. And
I feel like I've been getting a lot of reels coming through with him out and about doing public appearances and things. So
yeah,
sure if we just, buy him a bus ticket, we can get him in the studio.
Yes. Did a Greyhound bus literally pull up to the studio? Yes, absolutely. Yes. And he got out in a towel, as you might expect.
Nothing would please me more is your wife going, Drew, why is Val Venus in our living room?
I didn't invite him, honey. He's a stage 5 clinger. I don't know if he's ever moving out. Like this might be our new home, our new arrangement. Here's Tom. Conspiracy theorist collecting I told you so medals since 2020. Tom, very decorated in the community. His community, we'll say.
My community, yes.
Very decorated. Congrats, by the way. That's awesome. You have stacked up the medals and a lot of wins. We talked SummerSlam on Tuesday. Pretty good event this weekend. Tom didn't love it, but Nate and I did, so we all just kind of agreed to disagree. Here's the ending after the Seth Rollins and Roman Reigns match, and we've got Roman dressed up as Woody from Toy Story. It ended very, very kindly, so that's, I like it.
No, that's darling.
It is darling. We've got point of view when someone who's been yelling, trust the science, is forced to read the newly released Fauci diary. Yep, lots of Fauci. By the way, I don't know if you guys watched any. I know Nate, I don't think you watch Pat much, but like I'm watching the other day, and then I've seen a lot of clips of it too. And Aaron Rodgers is on, and he goes off on Fauci. And Pat gives people a platform. Like some people love Pat, some people don't like Pat. Whatever, it doesn't matter. But he will give a platform. I mean, Trump's been on there. He'll let people talk about stuff. But I think most of the people on that show actually kind of probably are a little bit more aligned with us on things. Maybe not all, but certainly the network that they work for is not. And he goes off on Fauci, and I just thought the whole thing was amazing. But I just sat there enjoying all of it, thinking about how intense things were behind the scenes, what was being said into Pat's IFB and the producer's IFB, like, get him, like, stop it, like, get him off here, stop him from saying this stuff, because he just kept going back and back and back and hitting on it, and I thought it was amazing. Again, you could have 42 shots, I don't care, hopefully you're still alive. Like, I don't care about that, that's not the point. The point was just, like, ESPN clearly was on one side and the conversation that was happening was on the other, and I just thought it was delicious. I thought it was amazing.
It reminded me of one of those moments when you're arguing with your wife and then all of a sudden everyone comes to the realization that you're right and you just want to take a victory lap. You sometimes have a tendency of overdoing it to the point where, the wife is like, okay, that's enough.
Yeah.
Just be done with it.
Mm-hmm.
It's not polite to gloat.
Right. Yes. Yeah. I don't know. I love I love the conversations that had to have happened behind the scenes. And there's people now saying, like, how do we, like, sources, right? This could be total bullshit. Sources saying, folks in ESPN are like, how do we handle Aaron Rodgers highlights this year, clips on SportsCenter, this, that, and the other. I don't know if it's that. That seems like a lot. But maybe it's not. I have no idea. Interesting nonetheless. Kudos for Aaron for standing up for what he believes in, whether you agree with it or not. I think that's a good thing in America. Okay, next meme. You know you're getting old when your favorite singers start looking like your grandma. Man, I tell you what, like, it's so true. I mean, there's not one on there that doesn't look like a female. I mean, I think Rod maybe looks the least. I don't know. Maybe he doesn't. Like, can we put that back up?
That's like the Golden Girls.
Yeah, I mean, they're all very feminine. I guess maybe Bon Jovi has the...
Yeah, I was going to say Bon Jovi.
Yeah.
I mean, Steven Tyler definitely looks like a female there. He's always been effeminate. Yeah. Dude can sing. Holy crap, can he sing? But he doesn't look... And then, that's Marilyn Manson, right?
Oh, yeah, I think that's got to be Photoshopped, though. There's no way he went out in public looking like that.
I hope not. I hope that you are right, because that is like you're, I mean, not only do you look like an older woman, but like you look like you're like not too far from hospice.
Yeah.
Rod Stewart looks like he's leaning in to say, honey, would you like a butterscotch disc or a gumdrop? There's
yes.
Gumdrops over on the end table. And then Steven Tyler kind of, reminds me of the mom who, doesn't really mind if the kids drink as long as they don't leave the house.
Yes.
What's his name? Bon Jovi. He looks like, a woman, maybe like a retired woman who's helping out with a book fair or something.
Yeah.
And then
definitely kind of looks like a lesbian.
Yes. Yeah.
On her way to, go to an LPGA event or something.
Yeah.
I mean,
then,
keep going.
And then Marilyn Manson just kind of looks like that one aunt that comes over that smells like Aquanet and like Newports and that goes to give you like a kiss and you can smell like stale white wine on her breath.
Yes.
She's got mothballs in her car.
Yeah.
I don't think first of all, Rod Stewart can't sing Forever Young anymore because none of these people like that just doesn't line up. I don't think he ever had. He was obviously a talented person, had some huge success. A lot of people love him. I don't not like him. I just never was behind the Rod Stewart look. I don't know.
What, the spiky hair?
Yeah, I never. I mean, I remember watching music videos in the 80s and being like, I don't know. Like, I hear it on the radio, but then I see this, I'm like, as a kid being like, I'm not so sure. I don't know.
Nah.
Matthew seems to think that Bon Jovi looks like Ellen DeGeneres.
I told you, he looks like a lesbian.
Yeah, absolutely. Angry. Bon Jovi seems a little less angry of a lesbian than Ellen DeGeneres, but...
That's true.
Can we talk about Anne Heche and being in a body bag and then unzipping the body bag?
Did that happen? I didn't see that.
Yeah, when she had her accident, they were wheeling her out, and it was like, oh, this is sad. It looks like whoever was in that car, Anne Heche reportedly, has died because she's all zipped up, and then all of a sudden she unzips and she comes out of it topless, and then the fire rescue crew that was there put her back in and immediately loaded her in the ambo.
No, I heard nothing about this story. Wasn't Anne Heche the one who was in the movie with Harrison Ford where he was the pilot, like on an island? It was not like one of his most popular movies.
Wasn't she drunk and crashed into a house?
Yeah, that's what they want you to think.
Yeah, 6 days, 7 nights. I remember being kind of devastated because I remember seeing her in that movie with Harrison Ford, which was not like, I'm not putting it on your movie or book list, like to go and like, go sit down and watch this. I'm not saying that. Harrison Ford, obviously great in pretty much everything he does. But I remember being like, she's kind of cute. Like this was 90. I'm in high school still. This is in the 90s. I remember being, she's kind of cute, and then someone being like, dude, she's gay. I'm like, what?
She can still be hot.
She still be absolutely. Like, I'm not gonna say my next comment, but I just remember like being just like, oh man, we lost a good one. Not that high school me was going to. Yeah. Anyways, okay, we've talked about the jersey patches, and they're ramping up, and this is where it's going. We've got Michigan, Ohio State, Michigan State, and Illinois just covered like NASCAR drivers here. Lord Jesus, I pray for the people who lost their life in Extortion 17 and that this never happens to college football, because it would be terrible. Terrible.
Yeah.
One is enough. Put it on the field. Put it on everyone's seats in the stadium. Make people get a tattoo as they come in. I don't care. Like, one is too many. Again, here's me being a hypocrite. Unless somebody bigger and better than Michigan, not better, no one's better, but unless somebody gets 2 and they get a whole shit ton more money than us, then we go get 3.
Yeah.
Like, if it takes having $400 million in NIL money every year, then so be it.
So I mean, it works though. Like, just looking at that picture, I'm like, man, I kind of want some McDonald's now.
It does.
I started picturing LSU having a Raising Cane's one. I'm like, man, Cane sounds pretty good right now.
It sounds amazing. Yeah, put like Cane's and DoorDash on there, like, and then your brain's like, I should get on DoorDash and do this, especially during a game.
Will you feel the same way when you see Palantir across the wings on the helmet of Michigan?
Don't touch our helmet. Don't touch our helmet. I'm okay with a Palantir patch, even though they're going to ruin America because they have a lot of money. So, like, if we can have Oracle and Palantir, that's fine. But don't touch the freaking helmet, man. Like, that's sacred. It's sacred. All right, here's another Fauci one. Imagine taking medical advice from a man who needs a pardon for his medical advice. I mean, that'll tie your head up in knots if you let it.
Right, and I think, after him testifying and taking the fifth or whatever, I think it's very important to remind everybody that Dallas Buyers Club is about Fauci. And the reason why the drugs couldn't get into the United States, the AIDS cocktail that we heard about in the 80s and 90s, because he was pushing AZT, and AZT was killing AIDS patients. And people who had HIV, if you believe in that there is such things as viruses, were saying this is killing us. And Fauci was the bad guy until, guess what he did? He diverted money from NIH to GLAAD. And then all of a sudden, the press on Fauci was totally fine. He's the villain. He has always been the villain. And it goes back to the AIDS outbreak.
Yeah, absolutely it does. You can, that came up in that conversation with Aaron the other day too. I don't know if you saw that, Tom, but like, I was thinking of you when it did. And Aaron brought up, like, this goes back to Fauci in the 80s. I'm like, oh, Tom's got an erection right now. Like, he's so excited. But you can believe whatever you want about COVID, the vaccine, its origins, yada, yada, yada. I just don't give a shit. Like, I don't. That's part of the reason why we talk about sports now. I love sports more. Have your own opinions. But if you think Fauci's a good guy, like, stop it. Like, you just got to pay attention to... Not like, this isn't like getting into like the nitty gritty. It's just all right there. Like, he's a terrible dude. He deserves a pineapple shoved into his ass the wrong way every day, 3 times a day, maybe 4 on the weekends. I don't know.
What's the right way to put a pineapple up your
I guess there's no right way. Yeah, it doesn't feel good. I've tried it, only the one way, and it's not good. It's not good.
Maybe sideways is the wrong way.
Yes.
Sideways.
Yes. Never put anything sideways in there. Like, that's just good. That's good science. Contrary to what Fauci would say is good science. Don't put things sideways in there. Not smart. Family show. Okay. Horny Hall of Fame. We got Belichick, Jordan Hudson. Can we just get a picture of Jordan Hudson, who seems like just a miserable person to be around, but obviously attractive. Petrino, Sharon Moore, Lombardi on there now, and then Urban Meyer, who of course has got quite the allegation. I think you could probably put Lane Kiffin on there too.
Oh, most definitely.
What happened to Urban Meyer? I didn't hear about this.
Urban has, beyond the video, Urban has, I know people who played for Urban. Not only him, but both him and his wife have been said to. This allegedly, Balls and Banter is not saying this definitively. Allegedly, were quite frisky on campus with other people separately. Like, oh, that's interesting.
Okay.
Yeah. So, and then he had the one video that came out, he was still at Ohio State, and he's in the bar fondling a woman in the bar. She was backing up against him. Look, here's the thing. I don't like Urban Meyer. Urban Meyer's a hell of a football coach at the college level. He obviously sucked here in Jacksonville, but that's a hell of a college football coach.
Okay. Does it make me a prude or old-fashioned that I have never been on board with the whole swinging thing, and I still can't even wrap my head around if you're married to somebody, bringing somebody else in.
Yeah, I don't want to go here. No, you're not a prude. It's ridiculous. That's the weirdest thing ever. I don't get it at all. I understand how people get tricked into emotional affairs that lead to physical affairs, and that's not right. I'm totally against it. But you can see how that works and how, you believe lies and you get caught up in whatever. Terrible. But being that is what you're talking about is what is wrong with you? That is so freaking awful. So freaking awful. Okay, is this a Ukraine one? Yeah. How it started, how it's going. Still got ladyboys.
I sometimes miss Sarah in her press briefings.
Do you?
Yeah, I do. There was something about her that drew me in. I think it was the Popeye forearms and the wigs.
Broad shoulders.
Very broad shoulders. Could be, to your point the other day, an umpire. And if you run out of this, come get an ump job in the women's baseball league.
Yeah, I mean that uniform, that green, that does look like an umpire uniform.
It does. It does. By the way, there were some videos surfacing of, I forget the woman's name who sang the anthem that we played the other day that was so terrible, within the two white chicks who were also singing, which made no sense. But it showed her scolding them and the little bit of rehearsal that they had. Clearly they didn't have much rehearsal. I don't think anyone should just even be singing at all. I think all of you should go home. Just somebody, it's women's baseball. Somebody hit a track in the press box and play an old instrumental, which, by the way, I prefer anyways. Play an old instrumental, big band version.
Well, how hard is it to find a good singer? You could have went to the local high school and just got the best singer from the choir to come out or something. It's not hard.
It's not. It's definitely not. Yeah, I don't know. I tend to, because when people screw it up, it's oh man, this is our freaking anthem. I love our anthem. I love this country, and you just made it terrible. Chris Stapleton nailed it that one year. Obviously, Whitney Houston's nailed it. There's been some epic ones for sure, but it's just if you don't have NFL Super Bowl money or Monday Night Football or whatever, something big money, just play a track, bro. Just play a track. You're going to save money and everyone will be happy with it. And it'll go faster because these other renditions that some of these people do, it's I don't even know if that line's in the song. You're just making shit up at this point. Okay, lots of talk about lettuce. We've talked more about lettuce than anyone ever thought we would lately. And we've got the marijuana weed. Who's the devil's lettuce now? Talking to some romaine. Yeah, also jalapenos at Chipotle now. They're taking jalapenos out of the line right now for salmonella fears. So if you're a Chipotle person, maybe just dial it back on the jalapenos.
See, this is where I think Taco Bell's gotten a bad rap when it comes to diarrhea because
big time.
It's diarrhea and Taco Bell are always intertwined together, but the real villain in all of this is Chipotle. I mean, how many times have we come across a story about Chipotle and diarrhea?
Yeah, multiple now. Yeah, that's true. That's a fair point.
South Park did a whole episode on it. There was the Chipotle way to get rid of the bloodstains in your underwear after you eat Chipotle. But I mean, so I saw today that the outbreak has spread to 2 new states. So it's 47 states in general. And, this lettuce from Taylor Farms was known about like a month ago, at least. It was like July 4th. And yeah, it's still spreading. Like, how is that possible? Like, there's no way it was just this lettuce. There's no way it was just Taco Bell. Like the Taylor Farms lettuce, it should have all been recalled. Even if it wasn't recalled, lettuce doesn't last a month on a shelf.
No.
That stuff's all gone.
Yeah.
So it's still spreading some other way. It's all BS. There's no way it's from Taco Bell.
Welcome to the fold, Nate. It was a biological attack.
Big time. Big time.
I love it. I love that. I mean, God bless Nate, because Nate is in the same hotel as Tom, in the same city, and it's just getting. And I love it. I well, we're both used to it in our own way, but like he's just getting inundated with it, and like you're going to come out a different person. Like there's no way you don't.
Pattern recognition.
You don't spend 3 years in Toledo and not come out a different
person. That's fair point. Touche. Okay, what do we got? We've got another. It came a girl in the middle, guy yelling on one side. It came from a lab guy on the other side. It came from a bat, and then the girl. There are no viruses in parentheses. Tom, commentary.
Yes, I mean if you take the Latin root for virus, is venom. And I want to know, and I want to see proof of a virus that has been actually isolated.
Yeah. Okay. Fair point. I'm sorry. It made me think of something else that was happening that I shouldn't bring up here, but fair point. Okay. What do we got next? Yeah, we got a young girl putting her mouth over the mouth of another young girl. People who have lived under communism, her mouth is covered, the other girl covering it. Liberal college students who support communism. Shut up. We got this. We'll tell you how it is. Yeah, pretty much.
You know, a couple of weeks ago, I did an accidental education reality lab video, and I talked about the rise of communism and socialism and why it's happening with younger generations. And to me, there's a couple of reasons why it is, because it does sound appealing. And two, just life in general, the way everything has become as far as the affordability of real estate, the sort of stagnation of wages, and just, the overall cost of living is going up. So when you have that, thrust upon people who are younger, of course they're going to think that. But the reality is, and I was listening to somebody who lived under communism, and they said, a free house and everything, that sounds great. But when the government is ultimately deciding, how this gets divvied up, you might have a house or an apartment, and you might have to have somebody that moves in with you. And that's okay. I can kind of deal with that if you're that age. But what happens is the government decides who's moving in with you. You have no say whatsoever. So then it becomes, I'm just, this is thrust upon me now. So parts of that, I don't think a lot of people are totally understanding what this kind of lifestyle would entail, and how I know it seems bad now, and for a lot of people it is, and I totally get that, especially if you're thinking about trying to buy a house. Right. It's just it's overwhelming, especially if it's somewhere that you grew up. I even to this day, and I make pretty good money, but moving back to Naples, Florida, and wanting to buy a house in the neighborhood that my mom lives in, the actual house that she and my dad paid $35,000 for, that is not happening. No. Unless I create unless I discover a fictitious virus and everybody buys in on it and I have the cure for it.
Or well, you don't really have the cure for it though. Yeah. Fair point. It is insane. And not just houses, everything's freaking it's just wild right now. Let's
look at used cars. I mean, you've been down the used car route.
Yeah. It's wild.
Yeah.
The prices are absolutely freaking insane. I wish that
it's like, hey, you could get a pretty good used car for like $500. Good luck now.
Yeah. No, yeah, it's wild. I mean, it's gotten to the point where it's like it's not worth it. It's not worth buying a used car. The type I want, they're few and far between. They're so overpriced. It's like $4,000 less than the new version that I want. Like, no, I'm not. I'm not doing it.
And that's how they get you with the kill switches and everything else.
Yeah.
Like Cash for Clunkers, baby. Cash for Clunkers was the start of it. Sounded like a great idea at the time. Yeah. Oh, no.
Oh, no. Let's skip this one. Let's do that one. I can't see exactly what it is, but let's do it. Oh, we got Chris Farley and Adam Sandler from Billy Madison. Fauci's finally going to jail. No, he's not. Well, at least he'll face consequences for refusing to answer questions. No, he won't. No, he won't. But you can imagine what it'd be like if you did, right? You remember that scene. By the way, he did get held in contempt of court today. I don't think that's going to do anything. The Senate committee voted 8-5 on it. Again, part of the reason we're doing sports now is I love sports. Everyone here loves sports. And nothing ever happens in Washington. So, like, cool, that's great. We got this vote 8-5. Like, so, like, nothing's going to happen. There's not a damn thing that's going to change. So, no one on either side is going to be held accountable. We're just going to keep getting ass raped. And here we are. We're talking.
I mean, who was the last person in D.C. to go to jail? The only person I can think of is maybe Chuck Colson from the Nixon administration.
At least anyone meaningful, yeah. Because they'll throw a lamb to slaughter and be like, it'll be on the ticker on CNN or Fox. Yeah, I don't know. I just don't care. All right, next meme. Man, I love this. I want to get this guy in the show. Man kicked out of IMAX theater after bringing a fully functioning crock pot of chili and selling bowls in the back row. That's a capitalist right there, bro. Like, one, the theater smells amazing, presuming it's decent chili. It's kind of hard to screw up chili. And then you're like, hey, you don't want popcorn? You don't want Sour Patch Kids? Or maybe you do, but you also want to chase it with a bowl of chili. Now, the question becomes, what kind of chili is it? But that's amazing. Maybe a little aggressive, like sneaking in like some alcohol or your own candies or a bottle of water in your wife's purse. Like that's understood. Like that's kind of expected. But when you show up with the crock pot, that's...
Yeah. That guy looked like my friend Zach. That was kind of crazy.
Maybe it was. Maybe you should text him. I don't know.
Yeah, man. Could you imagine the farts in that theater?
Oh my gosh, yeah. It would, yeah. Can you guys shut up? All right, hang on. I ate his chili and it was delicious, but now my GI is acting up. So yeah. Okay, marked safe. We got a marked safe from, or no, we don't. We got the left's worst fear: white women who won't back down to cancel culture, and we got Ella Langley, Sophie Cunningham, and Sydney Sweeney, our gals. Yeah. Pretty, and they're all doing pretty well. Mark safe from having to invoke the Fifth Amendment 111 times today. Still remarkable that happened.
I usually invoke it only about 45 times a day.
That's your cap. Like, yeah, like I mean, yeah, it's unreasonable once you go over 50.
Right.
I agree. These are some rules. We put out football rules every year too. This happens to be a Michigan fans example. We just cite it for reference. Rule number 1, don't call me at any time on Saturday. 2, if for some reason you decide to text me during a game, it had better be to ask me, did you see that? To which I will reply, what do you think? 3, if someone is dying, call 911 before you call me. They're more likely to answer. 4, if someone has already died, do not call me. There's nothing I can do. There's no reason for both of us to be sad. 5, if you're confused about my availability until January, please refer back to rule number 1. It's that time of year, and it's so special. So special. Because they really do. Most people understand. No, that's not true. Most people in my circle understand the rules, like, and my phone starts to go more quiet on the weekend. It's like, this is really nice. This is really nice.
I know. People think that you're exaggerating about what your love of football is. You're the only person I know who actually tailgates in his driveway before going inside to watch the game.
I don't let my parents or family come over to my house. Can we come over? No, because you're going to talk, and I'm not here to talk. Okay, I'm going to stand, I'm going to sweat, I'm going to drink, I'm going to shout, I'm going to scream, and maybe I end up naked in the pool at the end of all of this if it goes the way I want it to. That's how it goes. That's literally how it goes. I mean, don't get me wrong. It's a stressful existence, but it's way less stressful than having other people there who are like, what's first down mean? Like, shut up, Doug. Yeah. You stupid son of a bitch. No one likes you. Your wife hates you. Shut up.
Can't stand that shit during the Super Bowl, man. There's always like 8 people there who are just there because it's a social gathering, and you're like yelling about the game, and they're like, "Huh?" Like everybody, and you're like, "Are you guys not like? I came to watch the game. Like, what are you doing?"
Right. That's why. That's literally why I stopped. Like I stopped. I cut everyone off. Because it's like I can't trust who's coming. I can't trust who's, and obviously I know certain people I can trust. I could watch it with you guys and would enjoy watching it with you guys, but like.
Right.
Any uncertainty, it's like, nope, that makes me so mad now. As I get older, I get more set in my ways. Like, that shit's got to go. So now, like, even my mother is not allowed. And I love her to death.
You know, piggybacking off of what Nate was saying about the people who go for the social setting, what's even worse to me is the guy who you know is sort of a pedestrian fan, but once the game starts commenting as if he's like questioning plays and questioning, you know,
the refs calls. Oh, that's bullshit. Like, no, that was the right. Like, shut up, Herbert.
Heart.
Yeah.
And then even commenting on how much that person makes.
Yeah.
You know, like they know what their contract is.
Yeah. I can't stand any of it. It makes me so mad. And that's what I've told all my kids. All my kids, like, look, and including my son who plays football. We actually got to hurry up because I got a parent football meeting in a little bit that I got to go to. But like you can play college football and beyond or not. Like, I don't care. You can finish high school, which he will. Like, he loves it. But like, I don't care. I said, you just have to know and love the game and be able to talk at a basic level. Same thing for my 3 girls. Which they all love it. Like, you just got to be able to know the game. Like, just don't sound like a total retard. Hooked on phonics, working for me at the football party. Like, stop it. Like, either shut your mouth and like find the closet and go into the closet.
Well, you know what? I'm cool with them asking questions. Like,
100%.
I'll tell you about it, but don't be like, "Oh, why did you run out of bounds?" It's like, well, you didn't want to take a big shot to get a half yard. And there's only 30 seconds left in the half. So
right. 100%. Questions, totally acceptable. Not everyone is like a football sage. Right. I get it. Like, I don't know everything either. And like, I live and breathe it. Right. Like, but ask questions. Don't just, but you're right, Tom. Like, they're quiet and they don't say anything. And then the game starts. It's like, I should say something. I should say something right now. And then their mouth opens and you're like, you need to leave. I've taken you off of the guest list from my house. You shall never return again. We'll do your birthday at your house. Maybe. Probably not.
There's always one person who makes the joke too. They're like, "Yeah, I'm a big fan of sports ball." And it's like, I've been hearing that joke for 15 years. Just fucking stop. It's not funny.
Yeah.
Well, I told Drew, I've told you this before, but I'm going to say it again. Since we're talking about things that drive me crazy, are people like my wife, and God bless her. But when they start saying things like, "Oh, you're watching ball today," I'm like, you got to stop that. Because I know you don't know anything about it. And for you to casually drop in a term like, somebody who really enjoys the sport and just, think that that's part of the it's not.
Yeah.
Just drop that from your vocabulary.
Yeah. Ball is for people who know ball. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Absolutely. Okay, let's speed through some of these. I'm just talking about this. I'm going to have a heart attack. Terrorists should be executed. We got Ted Lasso. This is not Ted Lasso. Excuse me. These are people from We Are the Millers. Jason Sudeikis. Life without parole. We got a France flag. Parole should be optional or should be an option. The British flag and then the German flag. You guys jail terrorists? Lots of crazy stuff going on over in Europe, that's for sure. Okay, next meme. Amen. The world right now on fire. The South. When does football start? I think we've shown this one before. We got a Rolling Stone cover. How magic stays positive those summer nights. Him and a bunch of ladies. There's a lot you could pick on that one. But we'll just keep going. Ohio State fan looking at a woman walking by. College football's richest jersey sponsorship. And then Notre Dame stops the dude as he's going to follow her. Because Notre Dame's SoFi deal. Yep. Amen. Okay, Super Bowl expectations. We've just got a long list, different categories. Super Bowl, the top ones, conference championship expectations, playoff expectations, 9 and 8 sneak-in expectations, top 10 pick expectations for the following draft. Already eliminated. It's still July. Jets, Dolphins, Browns. Probably pretty accurate. And the Cardinals, too. The Cardinals are definitely in there. Have you guys seen the videos of the Cardinals? I know they're built as a montage to show what they want to show. But they're hysterical. People tripping over each other, dropping passes, fumbles, like it's just sloppy. And that's what I think we're going to see out of them. Okay. Let's skip to that Oregon one on the far right, Matthew, the green jersey. Yeah, there we go. Oregon's reportedly signing a Nike jersey patch deal. So that Phil Knight just given them a second jersey patch. And then we got 2 more memes. We'll talk a little ball and we'll get out of here. This smells like funnel cake and sounds like Van Halen. Absolutely. Just a classic spring fair. People probably died on some of those rides, no doubt. And then whatever this is, okay, the guy leaning in. So after Cactus Jack and Mankind got eliminated, guess what? Dude Love came out. Mick Foley was in the 1998 Royal Rumble 3 times. Good for her. She's cute catchphrase. She's probably going to leave you after leaning in and telling her that. But okay.
She needs to know it though.
She does need to know it. I tell you what, for disagreeing with Mick Foley on so many things, we give Mick Foley a lot of love around these parts. We've got football tonight at 8 p.m., guys. I have a parent meeting before that. We'll get home. We will make some onion rings. I don't know why I struggle to say onion rings. But we've got a game. It will be sloppy as hell. It will be ugly. It's in a small-ass stadium. But we will hear some of the network themes that we hear with football. We will see people, young and old men alike, running around in the field trying to destroy each other. We've got Carson Beck, who's going to start for the Cardinals, and then Cody Pickett's going to start for the Panthers. So that's going to happen. Again, it's going to be terrible, but I tell you what I'm interested to see tonight, and I don't know how much we'll see in preseason game 1, but the weird sub-story that I'm looking at is Haynes King, quarterback out of Georgia Tech, great athlete, not a prototypical NFL quarterback, but I'm curious what the Panthers do with him. Obviously, Bryce Young's the guy. Bryce Young's going to be the starter. Cody Pickett's going to be number 2. But Haynes King is a wild card. He ran a 4.46 at the combine. He's an athlete. He's a runner. He's kind of like a Taysom Hill, Tebow. He's got a lot of these different qualities. It'll be interesting to see if they start working him into their scheme. And that's the one thread I'm going to watch tonight. I don't know if we'll see anything like it, but other than that, it's going to be a boring game, but I'm going to be thrilled it's on.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it'd be better if they had some of the Hall of Fame inductees in the game.
Look, you only got to play a series, but
yeah.
At
least one play. You got to lay a tackle, get a sack, catch the ball, get popped right over the middle.
Yeah, I love it. That would be interesting.
No.
Real quick, the graphics aren't in. I didn't load the graphics, but Jonathan Taylor signed a new agreement, so we got another big running back deal. Jaden Daniels is picking up Stephon Diggs as another receiver in Washington, which is interesting. So you got Terry McLaurin. Not a lot of depth other than that. Some decent players, but not a lot of significant depth. Stephon Diggs signs a 1-year deal, so now there's a 1 and 2 option with some decent depth behind it, which will be interesting. I think it's a good move. Diggs obviously on the back end of his career, but he's still got. I mean, if he can not strangle his personal chef, he's still got some life left in him. So we'll see what happens with that. And then last thing we'll just touch on before we get out of here. College football top 25 preseason coaches, not AP, coaches poll came out. I got to pull it up because it's not in the thing. And I'll just read it to you. I wish I had the visual. I'm sorry that I didn't get it in. Ohio State 1, Oregon 2, Georgia 3, Texas 4, Notre Dame 5, Indiana 6, Miami 7, Texas A&M, 8, Oklahoma 9, and Ole Miss 10. If you can remember that. I won't go past that because it's a long list. It's a preseason poll. None of this means anything. You could probably argue some different teams shifting here and there. Anything that stands out to you, Ohio State 1, Oregon 2, Georgia 3, Texas 4, Notre Dame 5. How about that top 5?
I like it. I'm going right now. Let Matthew take this down for the record. I am picking Notre Dame national champions.
Interesting. See, a lot of praise about Carr coming. He had a good year last year. A lot of praise about Carr coming out, their quarterback. I saw someone pick Georgia the other day. Texas is up there because they always are. Notre Dame, yeah, who knows? What do you think, Nate?
I'm not going to go out on too much of a ledge here, and I will say the Buckeyes.
Yeah, they're going to be good, man. Julian Sand, has had a great offseason, I've heard. He looks great at quarterback. You've got Jeremiah Smith coming back a receiver. You got that whole roster is really good.
A lot of guys coming back.
I think it's going to be tough to take them off the top. Gunnar Stockton, Georgia, interesting. I could see Texas making a run, but I just feel like they always disappoint. So, I just don't believe it. Indiana at 6, I don't know, man. You look at the last 2 years, they bring in Hoover at quarterback. They make some other moves. You can't rule them out anymore, apparently. Miami should be pretty good. Mensa coming in at quarterback. And speaking, Mateer in Oklahoma, I've got a poster of him working out with his shirt off in my room now. That dude looks amazing in the offseason. So it'll be interesting to see what they can do. But yeah, I think Ohio State they're going to be tough, man. Going to be tough.
Yeah.
So. All right. Well, this was fun. We hope you guys have a great weekend. Enjoy the game. Reminder, it's 8 p.m. tonight. Cardinals, Panthers. As we said, it's not going to be great, but it is something. Something's better than nothing. So enjoy that. Hit that like button on the way out. Enjoy golf, whatever you're watching this weekend. We'll see you back here on Tuesday. Be safe. Be smart. Be free.
We got ball and banter.
at the door, and you're locked in a battle with yourself on the floor. When the man with the power and the dollar says you ain't worth a cent, and your wings won't fly and your words won't flow, you can't force a smile and they won't leave you alone. I see the light in you, let it shine again, 'cause you were born for the fire, raised by the storm, braver together, loud and in fun, heart full of country, soul full of grit. We don't run, we rise, and we don't quit. Oh, we don't run, we rise, and we don't quit. I know a woman with a lion's heart and a pretty blue dress with a shopping cart, head full of dreams, gonna change the world. Got a body of work they say won't sell, and a way with words but she won't tell. I see the light in you,
family. Listen, this is how we operate. It's one big happy family, giving each other crap all morning and calling each other out on our own shit. That's what we do all morning long here on Out of Pocket Live. We can't even reset because
Get
it's
you
live.
a godly sister that will call you on your own BS because
I was so mad at her, though. I was so mad at you.
I know.
For like a moment. I was like, why are you saying this?
Yep.
Why are you pissing on my parade? And then I was like, Allie, you're right.
I love you.
I'll get there. I'm not taking-
All right, you guys. We hope you guys are doing fantastic this morning. And if you're not, we hope that after this episode, you will be.
Sure, absolutely. Thank you for tuning in to Out of Pocket Live with Allie and Michelle. If you're not already, make sure you like, share, subscribe, share this with your friends and your besties. Because if you're working during the day, you guys can watch it as soon as you get home from work. We like to talk to you about the current events and digest it with you as we talk about how it affects your kitchen table. And we like to have a little bit of sarcasm and sass with it because
Absolutely. We throw in a lot of extra things in there too. So you never know what you're going to get.
You never. It's
With an
like
episode.
Forrest Gump and a box of chocolates. Well, today we're going to talk a little bit about mass migration through the eyes of Nick Shirley, because he's,
God bless that kid.
God bless Nick Shirley.
I actually met him at not SAS, CLS, and it was pretty awesome. And he follows me now on Instagram.
They're friends.
Yeah, we're
It's
friends
official.
now.
They're besties.
That was great. I told him, I was like, hey, you might need to come to Florida and let's knock down some doors on let's see where this care and all that is coming from here in Florida and what some of this fraud looks like, because our CFO is kicking ass.
Blaze Ingoglia lighting it.
Vote for him.
up.
I don't know why you wouldn't. The other guy is like absolutely, I mean, just not great for this state at all.
Listen, can we pause for a second?
How can you be
I love me some grassroots, America First, MAGA Patriots. Love it, love it, love it. However, before we go creating an entire slate of
That
individuals to run for office, can we just not do it out of spite? And this is as somebody who primaried. I primaried the golden child here in the state of Florida, James Buchanan. I know.
But it wasn't out of spite.
It wasn't out of spite. It was like, let's do your job, and he does. And I'm grateful
and
now.
he's done it.
And I'm grateful. But to just say
afterwards,
this is who the Republican Party is supporting, so we can't. Let's try this. Do some background searches, guys. Damn. Anyway, Blaze, love you. So we're also going to talk about the Democrat Party. They're fracturing. I mean, there was a big fracture
already
there.
fractured, fell off a cliff
And
into a canyon of the pit of hell.
Literally. The communist socialist pit of hell, plus a vacation for Secretary of State Marco Rubio. Does he deserve it?
Absolutely.
Is he going to get one? I don't know.
I
What
hope
would he
so.
do with
I
it?
mean, the Senate is on a freaking vacation and they don't deserve it.
And they got work to do. Get back to work. Your vacation is not approved by your supervisor. Signed, we the people.
Yep, that part.
Okay, let's go
All
ahead
right.
and get out of pocket. Or open that mic and get out of pocket.
Two queens, no filter, say what they feel. Allie and Michelle keep it way too real. Politics, family, yeah, we go there. If it's out of line, we don't care. It's out of pocket. It's out of pocket.
It's going to be a rough day.
Stop stealing my lines, Michelle. Oh my God, I read this meme earlier and it was like, don't you hate when you're having an argument with somebody after you've already had the argument in your head and they don't follow the script?
That's not how you were supposed to respond. I had both sides of this argument choreographed, damn it.
Objection.
No, have you seen the meme where it's like you ever get halfway during that argument and you realize he might be right? And now what do I do with that?
Overruled.
I'm just
Maybe I'm the problem.
If you are, you're a cute one.
Okay, Poppy, I'm sorry.
That part. I don't know what to do once you get to that point in the argument where you're like,
a girl.
I didn't think about that. Maybe I was a little out of pocket. Well, I do a show, and so it's hard to separate work from I try everything, and it's like, no, that ain't gonna get you out. Anyway. First up today, guys, let's talk about the Department of Homeland Security. Not only the fact that Tillis and Cornyn are both really trying to stick it to President Trump for not supporting them in their reelection, which they lost, but they don't want to support Mark McMullen. Am I saying his last name right?
I think so.
Okay. He is the current acting director, and Mark Wayne Mullen. Thank you. Wow. Zach, you're on it. Can you just follow me around, Zach? See, I could stay out of trouble if I had a Zach in my ear.
No, you wouldn't. You would put him on mute and take him out your ear.
Zach goes, I'd probably get you in trouble.
Then who would they be calling?
Me.
It's fine.
Holly, I don't know what to do. I got my. I'm gonna try to stay focused. I am so sorry. I blame the hat. It's hat shell. Okay, let's roll clip.
You know, I tell people that I haven't quit smiling since I've been Secretary of Department of Homeland Security, but I have to take that back because when we start digging into these cases and you start hearing the absolute horrific things that took place underneath the Biden administration, under true neglect at best and criminal at worst, to allow 450,000 kids to go missing throughout this country. President Trump has made it a point to go find these kids. And because of our partnership with HHS and DOJ, Department of Homeland Security, truly using the best of the best, which the Democrats sometimes want to demonize because a lot of times this is ICE, this is HSI, this is CBP. These individuals that the Democrats seem to want to defund. We found 146,000 kids so far. 146,000 kids. We still have nearly 300,000 missing. We're investigating reports to where some of these kids claim that they were raped 600 to 700 times. I don't care who you are. I don't care if you have kids, if you don't have kids. I don't care if you're a liberal, you're independent, you're a Democrat, you're a Republican. If you can't stand for law enforcement to go find these kids, who are you? Who are you? Every leader should understand what's going on. And do you know where we're finding the most of them? Sanctuary cities.
God bless it.
Because they know they're safe.
Oh.
That's why they're called sanctuary cities. Because of President Trump's leadership, we're going into those sanctuary cities. We have mayors like Mandami in New York who want to say you're not welcome. As a mayor, he knows what's happening on the streets. He knows who he's harboring, and at this point in abating. By saying that we can't go operate, we're going to. We're going to go find the worst of the worst. We're going to rescue as many kids as we possibly can.
We can bring it back.
We're going to...
Not 6 or 7 times a child has been raped. 600 or 700 times one child.
Who's not for ending this?
I think. Anyone in an elected position that is advocating for sanctuary state or sanctuary city should immediately be put in handcuffs, because there is absolutely zero reason for you to harbor criminals like this that abuse children.
Yeah. Your party, this is not about a party. This is not about it's not about Democrat, Republican, Independent. This is evil. And if your party platform allows you to or convicts you to stand on the side of evil, find a different platform. I don't know what to tell you. Like, this is what I think we always feared. I think this is what our founding fathers feared, is that we would be so blinded by ideology that we would stop being able to see right versus wrong. I mean, even when in the founding of our country, you know, when you go back and look at some of the continental congresses that they had, they didn't all agree. They didn't all think the same way, but they all believed in the general good. And the reason why is because this country was built on a morality, a God-fearing morality. Even our Constitution and our founding documents, Charlie Kirk used to talk about this all the time, that our Constitution and our founding in this country was made for a Christian, moral people. When you start to deteriorate that, because again, you can come here and practice whatever religion you want, but when you come here,
you're raping children.
We're not sacrificing kids to Baal. Sorry, that ain't happening here. That's not part of it. Yeah, but
Allah.
But when you stop being that country of morality and of Christianity and a moral compass, no wonder why is you start to erode everything that's great about your country. And I think this is the test, because when you talk about, and I think it's in 2 Corinthians, when God says, you know, when my people hear me, or when I hear my people, you know, they've been destroyed for a lack of knowledge. But when my people humble themselves and turn from their wicked ways, then I hear from them, and then I go and heal their land. This is pure wickedness. Not standing up for the youth and not standing up for the innocence of children being raped and pillaged 600 to 700 times. If you can't find your way to the right side of that issue, there's no hope for you.
And I mean, I get it. I get you wanting to hold on to your job. But at the same time, if you have the audacity to have illegal activities under a badge, because we've seen that.
Yeah, that's happened.
We've seen that. We've seen it take place. There's an entire true story, loosely based on true events, The Wire, where that was taking place. We've seen it. It does occur in some police departments where you have illegal activity being conducted by police officers behind a badge. So if you can do that by selling drugs or selling arms or letting criminals get away with things, why can't you also have a task force that is going after these people that are doing this to these children?
Yeah.
I'm not saying it happens everywhere, but why is that not something that we could be doing?
Well, and that's
every department needs to have something.
So this is what you do. You go get the people like Jared Sadulski, Allie Hopper, Craig Sawyer, these people that are already out there in the mission field, who work with those in the you know, the sex trafficking, human trafficking, the bowels of that industry, if you will. People are already doing this, but they're just doing it like as a nonprofit. So why not bring that into the fold as part of a government agency and let them, because the government screws everything up. I just answered the question.
You did, but also, I mean, I'm sure there's a lot of things that need to go into that as far as like working with the FBI and like this task force that they currently have. But still, we need to make sure that there are some kind of something that is going on in these cities where this is happening, and only 175,000 have been found. Only
the vast majority have not, and this is what open border Democrat policies brought to you. I want to say brought to you by. That's what I want to say. Well, let's. On that note, let's also talk about our education system. You know, we've got a heated governor race here in the state of Florida. Many of us believe that Byron Donalds is going to be the victor in that, in which case we would have a great first lady who understands a lot about education, Miss Erica Donalds. She's going to be talking, or she was talking about the Department of Education. People, when they talk about shrinking the federal Department of Education, and people lose their mind because they're like, oh my gosh, it's going to take away funding from all of our schools. And listen to her explain the waste, fraud, and abuse to it.
Only 10% of the average funding for schools around the country comes from the federal government. Is that confirmed?
Accurate.
Do you agree with that? Mm-hmm. And the amount of regulatory hurdles and things they have to abide by that are on the federal level and don't make sense on the local level is way disproportionate, correct?
Absolutely. If you think about it, as a classroom teacher may have a requirement to provide a particular service to a student. Okay, we all want those services to continue. If a student needs extra help, give them the extra help. The problem comes when that teacher has to fill out a particular form and say, I did this for this student. That goes to the school guidance counselor. Guidance counselor turns around, reports it to the district. District turns around, reports it to the state. State turns around, reports it to the federal government. And at every level, you've got paper pushers who only exist for checking these boxes at every level. We've estimated that's anywhere from 37 to 40 cents on the dollar. So instead of that money going to the actual services for the student, it's getting caught up in the bureaucracy between Washington and your local school.
We're the radical ones. She has no idea what she's doing and she's unqualified.
And she's anti-education and wants to see the, privatization of school. She's talking about 40 cents of your dollar not going to the classroom. She's not talking about charter, private, public. It's only public schools that she's referring to here. Which I don't understand. I don't understand how people don't see that as wasteful.
If they're getting government funding of any kind, it's still a public school.
Thank you, because public school by definition is taxpayer funded, public funded education.
Right.
We just expanded it. You're welcome.
Like, I don't. Comprehension. It's not reading is fundamental. It's comprehension is fundamental.
It's critical thinking is fundamental.
You can't get.
Try to step away from what your socialist professor told you. Just put it aside. Independent thought, people.
Wait for First Lady.
Look, I'm just praying, Lord, let her be First Lady of the state of Florida and let me be on a school board.
Our Florida Department of Education is going to be fire.
Grab your pen and paper, take notes around the country because we're going.
Sit on it, actually.
Please, oh my God, would you please
sit on the board? But I don't know because I think she's very particular who she wants to sit on the board.
Oh, but Allie.
I know.
Erica, call Allie. She would love to. And I would love, and as a future school board member, I would love to see Allie on the Department of Education. Oh my God, can you imagine? Heads would roll. They'd be like, now there's extremists. I mean, she wore a freedom hat. I love you. Anyway, use that next time people talk about the dismantling of the Department of Education and how scary it is. It's more bureaucracy being put on a diet. So terrifying. What is terrifying is seeing what Nick Shirley is doing on the ground, being able to bring you these images because mainstream media is not doing it. When you notice this,
and when I saw this, I was like, I cannot believe Nick, really?
we keep saying, get you security. He must have somebody that we don't see in these clips. I don't know. With the people he knows, I can't imagine. But so he is on the ground there in Morocco as you're seeing this mass flood of migration happening. Looks like a really bad day of what's that zombie show that I couldn't get into because it was gory. What is it? Where they all turned to zombies? Help, Zach. The Walking Dead. I knew Zach was going to get it. But it's like The Walking Dead. It's crazy. But he's noticing something specific about those that are crossing the border. Take a look.
I wonder what it is.
You notice something peculiar about this group? Watch.
Once again, not a single woman in sight. This is all just a group of men right here, all being escorted down the mountain from the Spanish military.
And how old are you guys? 28. He's 28. 21. 21. ¿Por qué mujeres no vinieron aquí?
Mujeres a la casa, como dice en el Islam.
Explain that. The point about Islam, women stay at home like Islam says. This is conquest. This is not just looking for a better life. This is clear they got a goal.
Yeah, and it's like if you had no job, no money inside of your country, why would you leave your wife there?
Yes.
And it's very interesting to think that all these men, they're all 21 to 28 years old, and they're all coming here, like literally in the truckloads. Like truckloads of men just got dropped off at the border. The Moroccan government let them through, and then the Spain government literally opened up the gate for them.
Well, okay. A lot of people don't understand this, don't know this about Spain.
Okay.
Spain let Nazis in.
Oh, really?
Yes. During the Nazi regime, Spain's government was sympathetic. Ask me how I know.
How do you know, Miss Allie?
My family on my mother's side, my grandmother and her family fled Nazi Spain because they were Jewish.
Wow.
And they had to do it secretly. And moved to Puerto Rico.
Allie.
So I'm not surprised that Spain is letting in militants from another nation. They're going to regret this, though.
Well, they're following the same suit of Europe.
Exactly.
And look what they're seeing. And you cannot not ask the question, why is it all fighting age males?
Well, if you think about it too, rape increased in Britain.
Yeah.
And in European
And then
countries.
their government let it.
The government let them.
They had these no-go zones where police couldn't even respond to calls.
Right. Girls were missing. Young girls and women were missing. Violence and murder.
I'm sure animals were too.
Increased. Right? Like 100-fold. Not just 30%, not 15%, like 110%. 200%.
We just had this conversation about DHS and that happening here too. So I can't even point my finger over to Morocco and Spain because we allowed the UN to let it happen here. It's all part of the UN's policy of mass migration.
And what's interesting about this that Nick Shirley points out is that why would you leave if you have no money in your country? Why are you leaving your women there? Because women are not like how we view women. With the way Islamists view women is property. Just to make babies. And they cover them because it's easy to abuse someone you can't see. It's easy to abuse someone you think is chattel.
And just for a second, like the comedic side of my brain just went, I bet them are some happy women that all the men left to flee
They probably, but they're so
because of the way they're being abused. They're probably like, yes, please go. And go to that other country.
But the older men are still there.
Marrying the 6-year-olds.
So they can't be free.
Lord.
And then they want their sons to go out and be martyrs. They're excited that they're raising children and boys that are going to go conquer the West.
Well, and like he says here, this is conquest. This is not people looking for a better way of life. And it's been sold that way to you. The American people, wake up, because we can never go back. And this is part of what's on the ticket in 2026. It's on the ticket for your state, and it's on the ticket for in November going into the general election. You better give this current administration the help they need in the House and Senate. Put your little feelings aside. Make sure that we still carry a large majority because we've got a lot to do in the next years.
We are trying to teach our children the harms and dangers of communism, but we also need to teach our children the harms and dangers of Islam. Because that is a militant, it's militant.
Oh, that's Islamophobe. Well, you should fear a religion that seeks to extinguish you. They're going to call it that. They're going to call it religious freedom. Well, if your religious freedom is putting a price tag on my head, it's not allowed. No bueno. We're not doing this. Okay. You want a little bit of fun before we go to our commercial break? This is I found this and I was like, I cannot believe this happened in America. Take a look. Never forget.
Say it again slower.
Never forget the government did more to stop the distribution of ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine than it ever did for the distribution of fentanyl.
That came from China.
China. I can't do it.
China.
How does it do it?
China.
Oh, she's so good. She's so good. Trump's got nothing on Allie. Seriously, if you want to see how it can be done when there is poison on your streets that are killing your sons and daughters, how was it that they took something that was used for rheumatoid arthritis for like decades and just pulled it off the shelf? It was available over the counter in a lot of areas. It was still around the globe, just not here in the United States.
Possible. health reasons.
Yes.
I get it. And
Impossible.
then the price skyrocketed. It used to be $5.
And people lost their medical licenses, they lost their pharmaceutical licenses just because they were trying to write scripts. Like, imagine telling a doctor they can't give a script for something. Like Obamacare, federalized healthcare. You're welcome. Anyway, I thought that was a good thing to take before our commercial break. We need for you guys to make sure that you wander over to libertycigars.com and get you some Liberty cigars because we're going to have a lot to celebrate. I'm optimistic going into the end of August, our primary here in Florida, and into November, the general election. So make sure you've got something to celebrate with and use promo code OpenMic, save 10%. We're going to go to a quick commercial break. We'll be right back after this.
From the heart of Marietta, Georgia, comes a tribute to the spirit of liberty. Liberty Cigars, where history meets craftsmanship. Each cigar tells a story. The Founders Collection honors the visionaries who shaped a nation. The President's House Collection celebrates the leaders who steered it. And the Naval Series salutes the heroes who defended it. Handcrafted with precision, each blend mirrors the essence of its namesake. From the boldness of George Washington to the elegance of Thomas Jefferson. Indulge in a moment of reflection. Light a Liberty cigar and savor the legacy. Discover your story at libertycigars.com because every great nation deserves a great cigar. Liberty Cigars, smoke the history. And don't forget to use promo code OpenMic for 10% off your order. Also visit officialpatriotgear.com. We do not have a promo code for them because we just support Patriots. So
Yes.
not discuss that.
But we might have one soon.
We might have one.
And
But
some swag, possibly.
for now, if you want to support conservative and patriots and veterans and first responders, please visit theofficialpatriotstore.com.
Absolutely. Guys, we have talked a lot about how we feel, at least Allie and I feel, I think a lot of you do too, that if we don't have a strong Democrat Party that's sane, it really hurts our country because we're built on.
Then it's more of like a group thing.
It is. And I miss the days of like good, solid debate. But I'm not the only one.
Maybe, since they want to go complete communist, there is a split in the Republican Party.
Mm-hmm.
You have like the old guard, and then you have MAGA. Or
Yeah.
you have like MAGA and America First, like truly America First.
So
that are like they're like the opposite of like what we think is America First. They're kind of like no wars ever. We should not be involved in anything that involves other nations. It's just be America.
Yeah, and I'd like to see MAGA America First stay focused on the mission and not so much just spatting just to spat.
Yeah.
Like I agree. We've got to hold our own party and people within it accountable. There's a way to do that. There's a way to do that without burning down the whole house.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of people are misunderstood about that. But I'm curious. This woman, she appeared on Faulkner with Hannah Faulkner on Fox News. Her name is Melissa DeRosa. I don't know why she's still a Democrat. I don't know. Like, we'll welcome you over here. You got some pretty good critical thinking skills. But listen to what she thinks is coming down the pike for her own Democrat Party.
I think that 2026 is the warm-up and 2028 is the showdown at the OK Corral. This is where you're going to see the Civil War spill wide open into the public, and it's going to be a war for the soul of the Democratic Party. And you're already starting to see what these candidates are doing. Kamala Harris lost so crushingly and decisively in 2024 to Donald Trump because she didn't know who she was or what she stood for. She flip-flopped on gun control. She flip-flopped on fracking. She flip-flopped on Medicare for all. She flip-flopped on all of these things. And you're seeing a redux of that right now in the run-up to 2028. Suddenly she wants to talk about the Electoral College, expanding the court, these different things which are very popular with the DSA activist wing of the party. So to me, what she's doing just reinforces that she isn't a good candidate. She's going to go absolutely nowhere. But you are going to see that pattern where people who traditionally were considered left of center, a little bit further left of center, chase at the DSA and chase at the activist wing of the party to try to get their vote.
Instead of completely saying, no, y'all are batshit crazy, we should not be, having this conversation. We should not be going that far off the cliff into the seventh depth of hell. we should kind of reel it back in a little.
You ever watch I'm gonna age myself a little bit here, but like the Looney Tunes cartoons, like the Acme, where it's like Roadrunners running and it's like, turn around, dead end ahead, cliff, turn around. And it's like all these, and we're just sitting here like, don't. And now there in the cartoon, they fall off the cliff. It's funny. There's a puff of smoke and he resets, right? You don't get a reset here. You don't get her. We're not respawning. Thank you. There is no game over. Try another, live another life. I mean, so she's saying that 2026, they're putting their toes in the water with this Mandami crap and what took place in Colorado with, these DSA, Democrat Socialists of America, sort of taking over and primarying old-fashioned Democrats and taking the party further left. That 2028 is where you're really going to see this play out, which tells me I'm thinking about 2028 and who the Democrat Party would put up as a presidential candidate. When you start thinking about Newsom and people like that, they're not far enough left.
They're not.
It's going to be a Mandami.
They're not far enough left. But with what this woman has just said about Kamala Harris is that it doesn't matter. Because even if they're not that far enough left, they'll say they are. Just so they can hold a position of power.
I could see Newsom doing that.
They can continue to bring down and dismantle America and bring it to its knees. And they want that. They want a civil war. They want us to fight each other. They don't want us to come together and do better. And
anything,
propel America forward.
Anything to destruct America.
Right.
Anything for the destruction of America. Interesting. Well, guys, keep it locked here. We will follow the destruction of the Democrat Party. I'll wait on bended knee as that happens. But we have, I think, Zach, we're trying something in the control room here. It is a response, Allie. You and I are just going to like blindly watch a video, and I guess we have to respond to it. So it's kind of like buckle up. All right. Roll what you got, Zach. Let's see.
And I assure you, I will be fighting to protect every single Wisconsinite because I'm the only candidate in this race who will meet ICE with the force and fury required to keep us all safe.
Wisconsin gubernatorial candidate is going to meet ICE. She's going to Francesca Hong. Yeah, I remember her. I can't. Hong, is that her last name?
Yeah, she's with her white adjacent guilt. Son is half white because she didn't know that marrying. Oh, I can't.
Okay, but so listen to who she's choosing to take battle with. ICE. Force
and fury. Mind you, didn't we just come off a clip before our commercial about the acting director of DHS,
yeah,
Department of Homeland Security,
yeah,
saying that there have been children that have been raped over 600 times,
and they're seeking
in sanctuary cities. This woman wants to defund the police. She wants to have a sanctuary city.
State even.
And state because she's trying to go into being a governor.
Right.
So now she's going to meet ICE, who is their job is to come in and get rid of those people who are committing these heinous acts against children and women and corrupting your state and bleeding your state of resources and bleeding your state of money. And you are working hard to put food on the table and things of this nature for your own family. But that's who force and fury.
And take those words, force and fury. Now, what did we learn here in the state of Florida when DeSantis said he was going to Hong, last name? I can't. I'm sorry, I don't remember the first name because she's irrelevant. But what we saw take place here in the state of Florida when Governor DeSantis decided Francesca
Fisk, because that's exactly who she's reminded me of. Every single person that is going to be a candidate that wants to defund police and act like this, force and fury.
Make an example out of them.
You are a Fisk, Wilson Fisk character. I can't.
Yes. Well, here in the state of Florida, Governor DeSantis decided to stand behind law enforcement and federal law enforcement. And what I find interesting, Allie, is that the governor This is why this is so important of her using that language of fury. Like she's going to throw everything at ICE. As a governor, you are the head in command in most states of your law enforcement. So what is this? What happens? Play this out for me, Wisconsin. What happens, God forbid, she's elected and she's choosing to take force and fury towards ICE? Is she going to turn your law enforcement into an anti-ICE, I don't know, militia? Is that what's going to happen?
Right.
So no longer fighting crime on your streets, no longer going after the human traffickers, no longer fighting crime in your state, but now fighting ICE? Is this, are you consenting to this? Listen to their words, because they're bold enough now to tell you exactly what they mean.
And the sheriffs.
Well, and they're constitutional. So your sheriffs are sworn to the Constitution, so they cannot fall in line with this.
No.
So then what does that look like? A civil war?
Right. And then so everybody that was up in arms about having Trump become like some kind of Red Guard.
Like Gestapo, yeah.
Right. Who is going to, turn it into a police state.
Congratulations, you're getting one.
You're getting one.
And here's what's going to happen. We just talked about in yesterday's episode about the new governor candidate in Minnesota that's so successful. Everybody's going to move from Wisconsin to Minnesota. They're going to be like, peace out. Don't come here to Florida. Michigan. Sorry. I wish Minnesota. Tim Walz. Damn. We're still stuck with
That is
Michigan.
disgusting. Francesca Fisk. That's her new name.
Francesca
That's
Fisk.
it. I'm just going to make names.
Thank you for that, Zach. Man, he found that. He's like, I need you guys to. It's but that's what's coming. That's what's coming, guys. You need to make sure that you are out there voting.
Yeah, death by 1,000 cuts.
Vote so big that they can't algorithm their way out of it. I want to talk a little bit, but can we go back in time a little bit? There was a doctor that early on, Allie, she blew the whistle on the use of hydroxychloroquine to treat COVID-19. And I remember because I got in touch with her office. And the only way I saw her was through her Facebook videos. And then she real quickly was deplatformed. Her, Simone Gold, a bunch of these frontline doctors and frontline nurses, they were having these press conferences. They got shut down, deplatformed, everything. But initially, her office was in Texas, and I was trying to get a hold of her because she would do like virtual visits with patients and then determine if she could give them hydroxychloroquine. But we could not get it to my dad in the hospital because they would not allow that to happen. And I wasn't there. You weren't allowed to be there bedside. So what's interesting is she did everything right. She was actually seeing patients in person, finding out firsthand, unlike Fauci, that as she's seeing patients and giving them this, they're recovering at a wonderful rate. Take a look at this. I want you to be able to see her. This is Dr. Stella Emanuel. Anthony Fauci had her social media, as I explained to you, shut down after she publicly stated that she personally treated 350 COVID patients with hydroxychloroquine and zinc, and not a single one died. If the world knew this worked, if the world knew that this had worked, we could have never forced the vaccine on you. And I need for you to understand this, because as people come into your life and say, why are we still talking about this? Oh, the masks, move on. No, you can't move on until there's accountability. I mean, we could have saved lives. Isn't this what the masks were allegedly for and what standing 6 feet apart was allegedly for? Why did we shut down medicine? Why did we shut down doctors who were practicing medicine actively for a bureaucrat who was playing God in a lab? Why did we exchange one for the other?
Conflict of interest of a wife who approved the unethical way of doing things.
There's going to be a major motion picture movie made about those two. It's going to
who probably had connections with or stocks in the pharmaceutical companies that developed the vaccine.
Yeah.
And they probably got some kind of kickback from doing this. So when you silence the medicine and you silence the truth, again, this goes back to Orwellian Fahrenheit 451.
Yep.
Right.
Where were all you No King protesters when Fauci was sitting on his throne of medicine? I don't know. I'm scratching my head here.
While he was sitting on the throne, he was writing in his diary.
Dear diary. Well,
disgusting.
We will continue to talk about Fauci as we believe there'll be articles of contempt of court or contempt of Congress brought forward. So we'll keep it locked here for that story because we'll continue to talk about it. I can play that fiddle all day long. Let's pivot a little bit, Allie, to talking about somebody we dearly love. That's Marco Rubio, Secretary of State, first senator from Florida. And you know what? People, guys, I'm going to say something that's not popular in political circles. And you're going to have to check your feelings. But people can change. I'm not saying that politicians are like these huge moral people, but they do have the ability for you to sway them in encouragement and sometimes by putting pressure on if they're up for reelection. Senator Marco Rubio was not somebody that I agreed with maybe 50% of the time. And being that his team is from here in Florida, he was always available. And I appreciated that. To see him flourish as Secretary of State makes me realize that people are malleable. And that's why you can never give up on having a phone line into your congressman or into your state representative or your school board member. You should always stay active. But he has taken on, is it 4 jobs or 5 jobs now?
Probably, I don't know. I think we're up to 7.
Can I say something? No, I'm not going to say it. It's so politically incorrect. I'll say it. I feel like he would say, as a historical, like Cuban American, it's because they work hard. You work hard as an immigrant. When you come here and you see what our country has to offer legally, you are a hard worker. Definitely, you don't want to go back to what you came from. I didn't put. All right, so don't come for me. I don't care. But they're asking him here hypothetically, what would he do if he had a vacation? So roll clip.
If I had a full week off, I'd be wondering what was going on. I'm being honest, and maybe that'll change when I'm out of this job. But if I could make the world stop for a minute and have nothing going on, I'd love to well, my wife's going to hate this answer, but I'd love to sit down and watch every college football game starting at noon Eastern until when the West Coast games end at 2 a.m. our time Eastern. I'd love to be able to do that at least one weekend. I doubt I'll be able to do that anytime soon.
Aww. And his wife would like to hear, I want to cut the lawn. I want to do this. I want to make dinner. I want to go on a date night. But no, he just wants some football. Allie, if you could have a week off, what would you do? I didn't plan that. I just popped in my head. Oh. Wow. Oh my gosh, Allie, I was out the other night with colleagues, and this person was giving me some feedback, which I don't always take real well if I didn't ask for it. But I was listening, and I went like this, and I'm looking at him, and I'm shaking my head, and I looked at like this because we're always on.
Yeah.
And he came over, and he took my phone out of my hands. That it did not end well. It did not end well. 2 things, unless you're my husband, don't touch my phone. Because I don't like that. I don't like that. I don't like that. And I won't touch yours. If we're married, I'm going to go through it though. Just kidding.
Because I'm still the fucking audacity.
Right, to take my phone. He said, I'm talking to you. Listen to me. And I said, don't ever touch my phone again. And I can hear you even though I'm not making eye contact. I'm still working. I'm still on the clock. He was like, no, this is why I could never do politics because it's too. You're right. You couldn't. Sit down. Sit down. I didn't ask you to do politics. It was so, I was so mad. I was mad. I don't know why I said that. I guess it's because I was angry and you're my therapy. So
he's lucky it was you. And it wasn't.
Right, every right. Here's the thing. I honestly.
First of all, you're a mom. That's number 1. So regardless of whether or not you were still on the clock, you're a mother. 2, you are invading my space, sir. You're lucky you didn't get cold cocked to the face. That's number 2.
Yes.
Number 3, tread lightly next time because you're getting a verbal warning. Try it again. It'll be physical assault. Don't try me.
Mm-hmm.
Like that is wild.
And Allie, we get messages all the time that contain information that like people will literally say, they'll call and I'll have to tell them you're on speakerphone, so don't talk about certain things because of how we get information, how I get information as a candidate. You don't know what I mean. Like, my God, to touch my phone. You are not somebody that I talk to on a regular basis, sir. Back up. It made me realize that.
So do you know that that's
But the reason that I bring that up is because you said you'd be without your phone.
Yeah, I would.
It convicted me a little bit because
I'm still a mom of my babies and I want my babies to call me. So they would be the only ones that would be able to get through except for myself.
yes, I would have a separate phone. It would be like a satellite phone, right?
Yeah.
That I could get a hold of because I need to be able to get a hold of my Allie.
So Gen Z now are opting for flip phones with no internet access.
Oh, I don't know if I can do
And
that.
it's the doom scroll. Yeah, pretty much.
I don't know. I don't know that I could. Remember the texting where you had to hit the button 3 times to get to the letter that you want? Well, I mean, for your kids, I could get that.
100%.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, I would definitely go back to that. Because honestly, how much time do we spend on the phone? We don't spend that much time in our Bible. I said it, and I'm guilty of it. I said it. Do we? Because you can doom scroll on X all day long. You can doom scroll on IG all day long, sending memes back and forth all day long. When have you done that with your Bible?
Wow. Did that hit you like it did me right here? Just look. Yep, it did. It did.
Take my phone.
I don't know what I'd do if I had a week's vacation. If I had a week's vacation.
On the beach. I would probably have to call you to see if you're okay.
She'd be like, "Are you staying hydrated?"
Like, let me drive by real quick.
Mind your biz. If I don't
my business.
If I'm not answering and you're going to voicemail, I'm fine.
Keep her. I need to make sure she's safe and sane.
You have my location.
I think you turned it off.
Oh, my daughter said the same thing the other day. She was like, excuse me. I was like, you know what? I'm gonna grow anyway. So I would yes, go to the beach.
Family, what would you do if you had a week's vacation?
Paid. It had to be paid.
We would like to know.
Maybe someday. Oh my gosh, Allie, I saw this and I thought of you. Okay, get ready. Don't adjust your sets or your sets. You're not like you have a TV set. This is black and white. Take a look. I love Lucy. Take a look.
I didn't hold up the party. Not at all, darling. Do come in.
Too much. This is why. I love Lucy. I would watch it hours on end when they would play it on oh my gosh,
TV Land or Nick at Night.
Yes. Oh my gosh. I Love Lucy was my favorite show. I loved her. She was so funny.
But I thought, Allie, if you or I, one of us hits the lottery, there
might be signs.
We won't tell anybody, but there will be signs. What would be some of the signs?
I would probably disappear.
You'd be like, how'd they buy a TV network? They're self-funding their run for the White House. What?
What is going on?
She's got 3 puppies. What's happening to me? I would get like a bunch of dogs. But. Yep. Oh my gosh, guys. Well, we're so glad that you guys joined us here on Out of Pocket Live with Allie and Michelle. Hopefully you guys enjoyed yourself.
We would go on a big vacation.
On the beach, dancing. Yes. But it would be like a live band. Like it would be Dirks and Bentley, and it would be like Morgan Wallen. They would all be playing live. And then we would have the roast of Fauci.
Oh, and Lil Wayne would do it. Because I gotta have some. Lil Wayne.
Little Wayne in your coffee. Love it. Guys, thank you so much for tuning in. Make sure you like, share, subscribe, follow us at Real Allie Leger, at Michelle Posey. And thank you to TalkRed. Thank you to Zach for all you guys do there with us, guys. That's it for us today. We are fresh out of time, but we'll be right back tomorrow. Same time, same place. Make sure you keep your mic open.
Stay out of the pocket. She's trying to steal the lines again.
We love you. We love you. Thank you for putting up with us.
Two queens, no filter, say what they feel. Allie and Michelle keep it way too real. Politics, family, yeah, we go there. If it's out of line, we don't care. It's out of pocket. It's out of pocket.
Lock in America! It's time for Straight Talk! This is the Wayne Dupree Podcast, hosted by Wayne Dupree, with co-host Jason Robertson, delivering powerful opinions, arcade debates on politics, entertainment, and the hottest stories. No spin, just honest takes and real conversation! The Wayne Dupree Podcast is lit! Let's get into it right now.
What's up, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome to the show. My name is Wayne Dupree. You are watching the Dupree Report. It is 12:03 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We are live. It says Facebook, but it's not on Facebook. So, I don't know.
Rumble Studio hates Facebook. Who knew?
Yeah, I thought I fixed it. Guess I didn't. Let me look on my personal page and let me see if it's on there. Ladies and gentlemen, we are live. It is Tuesday, August 4th. Happy to be here with each and every one of you. Yep. Oh, we're on the personal. So we're on
when you start it, you got to do the drop down thing.
What drop down thing?
When you make a Rumble Studio, we ran into that once where it like imports all your Facebook pages that you're connected to when you sync them. So when
you know what? StreamYard does it automatically, and I guess Facebook did it, and they didn't do it. So,
oh yeah,
okay. All right, we are. Okay, Jason Robinson from Minnesota. We're getting ready to get into it. Jason Robinson from Minnesota. What's up, Jason? Real quick.
Hey, folks! Happy Tuesday. Welcome to the pre-report. My name's Jason. I'm here with the man, the myth, the legend, Mr. Wayne Dupree. We appreciate you taking an hour out of your day to hang out with us. And let's get started, my friend.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we broadcast Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Terry is on YouTube. Hey, Terry, what's up, man?
Terry made the journey.
What's up? Thank you for checking out YouTube. Thank you for those that were on Facebook that are on YouTube now, that are venturing over to YouTube. Appreciate that. Don't forget to share the show. Want to talk real quick about a couple things. First thing, what's it? Looks like Todd Blanche looks like the Republicans, two of the Republicans. It's probably more though. Looks like they are signing off on Todd Blanche. They advanced the Blanche nomination on a 12-10 party line vote. So it looks like it's going to be brought to the floor, the Senate, so that he can become the next Attorney General. He had to agree to publicly write a piece of paper and sign it saying that they weren't going to do some type of funds, January 6th fund or whatnot, $1 billion fund. I don't know how much it is, but that they weren't going to do it. And he had to sign it. We know Washington. But you know what? I ain't gonna get into that yet. Okay. So he did it, and Cornyn and Tillis, I think, both of them were withholding their support of it, and they felt it was they felt that it was bad to do, and they stuck with it. And President Trump was like, "I'll go ahead and pull Blanche. I'll pull him. I as long as y'all let me know that we'll bring this right back up when they get out, because I'm gonna put him right back up again." Bottom line is, it looks like he's going to get it. Can that be paid out of other funds? Yes. From some videos that I've been seeing, will they be paid out of some other funds? Yes. It just won't be this one. So it's a whole lot of grandstanding on the way out. Basically, maybe they might run for Senate again in another 6 years. I don't know. But the Republicans, it seemed like it's going to go across through party lines. To me, it looks like that they're going to get it. Republicans are going to get it since they hold the 53 seat majority. You probably have the Pennsylvania Senator Fetterman vote too. So it's a win for the Trump administration. Jason.
Yeah, Todd Blanche. I mean, Pam Bondi was probably one of the duds. We could all agree from the first half of Trump 2.0. And I mean, she did some good things with court cases. It's just nobody was getting prosecuted. And since they made switch to Blanche, we have seen improved performance, I think, from them. So the fact that Trump has to battle Republicans to get nominees is just so indicative of where the right is in the country. And I hope I live long enough to see us actually get real Republicans, because the president of the United States, when he holds the House, Senate, and White House, should not be fighting with his own party to get people confirmed. I mean, it's ridiculous, and if you figure like Matt Gaetz was going to be the AG, and then oh no, we can't have Gaetz. Then it was, okay, here's Pam Bondi. She did all right. She really duffed the Epstein stuff. And now you got Todd Blanche, and, rhinos are still battling. Someday I hope we get the cohesion the left has, where they just, whoever they put up there, they're pushing through.
Or maybe they used to have, because right now it looks like they're having a civil war. Jason was talking about some elections.
The communists, man.
Happening today. So it looks like there's a civil war on that side. And some of us are sitting down here watching, okay, as a tennis match, while maybe some Republican friends are trying to help the lowly Democrats stay. I don't even know how that's going. And like yesterday, we talked about the MTG Thomas Massey thing with their huge, and again, I'm surprised that they didn't put Alex Jones on there, but then maybe I'm not surprised. But each one of them have a large following, and now there's probably some overlap with that. But 2028 is looking to be one of those all-time elections. Sean Hannity used to get on, "It's the most important election in our lifetime." He said that for everything. So basically, that's what people are going to be saying again. It's the most important election for our lifetime. Is it? I mean, the way that I'm looking at it is, the American people are going to say, who's better for us once again. If they are tired of one, they're going to vote for the other. If they're tired of the other one, they're going to vote for the other one. And they're still going to get the same thing. Basically, they're still going to get the same thing. Markets are on an all-time high today. Stocks are smashing records. Scott Bissett got on and said that he expects a Hormuz deal today or tomorrow. That's what he said. I had to do 3 of them. Y'all, I had to do 3 of them. I'm not backing off of what I said yesterday. Iran is just waiting around. They're just holding out, and they have friends: Turkey, China, Russia, North Korea. They got friends.
Oh, Wayne read Mongol Moon.
I didn't even know. You know what? I didn't even know that Russia was that close to. I didn't know China was that close to Iran. If you look on the map, I mean, it's not a hop, skip, and a jump, but I didn't know China was that close to Iran, past India, kind of like that. But and then I was like, in my mind, how in the heck is Ukraine doing stuff in Iran, or Ukraine is up here? I didn't know that. I thought Ukraine was way over here with Russia and China. I didn't know that Russia and Ukraine are right over top. And I was like, wow, I didn't. Yeah, but seems like everybody's starting to get into it. Ukraine's doing some stuff. Ukraine is. It's funny watching Ukraine do all this stuff inside Russia, and then when Russia is doing stuff to them, they cry and whine. I don't remember, and I'm not advocating for Vladimir Putin. I'm not doing that. I've never done that. Nobody on the show has ever done that. We haven't advocated for Vladimir Putin at all. But he's not going around crying or whining that he got hit. He just hits back. Where it comes from, and Ukraine just hit a beach with people on it. What? And then it's something, and I'm gonna go back to the stocks in just a second. And then it's something else that I thought about too, about this Ukraine situation. Why are we still giving them money? Why? Why are we still giving them money? Ukraine has been fighting Russia in a de facto type of deal for the United States. I understand that. I'm not running away from that opinion, NewsGuard. I'm not running away from that opinion. I think that the United States and a couple, maybe 1 or 2 allies are helping Ukraine, funding Ukraine, giving them all this stuff to hit inside of Russia. What gets me is that the United States is saying, we don't want China or Russia to help Iran. God darn. I mean, what? I don't see. That's way above my pay grade, but I know it makes some logical sense somewhere. I mean, nonsense, like my mom said. I miss her. It makes nonsense. If you helping somebody else, but you don't want somebody else to help, that don't make sense to me. But then again, I'm here behind a desk on Tuesday, August 4th, talking to you about my opinion. Jason, go.
I think it's kind of fascinating how the Russia-Ukraine war is not being covered at all.
Oh, well, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
There's another thing I was going to say too. Ladies and gentlemen, y'all do understand we're only getting one side of everything. I was thinking, do not forget that they have shut off not only the Russia side, they have shut off what's happening in Iran and Israel to the American people. We're not getting the whole full story. I'm sorry, Jason, you reminded me because I was thinking about that too, and I thank you for reminding me. We're not getting the whole story on any of it. We're only getting what they want us to know. Okay, that's why. Sorry, Jason, go ahead.
I was going to say Russia, Ukraine. If you remember, I mean, I'm old enough. I'm old, but I'm old enough to remember when the sending money to Ukraine was the single most important issue ever in the history of mankind. We had senators, we had House members, we had the president flying Ukraine flags. People were putting them in their social media bios. It was everywhere. Trump takes office, all that goes away. the money does keep flowing, although not as aggressively. And the war has continued heating up, going on.
Every day.
Depending on what reports you read or believe, sounds like
Every day.
Ukraine's having some pretty good success with drones. They've signed some drone deals with other nations for making them. I mean, they've reclaimed some territory, it sounds like, that Russia had taken. I mean, on the Russian side, it comes down to they want to keep the Crimean Peninsula, and they want to take over all the fertile land in Ukraine, the farmland. So I maintain I don't want anything to do with any of it, but I just find it fascinating that the war is actually, there's way more happening in the war right now today than there was 2 years ago, 3 years ago, with, land being given and taken, and you hear nothing about it. And like Wayne mentioned, Ukraine is doing some things that would probably be considered unpopular. Drone attacking in Russia, like they're talking about hitting Moscow. They wiped out a bunch of civilians on beaches. I mean, they've attacked the energy grid, and like you don't hear any of it in the Western media. So it was funny because just late last week, I'm like, I got to go see what's going on over there. I saw an article about them signing a drone deal, and I'm like, man, there's been more land given and taken on that front. They're talking about bringing a bunch of North Korean troops on the Russian side, which would be really fascinating. But funny when our politicians aren't passing bills to send, hundreds of millions of dollars, suddenly all the pins go away and all the flags on the social media bios go away, but nothing's changed. I mean, it's all still the same war that's been going on for a while. So
yeah, it's just a whole lot of hypocrisy when it comes to this stuff. And look, I'm not a baby. I understand money is changing hands. I understand money is flowing freely, and we will never know who. My opinion, NewsGuard. I believe that money is flowing freely. I believe that money is just flowing all up and down in people's pockets and people's bank accounts and people's countries and stuff like that. I believe that. I would be ignorant not to. But like you said, you don't see that in the media. You don't see journalists. Everybody knows we don't really have journalists anymore. If we had real journalists that cared about the stuff that hurt the American people or disenfranchised the American people, then real journalists will get out there and tell you exactly what is going on. Journalists back in the day weren't afraid to go to jail, and guess what? They really didn't go to jail. Did they ever find out who Deep Throat was? I'm just saying, and I ain't talking about the movie.
I was gonna say,
yes, you little dirty mind.
He's been single a long time. He's identified.
But yeah, journalists used to be able to find stuff, and they used to work all night long and all weekend and weeks and weeks to come up with a major story and breaking stuff. People don't do that now. People don't do that now, because it's not fashionable, I guess. I put out a tweet this morning, and look, I just get sick and tired knowing what we had and where we're at. It's like when I was growing up, I remember listening to the old people. They sit on their porches, under their awnings as the sun is going down and the flies are around. But like my pop-up had got a rubber band. He cut the rubber band in half. So every time fly come around, he act like he's asleep. He just, pow, kind of like that. And I'm listening to the old people just talk about the times, They didn't really talk about all that crap that's going on today. Men wearing women clothes, women wearing men clothes, women in sports, women in men's sports, men in women's sports, bathroom, this and that, politicians. even though they might have been even though back in the day they might have been putting money in their pocket, they weren't putting the amount of money that is going into the pockets now in their pockets back then. I mean, you have senators that have gold flat jackets. He's still in jail, ain't he?
I think
From New Jersey, asking for a pardon. He or is he in jail? Whatever. Gold bars.
Gold bar Bob.
They look. Forget the paper. Dude got gold bars in his jacket. That's sick. That's crazy. There's this Democrat in Florida. FBI busted his house. Went straight to the refrigerator. Straight to the refrigerator. Cold. New meaning. No. Meaning. You ever heard the word cold hard cash? Dude had thousands of dollars. Democrat had $1,000 in his freezer. FBI. Somebody tipped him off. Wayne, what are you saying? I'm saying I'm tired. I'm tired. I'm tired of where this world is going. In a way, I'm not ready to leave yet. I'm not saying I'm not ready to leave yet. I'm just saying that where we are and where we used to be, I would rather be where we used to be than where we are right now. You know, honestly, I could do without social media. Really, I could. I would honestly, I wish it was like that. We aren't there anymore. On YouTube. Thank God for some of these people that are out here, but there's some people on YouTube that find these scammers in India and stuff like that, and then they post how they hack into those systems and show them that they've been watching them for a long time, and get those places shut down because they prey on the older people, or they prey on Americans by downloading all this stuff, and then give them a number, and then the next thing you know, you're talking to an Indian person or a person overseas, and we have to have access to your computer and do this and do that, and then next thing you know, you see all your files leaving and stuff. I think that happened. Did that happen to me once? That happened to me once. That happened to me back in 2011 or 2012. And I had some computer issues, and I called the helpline that was on the CD for the thing. And I saw some file. I mean, I'm seeing the black screen, but I'm seeing the files deleting, and I heard them pull the plug out. But that happened a long time. That's why now when I go into my emails, I know, and I'll get back to news in a second. That's when I go into my emails and stuff. I don't reply to. Seriously, I don't. I really don't reply to you unless I know you. I don't reply to you. First thing I do, if I don't know you, I take my little cursor and I go up to your email address and I put the thing over there. I want to see if that matches that. And if that don't match that, you get blocked. And now they're doing stuff on the phone. But yeah, I've strayed. I'm not.
It's funny. It was. I wanted to bring up a social media experiment for you and our audience to try, because you kind of touched on that yesterday. Like, I hadn't seen this in the news or hadn't seen that, and it's funny. So through our business at the American Tribune, we run multiple Twitter accounts. Just they cover different genres. We have the Old World Show, which talks about colonial America. We have some other history stuff that does more European history. And you can Twitter's a good platform for it, because you can create different accounts and follow different people and do different things on them. Some of the other platforms gets more sketched out if you make multiple accounts. And like I say, we make diverse content, so it makes sense to not put it all in one channel. So it's, which that good business advice for you, Wayne, when you like it, you almost need a WNBA Twitter account so that you can
I
pull
did,
that
yeah,
out.
yeah.
Because what ends up happening, you'll find when you learn these algorithms, and Twitter's a great one to do. I'll flip between the accounts, my personal, the history one, the American Tribune main one, and those. And you look at the feeds, and they are entirely different lived experiences.
Yep.
And if you do that, and like let's say Becky makes another Twitter account, Becky too, and all she does is interact with left-wing stuff. And when she flips into that account, she will have an entirely different news cycle. She'll have entirely different things happening. She'll have entirely different things that she doesn't even know is happening. And it's really remarkable. And I would say if you ever doubt how much the algorithms control what people think, see, and believe, do that one exercise. Do 30 days, make a second Twitter account, and just follow anything. Like if you like baseball, just follow baseball players and engage with baseball stuff. And when you look at that feed and understand that's where a lot of people get their news, you will get an entirely different news feed than somebody else. And it's funny, a real world experience. So a friend of mine, I own rental properties with him. We've been friends for 30 years. We're best men in each other's wedding. He's a Democrat. I'm a Republican or a conservative, whatever you want to call me. And it's funny. We'll joke about politics, but like both of us know it's way above our pay grades. And so, but we were talking about this Somali fraud, which is a huge thing in Minnesota. And I was telling about them before the Nick Shirley videos. I'm like, man, these communities, they're just like, it's just millions. And, it's up to however many billions of dollars. And we talked about a month ago. And he's like, I watch the news. I watch WCCO, and I read the online paper and stuff, and I'm just not hearing it. And I'm like, just go down the rabbit hole. Just go down the rabbit hole. Let me know what you think. Because he's like, oh, that gal that was in charge, that white lady, she was really the mastermind. And I'm like, well, just go down the rabbit hole. And he called me this morning, and he goes, I took your advice. I went down the rabbit hole. This Somali stuff is insane. He's like, one, the Amy Beck that got convicted, just my opinion, it was his opinion too, is like she was just the figurehead, and she had operated this organization for years before the fraud started. The fraud started when they brought in the Somali groups mainly. The fraud, it's not just the Somali fraudsters, but they did all this fraud through the community. So every one of those people that stole like $25 million worked with like 10,000 members of the Somali community to pull off the fraud. None of those are being prosecuted. And then once they're prosecuting them, because the money was all sent to Somalia or put in somebody else's name, we're not getting any of the money back. And 80% of them aren't even going to end up with a felony on their record. So the head people, not even the people that aren't charged that participated in the fraud. And his mind was blown. He's like, I'll be honest, you said that. And I'm like, oh, there's some right-wing conspiracy theory because they don't like Somalis. And he's like, it's just tens of thousands of these people in Minneapolis that were all in on this. And like, they don't talk about it on my news channel at all. And, other than, oh, so-and-so got convicted. And I'm like, welcome to the world. Like you lived in a different reality than I did, where I see this fraud and I'm like, oh man, this got to stop. This is just, these numbers are astronomical. And then he got kind of mad because he's like they're stealing money from the autistic kids, like money we set aside to help autistic kids. Like they're stealing that. Like who steals money from the autistic kids? But I think it kind of ties into that algorithm and that kind of thing. And Wayne, it might not be the worst idea for you to do the Jen approach. Just take 30 days off all social media. And Jen doesn't check the news. She has not logged on to Facebook until the day after Charlie, since the day after Charlie was killed. It'll be fun because we'll have like Facebook groups for this wedding we're in. I'll have to screenshot things and send them to her because she won't even look at it. So
my thing is, Jason, if I do that, I ain't coming back.
Yeah, what's wrong with that?
I ain't coming back. Because when I've been like on the weekends, I really don't look at seriously. I really don't look at news. I mean, I just like you. Well, you know, you do your thing on Friday, but Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. You know, I mean, I might with the headline stuff, but I don't really get into. I don't get into stuff to form an opinion anymore. I'm just gathering news, giving it to people so that they can make their own opinion. That's it. You know, and it's like um, starting a new account isn't that bad. I was thinking about doing that for TikTok. I did do a new one for a motivational one for Instagram, and those numbers are starting to look up. But I hadn't thought about Twitter because Twitter is just, you know, and you're right. If with the audience type of deal, when your audience changes, you start seeing different things. You just start seeing things that you probably never even saw before, and when it starts hitting you, you're like, wait a minute, I didn't know that before. It's almost like when I left the Democratic Party and started championing John McCain and stuff, and I was like, I didn't know about the Democrat Party and them doing this and doing that and stuff, and they never taught this in school. Because for me, I still believe that even though Cleo, I still believe maybe something wrong. Maybe there's an earthquake coming because I hear your dog and I hear this cat, and I'm like, what the heck?
There's a truck outside from the city, and like clearly they're preparing to attack the house. Lou's gonna defend that property.
Yeah. No.
And Cleo's losing it too.
Yeah. No, she's losing it. She saw me coming downstairs, and usually I get my daughter to get the cat before I come downstairs. I was kind of running late, so now she came all the way downstairs, got to the door, opened up the door. She's looking at me. I closed the door, and now she's banging on the door like the police. It's nuts.
Well, and it's interesting too when talking about like the news and what you follow. It's fascinating because when I grew up, and I still see people in my age bracket, even some younger people that kind of follow this belief, like, oh, you need to know what's going on so that, like, because all these bad things are happening and you have to be informed and you have to be aware. And that's become so perverse in our daily society, where you get all these people that are all worked up over what's going on in Palestine or, places that aren't their local community. Like, people can't name their mayor of their town. They can't name their city council that really impacts their life.
But you know what I think? I think the reason why that is because of how TV is going. A long time ago, most of our coverage was local.
Right.
From sun up to sundown, you used to see the local news.
Mm-hmm.
Now it's just national news. For the most part, the national news takes over stuff, and negativity sells. It's what happened today? Just like you said, what happened today? Not, Miss Johnson's, no, there's a wreck on Johnson Street that something. The city council voted for a new pool at the end of Reisterstown Road. That you got a haircut. There isn't a whole lot of local stuff. Because like I said, you go back to the how do you call it? The journalists. The journalists are gone. A whole lot of journalists are gone. You just have newsrooms of Twitter watchers and Facebook watchers and stuff now. You really don't have a whole lot of journalists telling you what's sitting in on those city council meetings. Unless there's a fight. Unless there's a fight, then media comes down. Such and such stood up and it was a melee. The police had to show up, and again, negativity.
Well, and I think, and let me know in the chat, folks, and Wayne, I'll put you and I on the spot. I don't think I could name the mayor and half the city council right now. I know the mayor's name just because I support her and whatnot, but in most cases, like, let me know in the chat, could you name the mayor of your town and half of your city council? And these are the people that are making decisions for you every day that way more impact your life than what's happening in Palestine. And and we've got some people in the chat who'll be like Bubba. He knows all of them. He knows the secretary at the city. But it's fascinating that, like, in this desire to know, so many people have lost track of, like, managing their own life. And it's funny, using my wife as a test case, when she quit doing social media, like, she's completely oblivious to things. And a lot of times, like, I do the news for a living, like doing digital marketing. So, I kind of have to be in there. But it's like, she's so happy. She's like, she had no idea that this happened or that happened, but she knows that she's, digging into what we're going to have, what's on our menu for this week, or, what's going on with the neighbor's house, that, oh, look, we got a new neighbor, or things like that. And it's just, some people get so wrapped up in it in an unhealthy way and an unproductive way, because, like, your mayor, your city council, your county commissioners, those affect your life way more than so many things that people are experts on. It's just crazy.
Yeah. And, I got brushed back back in the Maryland Republican Party wanted me to speak.
Lisa can name all of hers. Go, Lisa.
The Maryland Republican Party wanted me to speak at their convention one year.
Cleo is on fire. All right, folks, I think we need to start a petition. I think Cleo needs to attend every day's podcast, because Ed Wayne is so annoyed right now because he's like, I'm going to kill that cat. Wayne, if you got a dog, that dog could help keep Cleo skedaddled.
If I could have muted you, I would have muted you.
I waited till you're out of your chair.
No,
Wednesday is the fur baby show. We bring our pets. Everybody brings their pets to Wednesdays. Oh, now Bubba's gonna show off. There you go.
She knocked it over.
Bubba's gonna show off. He's gonna start naming them all. Giddy up. So we have Bubba and Lisa. City Council.
They'd asked me to speak at the Republican convention here in Maryland, party convention. So, and one of the guys on social media. Well, he's not on social media, but he's from Maryland. And I guess he had been in this thing for longer than me. He didn't like it. He's not even registered as a Republican. So I had to go and register as a Republican to speak at a convention. I couldn't tell you who was running for what. I couldn't tell you. And I told him, I was like, the national scene at the time, I would tell him, the national scene is what is very important to me, because there's so many things happening from the top down. And later in life, I realized that was BS, because most of the stuff that is important or should be important to Americans is what happens from the ground up, because they can't do stuff in DC without the people on the ground. Okay. And I hope that everybody gets that. You can't do stuff in DC without the people on the ground. States matter. States are more powerful than the government. I know somewhere along the line, somebody put something in somebody's milk or they gave somebody some bad fermented cheese and it changed everybody's idea of who had more power. But the states have more power than the federal government. It's just that the states have given up a whole lot of their power to the federal government because the federal government somehow, some way, well, it's not somehow, some way, they have cut down many more trees over the last few decades and start divvying out money to these states and threatening them. If you don't do this, you're not going to get the money. You don't do that, we're not going to do this. So, in speaking at that convention, I basically told them, I was like, we have to do stuff, and at the time, we have to get John McCain elected. That was the thing. That was the thing back then. Where we are right now is, I think, politics has been bastardized by so many people, and especially the media. Why are we so hard on the media? I tell you why I'm so hard on the media. It's because the media was supposed to be the linchpin in accountability. They were supposed to be, or at least that's what they set out to be, the linchpin of accountability.
Now they're part of the machine.
And now, because of money, because of I don't know, money's a big one. Now they're part of government in a way. The information that they get is from the government. You want in with our politicians? You want in with the caucuses? You want in with this? Well, you give, or you report on what we give you, and then we give you access. And instead of the media, and I'm talking about all the media too, the mainstream media. I'm talking about all of them. There are no saved, sanctified, and filled with the Holy Ghost media people out there. So I'm talking about all of them. They are doing the Americans a big disservice about how they report stuff and what they won't report. That's why for a while I was getting on here and saying, if you really want to find out what's going on in news, you got to look outside the American. You got to look outside.
Can't even do that anymore.
Yeah, well, you got to cut the cord though. You got to cut the cord, and you can do it.
I mean, you tell people that, and then they go to the BBC, and they might as well be watching CNN.
Well, President Trump, he kind of gave them a little shout out that they were better than CNN a couple of days ago. But yeah, Sky News. I like Australia for some reason. I don't know why. I mean, the way that they do stuff down there, I don't know why I like their TV. I don't. And some of these TV places, I don't know what they're saying because of their language. But god darn, that stuff looks good. Over here, there's so much BS. There's so much BS. I put something on Twitter yesterday. What would you sell that wouldn't be products that should not be advertised in a sexy way? That people respond. people made some good stuff. One person said preparation H. Another person said denture cream. Depends undergarments, funeral services, mayonnaise, tampons. See, that's just the way America is. I mean, it's funny though. But yeah,
Can I tell a funny story too when we're talking about just news and the media and that kind of thing? And I'll be putting a tweet out about it later just to give visuals. A few people that watch follow me on Twitter, but so there's a new thing they're trying to get on the ballot in my county. I live in Anoka County in Minnesota. Anoka Hennepin is our school district, and they're trying to raise our property tax like 18%. NewsGuard, don't quote me on that. I don't have the sheet in front of me, but it's double digits because of these programs that started up during COVID that the cities don't want to give up, even though admissions in schools are declining and whatnot. So they're gonna, and our property tax has gone up like 10%, like 8 years in a row. Every year it's just 10%, 10%. And in addition to the property tax increase, they're trying to pass a school levy in my school district. So my school district, like north of the Twin Cities, it's a pretty big school district. Take a guess, Wayne and audience, how many languages the Anoka Hennepin, Minnesota school district services. I did this game with my buddy because he's a realtor, so we were talking about property taxes and stuff, and he's like, yeah, man, they're trying to smash Anoka Hennepin again with the school stuff. So Wayne, what's your guess? How many languages does Anoka Hennepin School District service? And by service, I mean they have to have capabilities of separate of communicating with these people or educating people of these languages.
What's the population?
I'd have to look it up. It's pretty big.
Yeah, let me know what the population is, and I'll give you then everybody can give you their number, so to speak. You're talking about school wise, right?
Yeah. So in the schools, part of the expenses are that we have to cater to other languages, cultures, because we have so many immigrants and we don't require the immigrants to speak English. So you have to have all these programs available to let them to educate the different languages. So the resident population in Anoka Hennepin is 260,000 people, and there are 38,000 people in school. So 260,000 people, 38,000 students.
I would say 175 or 185.
185 languages?
Yeah.
Wayne's really good. The chat has 10, 3, 6, 17. So I looked at their documentation.
And I didn't look up. And I didn't look it up.
It is 178 languages
Damn!
that we accommodate. 178 languages.
Dang.
178. And I'm gonna post the school district map earlier. Like this isn't even this is like northern suburb type stuff, not insanity. Can you imagine in Minnesota we are paying for 100? Yeah, Becky, what? There are 178 languages. So it's funny. It's Arabic, Khmer, Cambodian, Chinese, Mandarin, Bengali, Estonia, Farisi, Finnish, French, German, Hebrew, Hindu, Hmong, Italian, Japanese, Korean, Lao, Lithuanian, Indonesian, Ojibwe, Sabako, Polish, Portuguese, Romania. I could go on and on. 100. So we are providing educational for 178 languages.
You know what, too? I was going to say, seriously, I was going to say 175. But then I was like,
I didn't even know there was 178 languages.
Me neither.
Right?
You know what? I just threw it out there because, as we know, and everybody should know, Minnesota is the gateway to a whole lot of stuff that comes in this country.
Oh, yeah.
So, why? I mean, I could have gone 200, could have gone 300 and whatnot. And I wouldn't have been surprised if it would have been over that either. But I was like, it's a whole lot of stuff up there. And in most of these counties and stuff, you might have 6, 7, what you got. But Minnesota, y'all, is the hub of entrance. It's not Michigan. Right. It's Minnesota. And these people, don't you have a border up the border on Canada, don't you? Right?
Yeah, we have the Canadian border.
Yeah, y'all border on Canada too, because most people, when I was younger, I went up to Michigan with my uncle, and we got on one of those boats in the water. One of those, one of these things that you have parties on. It's not a yacht. It's not a trolley either, but it's one of those things. And at night, my cousin was like, "You see that over there? That's Canada." I was like, "Huh? That's Canada?"
Oh yeah.
And it's like Michigan's on this side, but right across the water is Canada. So when we think about Minnesota, we really don't think Canada's right on the other side of the border.
Well, here's what's funny too. If you're in Detroit, you travel south to enter Canada because it kind of loops around. Yeah, it's just kind of one of those weird. Yeah, because it kind of curves around. So I remember when I first moved to Detroit, we're like, we're going over to Windsor to go gambling, and it's like, yeah, we got to go south to Canada, and you don't think about it, and you're like, oh wow, we really do.
I remember watching something on National Geographic or something, but it showed how that dip because of the water, because of the
right.
Yeah, and it was like it's in the United States, but it's really Canada. Yep. That's nuts. That is really nuts.
Windsor, Canada, if you ever go, I think Becky went to school there. It's fantastic. Yeah. Although I don't know what it is now. Detroit opened a bunch of casinos and stuff in downtown Detroit, so I don't know. That was why you'd always go to Canada. You could buy Cuban cigars, and you could go to the casino.
What do you think about Puro and a reflecting pool? That just came up on the thing.
I don't know. I think Trump's pretty happy with what she's doing overall. I think he's pissed that they're not. Donald Trump he's a builder. And even though his stuff might be a little gaudy for the taste, Donald Trump really likes good architecture, and he likes things, public spaces looking really good. If you've ever stayed at a Trump hotel, they're done to the nines. And most of his buildings, what he's doing to the White House. And I think one thing Donald Trump wanted to do and felt was important is he wanted to reclaim some of our public spaces in DC and the monuments and those sorts of things to really restore them. And it's funny, every time you want to put money into fixing some of this stuff, they're like, oh, you could have found 12 kids in Africa if you wouldn't have fixed the whatever. But as he goes around DC, which should be this beautiful, the most beautiful country in the world, it's like, man, we're not even maintaining our monuments. So I think it really struck a nerve with him that people were so idiotic that they would attack like the reflecting pool. And I think Puro understood the reality. There's no DC jury that would convict anybody. So
well, it looks like what the report is that she's taking information to the White House, basically show that it was not vandalism, that it was shoddy work. A huge box, and she those roller things, the roller luggage thing. Yeah, she's rolling up there with that. As I said yesterday when we were talking about why in the world would MTG now Puro's not going to do what they did.
Puro's fine.
Yeah, she's not going to do what they did, but nobody likes to be caught out like that in public. And she's a proud woman, so I could understand her taking this stuff to the White House to explain to President Trump. And it looks like they dropped charges against 3 more people too. So not only the Olympian, which MTG and them are saying, I hope he sues the administration, but it looks like 3 more people had their charges dropped too. Yeah, but yeah, I really don't think that. I don't know if that thing is going to go up. The Arc de Trump. I really don't know if that's going to go up.
I think Trump wants it to go up. I think he's doing
he really does.
things to make DC beautiful. I think it's fascinating, though, the number of people that aren't being convicted. And, it's not for lack of charges, but there's just, you realize the legal system is just not going to hold people accountable. I mean, Somali fraudsters, fun fact, and I think I mentioned it earlier, 80% of those convicted in Minnesota, and this is verifiable, NewsGuard, are not going to end up with a felony on their record. 80%. These are people that committed hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars of fraud in Minnesota. 80% won't get a felony. Like, come on, what are we even doing? We talked about it with flock cameras a couple weeks ago. It's not like we haven't identified who the criminals are. We just, as a society, we've decided just not hold people accountable. So,
yeah, and that's with a whole lot of stuff that I was talking about today. That just goes back to that. The media has lost accountability. A whole lot of people have lost accountability to hold people accountable for the things that they do, which has brought this country down in such a way. We should be a whole lot more farther than where we are right now. Seriously, we should be. But and I know Trump is a builder. He's been a builder. Has done some great things in the past and stuff. And with the way that the things are coming out right now, the stuff is happening close to the midterms. The stuff is happening close to the midterms. Where National Park Service came out yesterday and said that the height that President Trump wants is going to mess up the landscape of other things. And I know he wants it. Maybe he might lower it. Which might be better just to get it. Because, if he puts it up, he could be going to court here and going to court there and going to court there. And knowing him, he probably will just put it up, without asking. So
right.
We'll see, but things go up, they're quick to come down in this country. All right, Jason, let's it's 12:58. I got this cool tool before you get to lunch. I got this cool tool that
Wayne's going to show me his tool. What?
Yeah, this tool that you can put on your grill and it scrubs it really good. It's really good.
Nice.
Yes, it's really good. The reason why I say it is because I was out there today and I plan on using it. I put some more chicken in some pickle juice and I'm going to do some chicken.
Wayne's going to go keto. He's going to go caveman. Those pounds they're going to melt off.
I hope so.
I'm telling you, if you commit to it, just like 3 months, it's a rough week getting in. It's a rough week getting out.
You know me. I mean, once I'm in, I'm in. I really don't care if it's rough or not. I don't care. It's just
caveman, keto, whatever you want to call it, Atkins. Like, you'll thank me later. All right. Well, I'm going to give my final thoughts. Final thought 1. Thank everybody for tuning in, especially as we've had technical problems getting logged in. I still can't see chats. We got to figure that out. But we appreciate you guys taking time to log in, hang out with us every day. Super awesome to have you, and we love you all. Second thought, proud moment. My wife and I, we actually are attempting a little gardening this year, and we just harvested our first cucumber and our first peppers, our green peppers. And you know what I didn't know? I didn't realize that a red pepper is just you leave a green pepper on longer and then it turned into a red pepper. Evidently, that's a thing. Like color me silly. Maybe I was.
Well, I got one for you. Did you know that there are female and male peppers?
No.
The male peppers have the 4 things at the bottom. You know those?
Oh yeah. Yep.
Female has 3.
Oh, female. Wow.
Yeah, the females are sweeter and the males are more sour.
So now I got to check the gender of my peppers to see what they identify as. Wayne. Wayne. Oh yeah, now we're getting recipes. So bring your cucumbers. Jen and I are staring at this cucumber, going, "What do we do other than cut it up and put it in ranch?" But anyways, then my last thought. We talked about this yesterday, and a cynical Publis, great follow on Twitter. I would recommend you following if you haven't. We were talking about the inter party dynamics going on, and he articulated it much better than I could. And I'm just going to read it quick. As we watch Tucker and his elite group of emotionally wounded narcissists do everything that they can to destroy the Republican Party and hand the federal government to literal communists, who knows why they're doing this, I think it's important that Republicans understand that the Democrat tactic of always uniting behind their party's candidate so we can adopt the same approach. I'll explain it using a personal example. I'm not sure who I would support for president in 2028. I used to think it would be a slam dunk for JD, but frankly, some of his associations, his connections to this common good movement, and his handling of the Iran negotiations has given me pause. I've not really dug deep in any of this yet, so it could be that I'm being superficially swayed by false reports. The fact is that I may choose a preferred presidential candidate for the GOP that is not the choice of many other Republicans. That's okay. As we sing in the primary season, which should heat up the minute midterms are over, the GOP should vigorously debate who we want as president. Is it Vance? Is it DeSantis, Rubio, or Gabbard? Let the arguments flow. Be fierce. Be committed. Stand by your beliefs. That is America. But know this. Whomever I support, once the GOP candidate is chosen through that process, that will be the candidate I will fight for tooth and nail. Why? Because the alternative is literal communists. And, we use the line like on our Friday show, like no enemies to the right. As you watch these primaries today, there's Michigan, there's the Wisconsin lady, Tiffany Fong, or whatever her name is. These people are crazy people. So, don't let perfection be the enemy of good, folks. Get out, vote, support candidates. But once we pick our leadership, like let's push the ball forward. On that note, we'll see everybody tomorrow.
And for everybody that's following me on social media, thank you. For those that are following me on social media, for those that are sticking out, for those that are listening to the show, and for those that are downloading the podcast, thank you for doing that. I want everybody out there to know that I have reached that point that I'm not forcing anybody to think anything. We both aren't really. We're not forcing anybody to believe in anything. We're not forcing anybody to think like anything. We're not forcing anybody to jump on board and follow what we believe in. That's something that this show has never tried to do. We have tried to give you our opinions on certain things. NewsGuard, we have tried to give you our certain opinion on stuff. And when it comes down to the fact, y'all may disagree with us. That's America. Come back tomorrow, you might agree on something. If you agree and disagree, get angry, get mad, stand on your head and spit fire, tomorrow's another day. But just remember, we have said research on damn near everything that we talk about. Just don't go with what our opinions are. Research it for yourself. It's out there. I don't think that we've talked about anything from another planet. So yeah,
that's Wednesday's show.
Yeah. But we haven't touched on stuff that is so foreign that y'all don't know what it's about. Or if that's the case, research it for yourself. Take the time out. And then if we're wrong or you find out something, guess what? God darn, Jason was right about such and such. You know what? Wayne has been talking about that for the last. This is what he was talking about. Welcome to the crew. But I'm not going to get everything right. I'm not. But we all live different experiences. We all see things different. We all feel things different. That's what makes us special and unique about about ourselves. And when we can come together and get those experiences and mesh everything together, when we leave each other, like we're getting ready to do in a couple seconds, then we can sit back and be like, wow, that's what he was talking about. Or if we read some of the comments, wow, that's what they meant. You know, that's America. All right, we got to go. It is 1:06 p.m. and my neck is killing me. I don't understand.
Justified in questions. Justified in getting answers. Matt Palumbo and Booker Scott are justified. This is the PB&J Podcast.
Democracy never lasts long. It soon wastes, exhausts, and murders itself. There was never a democracy yet that did not commit suicide. Those are the words of the second president and a founding father of this nation, John Adams. And you have to wonder, with the Democrat Socialist of America, is that where we are? Does America now have a gun to its head? Or is there a silver lining anywhere? I'm Booker Scott. This is the PB&J Podcast. The co-host for this hour is Matt Palumbo. He's a best-selling author. And as always, with a salute, he is also the former content director of the Bongino Report. Matt, how was your week? We are back here together this weekend, and there's a lot to discuss as always. We started this hour with the suicide of America. Yeah. Is that where we are right now? Do you sense that?
Well, I think the ideal form of government would be a dictator who happens to agree with me on everything. But I don't know if we're ever going to get that. So I guess.
Well, what about the other people, if that's the case?
Well,
does anybody else matter?
Mainly speaking for me, but I don't think that's going to happen. So democracy, as flawed as it is, was it Chesterton who said, or not Chesterton, Churchill who said it's the worst system ever and also the best one we have. So that's kind of where I'm at with it. We have, democracy. The case for it is sort of the wisdom of the crowds, and that if you put a lot of minds together, you do tend to get the right answer. And there are all these crazy examples. Like if you show a picture of an elephant and you have 1,000 people guess at the weight and you average together their answers, you actually get the exact answer a very large percentage of the time. And you can extrapolate from that. Well, if we can get answers like that, well, then surely with national issues, if you put everyone's heads together, on average, we should come to the right conclusion. But there are also, that's in a vacuum. And we are in an environment where the media lies to everyone and people have their own biases that kind of cloud the truth, and people are selfish, and that does disrupt that. So there are obviously flaws with democracy. And even furthermore, you can radically change people's stances on an issue just by omitting a single variable or changing how a polling question is done. I think we were talking about this in California, how there's going to be a voter ID question on the ballot, and they framed it as, the thing would stop people from voting who don't have an ID.
Proposition 39.
Because they know people are going to read that and their mind is going to fixate on the stopping people from voting part without realizing, well, it's people who shouldn't be voting. Or if you poll really any issue, which is should the government spend more money on something, the answer is almost unanimous, or not unanimous, a super majority to say yes. Free healthcare? Sure. Free college? Sure. If you add a clause of you spend an extra $2,000 a year in taxes, then everyone turns against it. And it could be the same person answering both questions will have a radically different answer, even though it's basically the same thing. So, democracy, I guess to tie it all together, when everyone has good information, as little bias as possible. Democracy can be the best system you ever have, but we have an environment where every show except ours is lying to people. So,
well, that piece that I started this hour with was written by Les Rubin on Fox News Digital. That was where that John Adams quote came from. He went on to say that Adams understood that free societies and not are not only destroyed by foreign enemies, they can also be weakened from within through complacency, indifference, and the gradual abandonment of the principles that made them successful. America's founders spent years studying history and learning from the greatest political, economic, and philosophical thinkers who came before them. They deliberately created a constitutional republic built upon limited government, fiscal responsibility, individual liberty, and the protection of the unalienable rights of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And then you look around at the Democrat Socialist of America and the way that many people feel right now. And I'll throw, I'm sorry, wrong one there. Let me grab the right one. The way people feel right now about socialism. There we go. Democrats identify 34% of the time as a socialist right now. And a little bit later, we're going to talk about some key races coming up in this midterm election. And I want to use that number of 34% to tie it back in to what we will talk about when we look at Michigan and Wisconsin and even Texas with Paxton and Tallarico here in a few minutes. But I did want to just throw that up there for you real quick to see what we're up against, because is that the gun that's pointed at Americans' head right now? 34% of Americans, or Democrats, I should say, they think they're socialists.
Yeah,
and I can't believe that.
The thing that's crazy about our socialists is they are. Well, I should step back a second. I saw a poll recently that something like between 75 and 80% of people that support socialized medicine, Medicare for all, or whatever you want to call it, believe you can fund it only by taxing billionaires. Now, you could confiscate every billionaire on the planet's or in the country's money, even including Musk when he was a trillionaire, and you're barely even funding the government for a year. Like, there's just not enough money just for that. In countries like Scandinavia, or in Scandinavian countries, I should say, it's not a country. In Sweden, the lowest tax bracket is 32%. Our highest federal tax bracket is 32%. And there's no standard deduction. So you're making minimum wage in Sweden, you're paying 32%. The sales tax is 25%. And then there's also miscellaneous regulatory, impacts, or they have regulations that increase prices. Those are basically taxes. There's property tax, there's local tax. So you're paying 60%, even if you're on the lower end of the income scale in those kind of countries.
But you get the stuff free. Everything's free, though, right?
But here's the thing that's even crazy.
60%, but
like the rates at which poor people go to college in Denmark, Sweden, Norway, it's very similar to America. So it's like they're paying all these taxes. A lot of them, there's a class difference in college attainment. So they're not even really taking advantage of it. And my point is that the Democratic Socialists, they're bizarrely fine with, like, they'll preach lower taxes on the middle class and the poor. And it's like, well, first of all, we can't even afford your program if we raise taxes on the rich. You're also trying to pretend to be fiscally conservative, but in a way that even fundamentally bankrupts the nation at a faster rate. So they just have no idea what their policies are going to cost. And if you were going to ask these people, like, what exact percent tax increase do you want and how much revenue will it bring in? They don't have an answer. And they have all these things. Oh, we're going to tax capital gains more, or we're going to tax stock transactions. Okay, well, there's stock exchanges are international. You can trade other other markets. Sweden, I believe, had tried a financial transaction tax, and what happened? No one traded stocks on their stock exchange anymore. Like, there's all these ways to get around those very niche taxes, or taxing net worth. It becomes abstract. Like, if you're a billionaire and you have $50 million worth of paintings, how are we valuing that? Are we getting that appraised? And are you telling me that process can't be abused? Like, it's just, they really have no plan. It's just to promise the world. And it's not possible. Mamdani, to give one last example.
Yeah. We got him up on the screen there.
Was promising free bus rides. And the thing that's hilarious is it's sort of like no tax on tips, and that, well, no one was really paying them in the first place. When I was a tip worker, I sure as hell wasn't. But no one in New York was paying for the bus anyway. So there's no way to make it free when no one's paying. So now he had to rebrand it to like, yeah, they're going to go faster. And then the public sector unions are now against it because if the buses go faster, it's less overtime for their employees. So it's just, everything's a total mess. And it's been 100 years of this stuff failing.
Well, Mamdani and his staff, they pledged allegiance to defend China and for the survival of Chinese socialism. And it's a critical matter, Mamdani says. But let's leave him alone. And you mentioned that Elon Musk is no longer a trillionaire. And we didn't talk about it last week, but the stock went from the high of 235.
It's like 110 now or something.
Right, 110, 115. So he is no longer a trillionaire. And I saw this week on Twitter, he even made a joke about that. But he's not hurting for cash.
It's funny because when he became a trillionaire, the discourse is, well, think of X, Y, and Z that could be bought with that money. And they acted like he's like the dragon from Lord of the Rings and he's just hoarding all this gold. And when it dipped below $1 trillion, I'm thinking, well, can you guys explain how people did anyone get richer from this? Well, of course not. So he wasn't taking it from anyone. But no, I
just found it interesting that he's now worth $500 billion.
But it's one of those things where, net worth is kind of theoretical depending on what you're invested in. If you have $100,000 in McDonald's stock, it's fair to say your net worth $100,000. If you own, I
don't know. Have you seen the price of a Big Mac lately?
True. But if you own a company,
$20.
If you're like Musk and you own, I don't know the exact percent, but let's say 50% of a company worth $2 trillion. Is there a buyer that can buy a block of $1 trillion of stock off you? Probably not. And the percent of the stock that's trading relative to the market value is a fraction of it's very, very small. So it's one of those things where, yes, on paper he was worth that, but there was never a market large enough to actually be able to absorb him converting that into cash. But I don't want to bore people with this finance stuff.
Okay, well, let's move on. Let's talk about Anthony Fauci. I had no expectation of the hearing that took place this week, but I think my expectation was that he would not plead the fifth 111 times.
Yeah.
And that was pretty much the highlight. I think the Republican senators did a great job, though, of painting the picture of what happened. Unfortunately, like so many other things, the mainstream media isn't covering it. They didn't cover any of it. So the people that need to hear it aren't hearing it.
Yeah.
And for all of us that are celebrating what the Republican senators did and bringing out the truth about Fauci and COVID and everything that we went through, it just doesn't matter because so many people didn't hear it or see it.
Yeah, it was good that they did outline the reasons why he was there, even knowing he wasn't going to answer. And I know all of these hearings kind of are usually just theater, and obviously this is no exception. But it was theater with good information, where a lot of liberals just simply don't know what he lied about or why people are even upset with him. And they did a very good job. I wish they asked him questions like, "Do you love your wife?" or things like that to make it even more awkward. But the only liberal response I saw to him pleading the fifth 111 times is this guy, he was arguing, well, no, actually, he only pled the fifth once because that applies to all the questions. He was just repeating himself. And I'm like, oh, all right, you really cracked the case there.
He probably should not made a statement at the beginning because I believe that could possibly open him up. And Rand Paul and other legal scholars are saying, well, he was compelled to tell the truth, and he has a pardon, so there's no reason why he can't tell the truth on everything that he did as NIH director. The issue is he has lied under oath, and if now with the diary, Dear Diary with Fauci, with the diary coming out, we have all of the truth. It's all there. Everything that Fauci did was in the diary. And with all of that coming out, now he puts himself in a position to perjure himself, which could mean, 6 months, a year, or longer in prison?
Yeah, like if Steve Bannon,
And well, Steve Bannon, that was in contempt of Congress, which they can still go after now because he did not tell the truth on the questions that he was asked. Let's go to this at the beginning of the trial, toward the beginning of the hearing, I should say. You had Rand Paul having to get after Fauci's attorney. I thought this was
good.
An interesting part of it.
Proceedings. And so, look, this is the way Anthony Fauci wants to be remembered. For a lawyer not listening to the rules. That's the way you want to be remembered, and that's what you're going to do. You are not recognized, sir. Security, please remove him from the room.
This guy couldn't just shut his mouth at all. He had to keep going. So that was at the beginning. That was at the beginning.
I love that Laura Ingraham was behind him because he hated her in the diary so much, and you know she did that for that reason. So that was it was good.
I saw that. Another entertaining part was Bernie Moreno. He is a new senator. He won in 2024 from Ohio, which, by the way, there's an interesting race for the Senate in Ohio for what used to be J.D. Vance's seat. You have Husted there in Ohio. He seems to be trailing in some of the polls, but you see a lot of the Republicans going to Ohio right now trying to get support for him so that they don't lose that seat. Husted was appointed after J.D. Vance became the vice president. Let's go to Bernie Moreno, and I think this is probably the exchange that everybody has seen by now. And I do want to caution you, if you have children, you may want to watch it if some words will offend you.
Yes.
I decided to leave this in because it was a senator saying it, and he said it on national television. So we're going to play it here on the PB&J podcast.
And having met a Kardashian than the suffering of the American people, and that is you. Your advice to communities like that, to idiotic politicians who enforce those rules, arrested that mom for watching a football game with her own family outside. When that story broke, I said to myself, I cannot stand idly on the side and watch this happen. It was about 6 years ago today that I decided I'm going to give up my businesses, sell them all, run for office, run for the United States Senate. Here I am sitting in front of you 6 years later saying, who the fuck do you think you were for doing that?
Best question in the entire hearing. Best question.
Yeah, it was good. Yeah, and
the arrogance of Fauci is incredible to me. He was arrogant the entire time. I think we all knew it. And now he's as arrogant as he ever was. And you have people on the left coming to his defense. Harvey Levin of TMZ, he's out there crying about it. And
I know.
It's disgusting, really.
It's amusing in that liberals all have this fantasy or this idea in their head that if they were alive in the times of Nazi Germany, they would have been the guys who stood up to him and roused up. And I'm like, you couldn't even stand up to your own government when they were putting people out of business. You cheered all of this on. Like, you were reporting people for going to church or getting a haircut. There was polling showing that I believe it was a majority, at least, of Democrats were in favor of putting people in jail who wouldn't get vaccinated with the COVID vax or vaccinate their kids. Like, crazy stuff on the left. And they were all on board with the hysteria. And that's how you'd act in that situation, was how they acted.
We had about 1.2 million deaths in America with COVID. And you have Fauci, if you read his diary and the things that he was concerned about, it wasn't about Americans. And I think that it has, it affected all of us as we went through it. People lost jobs. We had family members die. I had an uncle die in assisted living that no one in the family could be around. He died by himself. And that was because of Anthony Fauci. You have our children that missed 2 years of school, and we don't know the effects of that. And who knows if we ever will.
Well, we already sadly do have some impact in that if you look, like, kids can't read anymore. And it's a phenomenon of the past 5 years where, like, even just one paragraph of text is too much for kids. I go on the teachers subreddit on Reddit just for my own amusement. So it's usually like kooky liberals, but throughout reading their kookiness for my own amusement, I've come across this recurring theme of kids can't read anymore, and it seems to be COVID onward. So we have seen that. But when it comes to Fauci's diary, it's this weird juxtaposition where he'll begin an entry. It'll be like 900,000 dead, And the next line, met Kim Kardashian today. What the fuck? What? Who the F do you think you are? It's just a good question. Anyway.
Yeah, it was disgusting. I don't think that I don't know what will come out of it. Hopefully they will put him in prison, just like they did Peter Navarro and who else? Steve Bannon was another one that didn't go testify. And, that's exactly what Fauci did. He showed up, but he did not answer any of the questions that he was protected on the pardon because he knows that he lied. And that's why he did it. You don't give someone a pardon unless they're guilty of something.
I can't remember, did you mention this when you were talking about Rand Paul, that there is serious question over if you actually legally can plead the fifth in this situation?
I don't know. I don't
know either, but I have seen it.
Well, I've read about it, and I don't see, where any legal scholars agree. Okay. Some people say he can, some people say they can't. So I'm not sure. But a reporter caught up with Bernie Moreno the next day after the hearing, and here's what that exchange looked like.
Senator Moreno, why do you suspect Fauci's pleading the fifth after testifying 200 plus times before?
Because he's a piece of shit.
Thank you.
Man, guy does not care at all.
No, and
great.
I couldn't have said it better.
Yeah.
I could not have said it better.
That's so good. He really is horrible. I just can't believe that 2020 was a fever dream. And then on top, I mean, once we were 15 days into 14 days to slow the spread or whatever, we're 1 day past whatever it was. That was my first moment of like, oh God, everything's a lie.
Why did you have to bring that up? 14 days to stop the spread. I had forgotten that. That's out of my memory.
But then the real, everyone's insane was during the Black Lives Matter protests when every media group was like, experts say that the threat of white supremacy actually exceeds the threat of the virus. And I'm like, as of today, like if this thing that's been hurting the nation for 400 years, why not back in January? Why this exact moment when a guy overdosed on fentanyl?
Well, anyway, now after you said that, think about the Southern Poverty Law Center that created white supremacy and how nicely that fit into that narrative along the way. And you wonder, is all of this by design to get us to a point of socialism? And then that brings us to this midterm election that we have coming up. Put up here a chart now that kind of shows the trend over the last, this year. And you see that the Republicans at the beginning of the year, they had a fantastic chance of holding on to both the Senate and the House. But as the year has gone along, we see that crosses. And now the Democrats probably will win the House the way it looks now. But I think there are roads for the Republicans to maintain power, which would really be something if they were able to do that, considering it's a midterm election, which normally that doesn't work out well for the party that has the executive branch, whether that's Donald Trump, Joe Biden, or whoever. I mentioned, did I mention the Tea Party? Let's talk about the Tea Party real quick, because I think in some ways that this Democrat Socialist of America, we can look at them as a Tea Party in a way. I don't know, Matt, when you look at the numbers, and we threw them up there earlier about the 34% of Democrats identify as socialist, independents are nowhere near that kind of number on the socialism issue. They are 60, 70, 75% against socialism, and that's where elections are won. And that's why I say there may be that window of opportunity for the House of Representatives to stay as a Republican House. Right now, everything I see looks like 222 to 213 in favor of the Democrats. The Republicans, I believe, will maintain power. But we're going to get into some races here because I think there are a couple of very key races that will really tell us, and I think this could be the silver lining that we could take away from this midterm election. And that's going to be the Michigan Senate race and the Wisconsin governor race. I think those two are really, really important. You have a Democrat socialist in Hong. What's her name? Francesca Hong. Yeah, she is a state representative now. She is leading the polls on the Democrat side of the primary, which is coming up here in the next week. She's winning by 38%. So she's going to become the Democrat nominee. She is going to be running against Tom Tiffany, who is a really good Republican representative in the House of Representatives. It's going to be a real tell about the people of Wisconsin. Wisconsin has always been, a backstop. It has been a key state when it comes to elections, national elections. It's a swing state, obviously, or it used to be. They have had Republican governors, so there is the opportunity that Tom Tiffany will win. And I think if he does, then that kind of tells us that our country doesn't have a gun to its head right now. We're not ready for suicide. There is some hope there. What are your thoughts there?
Well, she is actually insane. I know I kind of say that about everyone, but she pals around with people like Hassan Piker, who your audience probably doesn't know who that is. Congratulations. I'm sorry for ruining it for you. He's the nephew of Cenk Uygur from the Young Turks, but he idolizes Mao Zedong and dresses up as Mao when he gives speeches. He says that America deserved 9/11, and he does like a streaming, so he just talks to a camera live to an audience, and they submit questions on chat, and he responds and interacts,
kind of like us then.
But he's
crazy.
But he's great, yeah. Well, we're not really streaming, I guess. Anyway, but my point being, he has behind him framed the newspaper with from the day after 9/11 of the planes hitting the buildings, and it's not in remembrance. It's because it's something he supports. He has done propaganda for groups like Hezbollah and the Houthis, which he has not registered under FARA for. But there's actually a lot of documentation that he is really being paid by these people. But anyway, she associates with him, and then also, and I'm not trying to attack anyone who has been struggling or anything financially, but within the past few years, she racked up 40 grand in credit card debt and had to have her parents bail her out. I'm sorry, but when you're in your late 30s and you're getting help from your parents and think you can run an entire state, I would say probably not the best idea. And also, AOC is a bartender, so we know how that goes when they take office.
Well, yeah, she's going to become president in 2028, according to the polls. We go from a Boston bartender to president of the United States. Why not?
Yeah.
And along the way, you happen to be a socialist. Let's go to a video. Let's show Hassan Piker here when Francesca Hong was on his show. Here's this video.
Public grocery stores.
Yes.
Right to repair.
Yes.
Legalizing cannabis.
Yes.
Overturning Citizens United.
Yes.
A workers' bill of rights.
Yes.
A free Palestine.
Yes.
And Francesca Hong is a candidate for Wisconsin governor.
That did not play like I thought it was. So do we need to see that again, or is that good enough?
That's good enough.
Okay, yeah, we get the idea
is there
of
anything
what's
in
going
that
on
list
there
of what you
with,
told
with
Hassan
her.
Piker?
This is her on Fox, I believe.
Yes, it is. Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, I missed the last 5 seconds of what she was asked to denounce or something.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll move on from that. I think everybody gets the idea of Francesca Hahn, that she's just another socialist mess.
It's a nut. And every one of them, they're all disasters in their personal lives. And I mean, when it comes to someone running a state or running a country, that stuff actually does matter. If your own life is a mess, why are you going to respect someone else's?
Let's go to Michigan, Matt. Let me see if I can add this up here on the video. There we go. This is Al Sayed, which we have talked about in the past, and that is Mike Rogers. Mike Rogers is endorsed by President Trump. We talked about what happened to Mike Rogers in 2024, but this is another one of those races that I believe is so very important for where America is. Are we suicidal, or is there a silver lining? Mike Rogers right now is winning in the polls, and I know polls don't mean anything. You still have an election day. But it looks like this race is still going to be a toss-up. It's really close. I've seen some as high as 8-9% in favor of Mike Rogers, but I've also seen them at 3 or 4%. This is going to be a very important race for all of us to key in on in November.
Yeah, he is also insane. I think I'm probably overusing that word this episode, but he's the guy, if I recall correctly, who did not make a public statement when we took out the Ayatollah of Iran because he thought it would alienate some of his Muslim base. So that's the kind of constituency this guy is cultivating here. And the thing is too is his name on the ballot has to be his full legal name. Having a guy on the ballot named Abdul Al bin Muhammad Al Alwani, well, whatever, it generally does not help you in the general. That's not his actual name. It's not his actual name, by the way. But my point being, like, there are people who are going to see that and go, no, I'll take the guy with the normal name.
Yeah. But I think it is important to pay attention to this race in Michigan and the one in Wisconsin for that. And then you have the Senate race down in Texas between Paxton and Tallarico. According to all the polls that we're seeing right now, Tallarico has a small lead, probably within the margin of error. I wouldn't read too much into that, though, because Ted Cruz, they said, was in trouble against Beto O'Rourke, and Cruz won by 1 million.
Yeah.
And Ken Paxton, they say he can't win a statewide race, but he has.
He already had,
right.
Did before.
And I don't understand that argument. That was the argument that John Cornyn was making when they were running in the primary, and then Donald Trump ultimately he did endorse Tallarico. Let me see. I do have
or Paxton, you mean?
Yeah, Paxton. I'm sorry. There we go. There are the polls right now for Tallarico and Paxton. You can kind of see Paxton does lead some of those. And, Matt, last week we talked about the money and how much money the Democrats have or don't have, the lack of money that they have. And I came across something that would corroborate that. And this is from the FEC and from Fox News. And you can see there that this is kind of what you were talking about. Democrats are broke.
Yeah. They were talking about putting their headquarters up as collateral in the past week or so. So that's how bad it is.
Another part of this also is Donald Trump has a war chest of over $400 million in a PAC that he can spend. He has not spent a dime of that yet. So on top of what this is, you also have Donald Trump sitting in the background waiting for to see what races that he should put some help behind, because he has a lot of money to do that if money is that important in these races.
One thing that's helping Paxton as well, or will, is there are a lot of black voters who were, supportive of Jasmine Crockett, who are simply not going to vote in this election. I mean, they're not going to vote Republican, but they're not going to vote at all. And she's basically been urging black people not to vote for him. And fine with me. Helps us out, so why go for it? I think he's a white supremacist or something. I'm pretending, but
well, Matt, I think sometimes we can look at that financial numbers and we can think, well, the Democrats don't have a shot because they don't have any money. They're broke. And I did see one race in Alaska for the Senate. And in that race, the Republican had about $12 million. And the Democrat had $15 million. So you have to remember that the Senate and these House races are very local races. And the House of Representatives, when it comes down to it, are 435 little local races in communities. And sometimes I think we lose sight of that. So even though the Democrat Party may not have millions and millions of dollars, that doesn't mean candidates don't and PACs behind them have it too.
Trump was outspent by like $1 billion by Harris. I think Hillary it was like 2-1 or something, and he still won. And where I live, or I think it's a district next to mine in the New Jersey State House, the Democrat got outspent 10-1 and still ended up winning. And it was really just she rode Mikey Sherrill's coattails and but also met with a ton of voters. And if you're knocking on every single door in your district, that can be way more effective than an ad. Now, obviously, this is a very local election. You can't do that on scale on a national election. But my point being, money isn't everything. It depends A, how you spend it, and then B, how likable you are, and if you really are meeting with voters. So.
Yeah. Well, let's keep our eye on those races. I think Wisconsin and Michigan are the ones that we should watch to find out where America is. Are we to the point of having a gun to our head and socialism is going to take over? Or is this Democrat Socialist of America nothing more than what the Tea Party was, 15, 20 years ago?
Well, the Tea Party was actually good. So,
well, that's true. I'm talking about as a movement, though.
Yeah.
Are we going to see this movement, eventually collapse and have different factions? are those of us.
They are already.
Yeah. Well, the Democrat Party is. I'm talking about the DSA, and I don't like using that term, but I'm tired of saying Democrat socialist.
Yeah. Well, the problem with the left, their own problem is they are so based on identity that they infinitely subdivide. So they'll be together in socialists, but then it's going to be, well, being a black socialist, it's harder to be us than a white socialist. And then someone's going to go, well, as a black woman, it's far harder being a black woman socialist than a black male socialist. And then you're gonna keep going down where you have like a black indigenous Native American in a wheelchair who's like, actually, it's way harder to be me. And you just it'll fracture like crazy. You see that too. Anytime like the New Democratic Party in Canada, the DSA in America, if you watch their annual meetings and the issues that get debated and brought up, it is comedy gold. You're going, okay, these people may get power, but it is going to implode spectacularly, God willing.
Well, coming up, we're going to have a sports segment. I know you will look forward to that, Matt.
I live for it. Yeah.
You're like, yay, sports all the time. But I think you will like this story coming up. And, of course, we'll have our transgender segment as well. But first, we're going to watch this together from Chemical Free Body.
Tired of struggling with low energy? We get it. That's why we created Organic Energy Juice. You'll have natural energy all day, and you'll never struggle with low energy again. In just 2 minutes, you can restore your natural energy without chemicals, without stimulants, no toxins, and there is no crash. You shouldn't have to struggle with low energy, and with the Organic Energy Juice, you won't. So if you're struggling with low energy, buying Organic Energy Juice is the right decision. Go to chemicalfreebody.com, use the discount code PBJ, and get your Organic Energy Juice today.
For those of you watching on WD American's live Facebook feed, thank you for watching us. We are reading your comments, so please keep them coming. And if you're watching on any of the TalkRed platforms, thank you for finding us there. I'm Booker Scott, along with Matt Palumbo. Together we are Palumbo Booker Justified, the PB&J podcast. And let's have our sports segment. Matt, let's talk about this guy. Have you ever seen this guy at all? He is from Kenya. He is now 37 years old. Obviously, he played there for the Indianapolis Colts. He played for some other teams as well. His name is Daniel Ogama Adanga, and he's 37 years old. Guess what happened to him?
He got deported.
He did.
Nice.
Because
How did I know?
He overstayed his visa. His visa ran out years ago, and ICE Chicago removed this criminal illegal alien, and he's from Kenya. And he was arrested multiple times by Indiana law enforcement over the past 9 years for crimes including felony intimidation, battery, disorderly conduct. And he was convicted of criminal mischief with damage in 2020. He was sentenced then to 364 days in jail. His most recent criminal charges fall under the Laken-Riley Act. And because of the Laken-Riley Act, we're able to get this guy out of here.
Awesome.
Thank goodness. Yeah. Here's a better picture of him, maybe. I don't know. He's a
great-looking guy.
Yeah, he's tough looking. But we are continuing to deport people, and I know people get frustrated and they think that Donald Trump isn't doing good enough when it comes to deportations, but you have to look at the backlog of asylum hearings. There are 3.5 million of them, and it's going to take a while. Trump has had some good wins recently in the courts, though, on this. We had the temporary order that was upheld by a circuit court this week, actually. So we're still winning some of those. Donald Trump is winning some of those.
Yeah. And I also consider the counterfactual. I mean, there was illegals pouring in to the tune of 20,000 a week under Biden at the border. And then he did all the other shenanigans of giving temporary status, letting people overstay visas. But let's say 20,000 a week. Even if Trump wasn't deporting anyone, and obviously he is, it's still 20,000 fewer people every single week that are invading the country. And yes, I mean, obviously, I wish the deportations were 10 times higher than what they are. I'm not going to lie, I am disappointed, but at least it's in a positive direction. As for the NFL, it's the existence of the NFL and its players is the best argument against the claim that poverty causes crime and wealth gets rid of it. Yeah. Because it's all these millionaires and every one of them is a criminal somehow. It's incredible.
Did you happen to see any of Donald Trump's cabinet meeting that took place Friday?
I actually missed that. No.
Did you? Okay, well, let's go through a little bit of it. Here is Donald Trump talking about the success that they have had, what they came into the office in the White House with, following up Joe Biden in the highest inflation ever. Here is a little bit of this video.
Gender mutilation of your children and chaos and bedlam all over the world.
Well, I don't know what's happening here, Matt. We'll see if we can.
All right. You can read his lips. He's
please, please. You're going to have to at this point. I think it's really low, but let me try it again.
People that, in many cases, you don't want. They were murderers. They were drug dealers. They were people that you do not want. But now we have the strongest border in American history, and for the last 15 months, the report just came out again. We've had no people coming in through our southern borders.
Can you hear that? Okay, I'm gonna step in here and let everybody know what he said because it is really light. I'm sorry that it's so
I heard
low.
it, but yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, he's just talking about the border and the fact that nobody is coming in the border and how bad these people are, and we just saw that with that former NFL football player. And that's what he was talking about there. And he went on to talk about how bad the economy was, the highest inflation. Cumulative inflation, Matt, for the 4 years of Joe Biden was 20.1%.
But here's the problem with that number. If you actually break down the consumer price index and all of its components, the portion for healthcare went down by 30% in the statistics under Biden. Now, my healthcare almost doubled during that time period. And yet that's a substantial percentage of how the CPI is calculated, the consumer price index. So that one variable going down 30% when it really close to doubled, and I'm speaking anecdotally, but I imagine it's probably in the same ballpark for everyone else. That screws up the whole equation. Like everything I buy is up 50+%. So it's at the point where if it was 20%, I'd be grateful. But I don't think there's a single person watching this who's going, no way, Matt, it was only 20%. It's probably 50 to 100%, everyone watching this, what they actually experienced.
Yeah. And the Fed, they met this week. They did not lower interest rates. And we have a new Fed chairman. This was his first meeting in Kevin Warsh. And they voted 9-3, the Board of Governors did, to not change the interest rate. We also had a report on inflation, which was higher. It was about 3.7%. But yet that's due to energy, and that's due to what's going on in Iran. And we're going to talk about Iran here in a few minutes and the Middle East, because there is some good news coming out about some peace and Hamas and Gaza and Israel. And we'll get to that in a few minutes. But I want to play this from J.D. Vance from that cabinet meeting talking about the fraud that they have discovered. Donald Trump teased that something big is going to be coming from J.D. Vance and his team with the fraud.
Just since the beginning of the fraud task force that I started under the president's leadership and direction, we have identified $230 billion of fraud that's being perpetrated against the American people, and we have halted already $56 billion of that. It's sometimes hard. Once the money has already gone out the door, it's hard to get it back, but stopping it from going out the door is how we save the American people. $56 billion, and of course we're going to keep on working on that. Just today, Mr. President, we will announce 17 new anti-fraud actions that will total about $1/3 of $1 billion, and that's added to the $230 billion that we've already uncovered. And I want to just talk for the benefit of the American people about why do we care so much about this? Because what I always try to remind people is that fraud has two victims. So to give one concrete example, there is a program that is administered by Medicaid. And that program ensures that low-income moms and low-income babies have access to neonatal care. Now, I think most Americans probably share my view that this is one of the great things about the United States of America, that if we see a baby and we see a young mother that requires help, we help our fellow Americans. That's a good thing. It's something that we should be proud of. And yet, there is a program that has defrauded the moms and the babies who benefit from these. You've gotten people who've gotten rich by setting up false companies that are providing false services. So who loses in that equation? Number one, of course, is the American taxpayer that is $230 billion.
And then the baby, obviously, and the family. So that's a lot of money. That's a lot of fraud. And I know that, going back to Fauci earlier in this hour, everybody wants accountability. And that's another part of this that I started out this hour with John Adams and the disintegration of democracy in a constitutional republic. Without transparency, without accountability, then you run the risk of that complacency that then creates what we're having right now with the socialists gaining some ground. So I think the 230 billion plus another, what did he say, 200 billion? Is that what he said?
Something like that,
So
yeah.
It's a lot of money, isn't it?
Enormous. Yeah. Listen, I think a lot of people on our side have this idea that there's so much fraud that if we got rid of it, like that alone would balance the budget. Unfortunately, that's not enough. But if it's $500 billion, like he said, it's a pretty good start. I mean, that closes a double-digit percentage of it. And even if it didn't, it's still $500 billion that can be used for literally anything else other than giving free stuff to people who probably hate us.
Yeah. One more from the cabinet, and we'll move on from this cabinet meeting. It took place Friday.
They've been very good. They've been very good about it. Most people said that would be a deal that would be undoable. Now, will it go through its ups and downs? It's a very complex situation over there. The people are very complex.
Now, he is talking about the peace deal between Hamas and Israel in Gaza. This is something that you and I talked about on the radio show quite a bit. And to me, it's like Iran plays rope of the dope. And I don't know if you remember that. That's something that Muhammad Ali did that. He would go up against the ropes.
I know what you mean.
And he would just let someone pummel him until they were tired, and then he would come out and just destroy them. And that's what Iran does, I think, through this whole process. They, play along and, okay, we're going to have peace. And Hamas, being a proxy of Iran, when they did this peace deal, you and I both talked about it, that it's going to be difficult to take the arms away from Hamas and from Iran. And to this point, they have not done that yet. And I think that what Donald Trump is talking about is really, really important. And this is his peace deal. What are they called? The
Abraham Accords, you think?
No, the Board of Peace. Remember the Board of Peace that he put together. That's what did this. And Netanyahu is quiet about it, but I want to go back and play the beginning of this video for you guys, because in the beginning of it, he is asked a question specifically about the Board of Peace and what this peace deal is.
Many cases, wonderful.
Have assurances from Israel that they are on board with this deal. And what comes first? Does Israel pull back and then Hamas disarms, or does Hamas need to disarm and then Israel leaves Gaza?
We do have an understanding with Israel. Israel is very happy about it. Israel helped us with it. And they've been very good. They've been very good about it. Most people said that would be a deal that would be undoable. Now, will it go through its ups and downs? It's a very complex situation over there. The people are very complex and difficult. In many cases wonderful, in many cases not.
So, Matt, this is a big deal if they do it. And going back to what we used to talk about is that I don't think Hamas was ever going to give up their big arms, and they had not. I mean, we're talking about missiles and drones and those type of armaments, not the smaller rifles and things like that, because they did do that. And now we're to this point where Hamas is, and what ultimately will happen is a Palestinian government will be in Gaza, and then the Board of Peace can come in and rebuild Gaza. That is the plan here. So we'll have to keep watching. And what she specifically was asking there of President Trump is Israel on board, and are they going to do what's required of them, which they have to get out of the area beyond a yellow line there. So now what comes first? That's the question. That's what they're asking. Do Hamas, do they give up their armaments first before Israel moves? And I think that's what Israel is going to require.
It's tough because we had a ceasefire however many months ago, and from what I'm seeing, it seems like both sides have violated it like hundreds and hundreds of times.
That goes back to the beginning of 2025.
It goes back to the beginning of time, probably, with these kind of people. But
you're right. That's a good point.
So that's what it comes down to. I mean, there are certain, like, from the Palestinian perspective, there are some Israelis that are talking about trying to build settlements in the Gaza Strip. So they're going to definitely seize on that and say, well, you guys are going to try to take land from us, so why would we trust you? So this, to be honest, I don't think this is even a solvable crisis in any meaningful sense. These people are 10,000 years from now. These people are still going to hate each other. It's going to be, do they tolerate each other to a different degree, really?
Yeah,
But,
or the end of time.
to the end of probably one of the
Right.
two. Yeah, that's where we're at.
But I wonder, does this maybe trigger something that Iran, because of the pressure that America has put on them financially, and they can no longer supply Hamas with the weapons that they would need? Is that maybe saying
Well, that's
that
what happened. That's what happened to Syria. Is Russia no longer could prop up Assad, and then their new president with his ragtag group just marched to the capital, took it over, and that was it. So same kind of. I mean, same with Afghanistan. You just create a vacuum, and it's actually pretty easy to be able to take over.
Yeah. So now you have Hamas maybe there, and maybe this is an opportunity for the Palestinian people to,
find someone else.
I have their own
because
government
it is easy to say, like, listen, they all voted for Hamas, so they got themselves into this. There is a time where that is true, but I think Hamas got 45% of the vote of the Palestinians. But you have to realize the average Palestinian is very young, meaning a lot of them that are there today weren't even old enough to vote in that election. Now, I'm sure they probably ideologically align, but the majority actually did not vote for them that are alive today in the area. So a lot of them, listen, I'm not going to deny a lot of them believe really, really horrible things, but listen, it's just a horrible situation really for everyone involved.
Well, regardless of what's going on in Iran, if this deal with the Board of Peace can be pulled off, Donald Trump is going to have to be given a lot of credit for
he won't,
making
but he
this
does.
happen.
He should. Yeah.
No, you're right. He won't. And eventually the Iran situation, conflict, war, whatever you want to call it, it too will come to an end. And it sounds like that at any moment, maybe this weekend, that Donald Trump is going to really escalate things militarily there in Iran. So we'll watch for that as well. What about a transgender moment? Are you ready for that?
I can't wait.
Well, let's get this one up on stage. We have this
transaction. That's a New York Post headline style.
Well, it's unauthorized transaction. This teacher, and I believe it's in St. Johns County, Florida. I'm in Florida. I used to live in St. Johns County, which would be St. Augustine, Florida, Ponte Vedra, that area. But I've also seen that this took place in Jacksonville, which is, 15 miles north of there. So I'm not sure. I don't know that it matters. This guy is, This guy is a teacher, first year. He's 3 weeks in and he gets fired because they say that, I guess some parent complained about it and that he was a transgendered person. And he doesn't say he's transgendered. To me, he's like a lumberjack or something. That doesn't make him transgender. The attorney says he's intersex. Do you know what that means?
So intersex is, of all the things that trans people say, it's the one thing I think is actually legitimate, in that, like, there is a fraction of a fraction of a fraction of a percent of men that might be born without a penis or something like that, and that's categorized as intersex. And trans activists will claim this is proof of at least a third gender. No real arguments for the other infinite genders, but they'll say this is proof of a third one. And it's obviously not. I mean, there's a dozen or so human beings born with tails every year. Does that prove that these 12 people are a different species of human? It's like, no, it's a genetic anomaly. It does not prove a new category. So, my point being, if this person actually is intersex, if they actually are a man, but somehow were born with both parts or something, that does happen in these extremely, extremely rare cases.
I don't know how we got here. We got to a point.
You picked this story. I
did pick this story, but I didn't think you were going to go with humans born with tails.
Well, I'm trying to make an analogy to, you're not a whole new category because you're an anomaly. You're an anomaly within a category.
Now I'm rethinking all the people that identify as a cat. Well, maybe they have a tail. Maybe there is truth. This guy's name is Shepard Scalf, and he said he never had any warning or indication of poor performance in his 3 weeks before he was fired from Patriot Oaks Academy, which is a K-8 school in St. Johns County, which would be Ponte Vedra and St. Augustine. And the attorney, he thinks that they have a pretty good case. Matt, I don't know that they don't. I don't know.
Yeah,
that this guy
I actually
think
he might win this one. just because it, and this is separate, but I don't like that you can get fired because one teacher complained about you. Because if you have, like, if you go to, I don't know, a YouTube video of a cat being rescued from a tree on fire, there's going to be one dislike on it. Like, no matter what the category, someone's going to complain and have a problem. And I feel like it should have to be that plus something documented. And that if this person is not propagandizing children, I don't see the issue. I mean, if this person was legitimately transgender, I don't really trust those people around children. But if you were, because I do think being trans is a choice. I don't think it's a real thing. I think and I think to a large extent, that itself is a political statement. This, if you really were born in this weird, crazy way, and are not talking about it, I don't know if that's really a problem there.
Well, here's the thing. It says he was born with Swyer syndrome. We're going to learn something here. We're going to learn it together. It's a rare genetic condition in which babies appear female at birth with a uterus, vagina, and fallopian tubes, but they have XY chromosomes, typically associated with male development. They don't develop ovaries or testicles, and they don't go through puberty without hormone therapy. So this is like a real syndrome, obviously. So I don't think the guy should have lost his job. I think that the St. Johns County School is probably going to have to pay Mr. Schkauf is his name, I think. They're going to have to pay him some money, I believe, on this one.
I would imagine too. Yeah.
It's unfortunate that he actually lost his job.
And then the thing is too, you really can't fire people for as many reasons as you'd think, in that there are a lot of stories now of teachers that were fired for making comments celebrating Charlie Kirk's murder that are getting six-figure payout, sometimes seven-figure. And I was under the impression that you could fire for those reasons. And if you can't fire for even something as disturbing as that, I think even if this person was trans and got fired, I think it would still be a problem. I mean, listen, if I was the school, I would just not hire them in the first place to avoid this problem. Like, I would not want my kid in a transgender teacher's classroom because I know it correlates with all this other stuff. You're never going to have a trans teacher and they're going to be like, you know what, kids? Today, we're going to talk about how great a job Trump is doing and free market capitalism and the beauty of Christianity. It's not happening. It correlates only with left-wing insanity, which also proves that it's not a real thing. Because why would you always have all these other characteristics politically if it was just something that happened biologically? You know. Anyway, it's enough tranny stuff for today.
We do have some primaries coming up this week. On August 4th and then again August 11th. We're going through the primary season. Eventually, we're going to get to that big midterm election in November that we talked about here in this hour. And Matt, what else do we look forward to this week? I know I always ask you. I know you always say Iran, and I think that's obvious that the Iran situation is something we're going to talk about every week. The Senate is still in session right now. I'm waiting for them to leave to see if they'll actually not show up and bang the gavel to prevent Donald Trump from doing recess appointments. Yeah. If he would leave, he could do something. He has done none this time in this term. And if you compare it to other presidents, you're talking about hundreds of appointments done through recess appointments. But for some reason, John Thune and the Republicans are blocking Donald Trump from doing that. So I'm going to watch for that this week to see when they leave. Will they actually leave and recess and leave everybody leave?
I'm looking forward to see if there's a follow-up on Fauci. I am curious to see, is it true that he can't legally plead the fifth if he's exempt? And then, we'll see where it goes from there, which senators are in favor, which are against. I think it's going to be probably a party line vote, and I'm sure there'll be like two Republicans that disappoint us, but we'll see.
Well, coming up August 4th, you have Kansas and Michigan in primaries, Missouri, also Virginia. So that's coming up August 4th, and then August 6th. That wouldn't be right. August 6th, Tennessee's coming up also. And then August 11th, there are several more primaries. So watch for that. We want to thank you so much for watching the PBNJ podcast. It's so great to have you with us. Keep the comments coming. If you're watching on WD Americans on Facebook Live or TalkRed, you can also follow us. Matt, do you want to throw out your Twitter or X handle? I don't believe we've ever done this on one of these shows, but we have a minute or two, so let's do that now.
It's Matt Palumbo 12.
What's the 12 for?
Well, I actually got the original Matt Palumbo handle like 15 years ago and then deleted it, and then someone else took it. So I thought Matt Palumbo 1. Well, it's not right because I'm not really the first.
Right.
Matt Palumbo 2. I don't want to be the second Matt Palumbo, so I just went with 12. I combined.
Yeah, you went nuts, didn't you?
I went totally
on
nuts.
12, yeah.
On 12.
Yeah, Matt Palumbo.
No one
is
reads my feed at all. It's okay. You don't have to follow me.
He's a best-selling author. He wrote Spygate with Dan Bongino. He wrote Man Behind the Curtain about the secret network of George Soros. His latest book is The Heir, about Alex Soros. But you also wrote Fact-Checking the Fact-Checkers. What was the
Great
Dumb
book.
and Dumber about de
There's
Blasio?
Cuomo and de Blasio destroying New York, and turns out it's going to get way worse now.
Right.
So
Little
I wasn't
did you
even
know.
quite like it's gotten so bad that when Cuomo was running, I was like, I guess I'd vote for this guy. I wrote a whole book about why he sucks, but it'll be decline of this rate versus that rate. So
yeah, maybe it's time to
where we're
write
at.
another one on Ma'am Donnie.
We'll see. Yeah.
And you can listen to me Monday through Friday on America Out Loud Talk Radio, available on iHeart. All you have to do is go to iHeartRadio, search America Out Loud Talk Radio, or you can find the show The Truth Be Told with Booker Scott anywhere where you get a podcast. We want to thank you for watching the PB&J podcast. Have a great week.
You have been watching a no-budget production, the PB&J podcast.
Hey guys, Carlos Cortez here with another episode of Scriptures and Wall Street. I hope you're doing well. Man, it's so nice to be here. It's so nice just to talk straight with you and just to talk about the financial markets. We see interest rates not changed again, not changed. And I thought they're going to raise interest rates. As a matter of fact, I think they will start raising interest rates. It's just getting to a point where Jim Cramer and Donald Trump should be like best friends because they have one similarity in common. You know what that similarity is? Is that just they're going to do the opposite, or things happen the opposite of what they say. You know, Jim Cramer cracks me up, man. He's all about the hype, and people don't realize he's not a financial advisor. He is just an entertainer. And I don't know how many, I think they have like this Jim Cramer portfolio of all these like stock pick he had, and it was like down majorly, like just negative 200 or something like that. I can't remember. I'm speculating, but yeah, it was pretty funny. It was pretty funny. And Trump, right? How many things has he said? And it's the complete opposite. He's kissed the wall and he's keeping Israel first. I mean, Netanyahu and the military, our military, like, no, don't mess with our military. There's terrorists, there's tyranny from domestic as well as international, and we have to protect America first. We didn't vote for Israel first. Not throwing shade on Israel. I'm just saying we need to focus on America, period. It's nuts because there's rumors that because he's in a war, he's going to be a war president, so he can technically get in for another term. Don't know if that's true. I'll have to look that up, speculating. But there's just a lot of talk on the internet. And at the end of the day, this is a financial show, not a political show. And this is a scriptures-based show as well. And the Bible does talk about end times. Our eschatology is very simple. Jesus will return. He will claim his people. And everybody will face judgment day. And all knees and every tongue will confess that Jesus Christ is Lord. I mean, that's what it says. And that's what we believe. And there's no other way. There's no other way. If you haven't heard about Green Money Solutions, let me tell you, a lot of retirees, they stick their money in their 401ks, they stick their money in their IRAs and their Roths, and they rely on stocks and bonds, even precious metals to grow their retirement, to get them to their retirement destinations. You need principal protection. You need an account that has ability to protect your money, grow with the index that you're currently already following with 100% risk. Now you have a principal protected account that will grow with equity-like returns, and more importantly, withdraw those funds while your account accumulates. If that is something that you're interested in, Green Money Solutions is a national brand that will protect your retirement. Over the past 22 years, our clients have successfully implemented this strategy to create a secure and safe retirement. Most advisors don't have access to this because they don't get paid to offer green money. All you have to do is go to greenmoneysolutions.com, fill out the information, and let's just have a conversation. So recently I had a conversation with a friend of mine, and he's building his business. He's struggling, but he's managing. He has a child from another relationship that didn't work out, and he's in a new relationship, and that is working out, and he's happy. But one thing he left behind was basically the financial strength and mindset to build wealth. So he comes over and he starts asking me, I just want to be comfortable. Or, he says, starts talking about, I want to be comfortable and I don't know what to do. And I just basically said, well, there's three things that build wealth. There's you leverage people, you leverage time, or you leverage your money. And those three things, you can't build wealth without those three. And more importantly, as you leverage those three, it needs to be aligned with something good that focuses on a solution. And also what you need to understand is that what is comfort to you? Comfort to you, to me, to the person listening to this is completely different. So we have comfort levels. And I started thinking about that is he didn't have a father. This person doesn't have a father to basically look up in the business world. He doesn't have a mentor to look up in the spiritual or the financial or fitness category. And so I could immediately judge and be like, hey, I don't want to associate with you because, the 5 friend rule, whoever is your closest 5, that's what your net worth would be. And we have to put that thinking to aside and be compassionate because God calls us to be compassionate, to help others, to love your neighbor. So I'm not saying I'm giving him a handout. I was just giving him life tools because there's no difference between a billionaire and a ditch digger. There really isn't. The only difference is their mindset. They choose to use leverage, or they're leveraging tools of people, money, or time. Those three for a solution. And that's really the only difference between a ditch digger and a billionaire. And honestly, God gives us the ability to provide wealth. So as we are talking about retirement, I really just wanted to focus on a few things. So this is why I wanted to name this pod, The American Gospel Isn't the Gospel. You see, what if the greatest threat to Christianity isn't persecution? What if it's comfort? We built bigger churches, better productions, better branding, better entertainment, better coffee, but are we truly making disciples? Jesus never said, come to me and I'll make you comfortable. He said, take up your cross daily and follow me. A cross wasn't basically jewelry, it was an instrument of death at that time. We've replaced repentance with self-improvement. We've replaced holiness with happiness, and we've replaced obedience with inspiration. We've replaced the fear of God with positive thinking. So many churches actually today avoid talking about sin because sin doesn't grow attendances. There's judgment. And judgment doesn't trend on social media or reels or wherever you see this at. And repentance doesn't fill stadiums because Jesus preached all three. The Bible never really promises you'll retire comfortably. And the Bible never promises that life will be easy. It promises something far greater. And that's forgiveness, redemption, eternal life, and abundance life. But here's an uncomfortable question. If Jesus preached the same sermons he did today, he will be invited to a lot of American churches, would he? Or would he be called too offensive, too political, too judgmental? Remember, basically, people stopped following him long before the cross, not because he lacked compassion, but they didn't like the message because they didn't like his message. Fast forward to Wall Street. What does our culture say? Financial freedom, just like what my friend wanted. It's the highest goal. The Bible says freedom from sin is infinitely greater. Money is just a tool, not a savior. A retirement account cannot forgive or redeem you. A paid off mortgage doesn't forgive your sins. A $1 million portfolio doesn't give you one more second in your life. And when God calls you home, he always said, what does profit a man to gain the whole world, yet forfeit his soul? That's one of the greatest financial questions ever asked. Because as believers, we should absolutely plan wisely. We should save wisely. We should invest wisely. We should leave an inheritance to our children's children. But never confuse financial success with God's approval. Some of the wealthiest people in Scripture were faithful. Others were under judgment. Wealth, as we know, isn't proof of God's blessing. Neither is poverty. Proof of holiness, faithfulness is the measure. So when we're faithful, we have the proof of holiness. So my challenge today is obviously not to make this a sermon, but I think we need to stop asking ourselves, how much money do I need to retire? And start asking, what has God entrusted me with? And how long can I glorify him? Because one day, every portfolio, every business, every home, every investment will belong to someone. But your soul will stand before God alone. I think it's powerful because we go back to what I've been talking about for a long time, is we either trust God or we please God. And one of the hardest things to do is to please God and trust God at the same time. But I believe when you trust God, you also tend to please him as well. Because you can't please God without trusting him. And you can't trust God without pleasing him. So all that goes hand in hand. Wanted to comment on the calls this week. I know it's the weekend. A lot of people are scared of, not a lot of people, but there's chatter of things happening in Washington, right? With Trump and, the Israeli war. I mean, I said it right. Israeli and the American army collaborating. And they're already coming out with software to decide the draft. And the best AI software is going to have their own Dominion style, whatever computer system they have to dictate the draft. Now, I'm no expert, nor do I claim to be an expert in that space. So it's all speculation at this point. But what if there was a draft like that? And yeah, I mean, technology will help pick the men that are going to go in, or women. And it's sickening because we don't even know what we're fighting for. So if you have children, that really, really hits home, because I wouldn't know what to do. That is a really, really tough decision. If you haven't heard about Green Money Solutions, let me tell you, a lot of retirees, they stick their money in the 401ks, they stick their money in their IRAs and their Roths, and they rely on stocks and bonds, even precious metals, to grow their retirement, to get them to their retirement destinations. You need principal protection. You need an account that has ability to protect your money, grow with the index that you're currently already following with 100% risk. Now you have a principal protected account that will grow with equity-like returns, and more importantly, withdraw those funds while your account accumulates. If that is something that you're interested in, Green Money Solutions is a national brand that will protect your retirement. Over the past 22 years, our clients have successfully implemented this strategy to create a secure and safe retirement. Most advisors don't have access to this because they don't get paid to offer green money. All you have to do is go to greenmoneysolutions.com, fill out the information, and let's just have a conversation. I actually just wanted to talk about some relevant content. I haven't done this in a few days or a few shows, but let's go to the bro investors. Let's see what they're saying, what they're up to as a base of what is being pimped out today and spoken about today. So going to Yahoo Finance, Apple falls despite earnings beat. Microsoft, Amazon, more Microsoft. SEC chair defends proposal to allow companies to report earnings only twice a year. And the Jersey Mike, stocks falls 5% from IPO, pricing nearly $1 billion. Didn't we just have another IPO with SpaceX? And then boom, they pump it up, and all the pre-investors, the early birds that got in, they were selling as soon as it launched. And there's so much selling pressure that the average retail investor that goes in a secondary market, in the public markets, they don't have the time, the technology, or the capability to sell out fast enough. Just like what happened in SpaceX, happened the same thing in Facebook in 2012. And, Facebook came out, IPO'd around 38, went up to as high as $87, $93, somewhere around there. And you wanted to sell that day, and you couldn't. And so you rode and took a bath on all your earnings and some. So that's what's happening with pretty much every IPO. The money's made before it goes to the public market, guys. And if you're buying it and trying to get out to scalp it, it ain't going to happen. There's too many bags that are packed that have to get undone and released, unpacked, before you can pack yours and leave with yours. So it's a setup, man. These IPOs with the markets, it's the little guy doesn't have a chance. But here we are on the Yahoo Finance, the bro investors. This is what gets pumped out, guys. Treasury yields jump amid Fed's inflation and credibility shock. Amazon soars after earnings. Strong AI chip demand. Why Meta and Microsoft stocks diverge after earnings. OpenAI's rogue AI hack is warning of what to come. Trump's court losses leave taxpayers facing millions in legal fees. We're talking about rent. Rich young Americans are ditching the stock market. Wow. Wonder why. Look, if you want a a luxury retirement. Here's a magic number to hit. Blackstone gives Jersey Mike's employees as a bite of $7 billion IPO. Guys, this is insane. Mortgage rates are just hiking up again. The Fed literally just said, we're not raising interest rates this week. Your home values, it could go up. Your home values basically will go up, but it doesn't mean anything because no one can buy them. You wouldn't be able to sell them because there's no ability to grab a loan right now. The loans are so predatorily written right now where it's very expensive. The wages are not even there. You see lower interest rates, it's cheap money, but it's cheapening pretty much everything and weakening the dollar. As we go into 2027 and finish the next 2 quarters, there's going to be so much volatility that you hope that there is some plan there. And lately, we've been getting phone calls about how safe green money is. And let me just remind you, how safe was your silver? How safe was the money in your bank? How safe was that Apple stock, the NVIDIA stock, Chevron stock? You can't say nothing because it's red money. And so having red money literally means that there's no principal protection. You don't have the ability to have a contractual agreement on your principal. And I would say that now is the time to get more into green money, because as I show you the charts, there's going to be some corrections, there's going to be some problems, there's going to be some issues. And as a matter of fact, let's go ahead and look at the charts. First and foremost, everyone's asking about silver. And before I get to silver, when should I sell my precious metals, Carlos? Should I even sell them? Is it too late to sell them? What should I do? Well, those are all great questions. But before we get to that, let's take a look at the almighty dollar. And look what the dollar just did. It went from 100.6 to about 99.78. So it just took a slam today. Now, this is on a weekly chart. Let me show you the daily. It just completely collapsed today. And that's the effects of not changing interest rates. If you stay stagnant, the dollar will get weaker because rates become, it's almost like you lower the interest rates, you get cheaper operating costs. But now you're reducing the dollar because the foreign investors are not going to be attracted to our bonds. Japan's going to keep dumping them like they did. Russia will keep dumping them. Remember, these people own our bonds. They're relying on a high dollar, on a high coupon rate, to pay them in our dollar. So our dollar is weakening right now and it's completely manipulated. This is all in one day. Look how high it was and then boom. But don't be fooled, y'all. Don't be fooled. The same people pumping up the dollar are the same people bringing it down. And they're going to play this dog and pony show to try to steal your silver. The market will. You won't give up your silver. You won't give up your gold, although they have access to your gold. They've already done it twice. People forget that. But here is silver. Right now we're trading at 58. It was daggone near 50. It was at 55 earlier this week. And it pumped right back up to 58. And then obviously 60. We have an average trading range of $2.69. So on the past day, it's been averaging $2.69. So we get the call. Carlos, when should I sell my precious metals? And then you call your broker, and your broker's like, listen, Becky, we understand that, gold and silver took a hit, but the dollar's weakening right now. Today, the dollar just crashed. And yeah, I could send you a whole roll of silver, 800 ounces, for $7,000 or whatever they say. And what they don't tell you is they put another 20% spread in there. And they physically either mail it to you or they put it in a vault, and the vault charges you an annual fee. And then when you go to sell it from that vault, they smack you with another fee. And those fees are deadly because it takes all your gains from the precious metals. So be very careful, guys. If you want a good precious metals dealer, reach out to Cornerstone Asset Metals. Cornerstone Asset Metals, 888-747-3309. Or you can go to cornerstoneassetmetals.com. Let them know that I sent you. And that way you get some preferred rates. They're not predatory like a lot of the ones that do advertise. Look, there's gold companies that want to buy me out. Cornerstone is not one of them. They want to partner with us to make sure you guys are being taken care of. They understand the green, red, money, yellow system. They understand the covenant process. They understand that. And that's what I enjoy about them, and that they're faith-based. I know Terry out there, great man of God, strong man, and a leader, a true leader. But as I look at silver, we're going to start to see it come up just a hair. I don't see it going anywhere near where it was. But we could see a $62 silver very soon this week if the dollar keeps on weakening here. But we saw a pump here, and then now we saw a complete meltdown. So when the dollar goes down, silver does go up. So silver is pumping up just a few bucks. I wouldn't get too excited here, because here's typically what happens. Check it out here. You saw how it went up here. It went up right here. Back in May, it was at $73, pumped up to $77. And then boom, it went literally just the next month down to 63. Pumped right back up to 70 bucks, 70.64, and then boom, it slammed all the way down to 57. So this could be another head fake in the making. Very similar pattern. We may even get an uptrend, come down a little bit, and then scoot back up. But the overall trend is down, and it's massive. It is completely massive. Eventually, if I even pan out, I already drew the, oh man, I already drew this like a long time ago. So that there's a huge support resistance at 54. If we get below 54, wow, I did this, I wrote this chart, I want to say like 4 months ago. And according to what I was looking at, is that we were kissed about 54, and it would make a decision. Are we going up or are we going down? It won't stay stagnant there. But if we go through that $54 level, the next level is $39. Yeah. So if it hits 54 and it goes under 54, that next stop, in my opinion, will hit 45 zone, and then a psychedelic number would be 39. Psychological number. Psych number is what we call them. So we got some different zones here, guys, but we're not seeing $100 silver anytime soon. We're just not. Conceptually, we think it's going to go to 300, and we know. Well, you wait till AI and the data centers and everything they want to build. Yes, you're right. But that's not right now. It's not taking off. So if you have silver, you want to sit on it, I'm saying it's going to take another 2, maybe 3 years to get back to even pass over 100. They're going to suppress this so hard to force you to sell, to be in a new home called a consolidation. This thing consolidates around the $50 range. I promise you're going to sell. You're going to sell below, you're going to sell above, but you're going to sell. And they will continue to build data centers. They'll continue to have their technology. They need silver. They need silver like crazy. AI is not going anywhere. If anything, it's getting multiplied through quantum. And we were at a store the other day. I can't remember which store. Or actually, I do remember. I just don't want to say. I don't want to advertise. We were at the store and we had the option to self-checkout or go to a register with a human. And I said, let's go to the human, an actual person, because we're not going to see them in the next couple of years doing this. It's all going to be robots. Actually, my little son said, 8 years old, Jacob, he said, yeah, the robots are going to take their jobs. I said, you're right. So let's enjoy them while we have an actual person checking us out. And it was nice. I said, hope you're having a good day. Have a great day. Thank you. Being respectful. And she just smiled. Maybe it was something to her. Maybe it was something to her that somebody actually said, have a good day. Have a nice day. Be blessed. We won't have that interaction anymore in the next few years. The cashier is completely gone. They count better. They never tire. They don't complain. And who's going to argue with a robot that they're wrong or right? So enjoy the cashiers because they're next. And eventually the waiters, they're going to be next too. Because they already have food runners in bowling alleys and some fast food restaurants. If sit down, casual dining is what they call it. They'll send these kitchen runners, and they're like a little cart with a smiley face on an iPad. And they have these little trays on the side, and they just roll to your number after you order. And you don't have to wait in line. You don't have to do anything. It'll come to your chair. So it's a lot happening with technology. If you haven't heard about Green Money Solutions, let me tell you, a lot of retirees, they stick their money in their 401ks, they stick their money in their IRAs and their Roths, and they rely on stocks and bonds, even precious metals to grow their retirement, to get them to their retirement destinations. You need principal protection. You need an account that has ability to protect your money, grow with the index that you're currently already following with 100% risk. Now you have a principal protected account that will grow with equity-like returns, and more importantly, withdraw those funds while your account accumulates. If that is something that you're interested in, Green Money Solutions is a national brand that will protect your retirement. Over the past 22 years, our clients have successfully implemented this strategy to create a secure and safe retirement. Most advisors don't have access to this because they don't get paid to offer green money. All you have to do is go to greenmoneysolutions.com, fill out the information, and let's just have a conversation. So what's interesting here is that as we're into this stay and see interest rate environment, or quote unquote lowering interest rate environment that's not lowering, is being unchanged. Look what happened to the volatility of the market. It spiked. This is UVIX, so don't invest in this. This is not investment advice. If you're looking for long-term growth, this is simply a trade. And although I think it would be a great trade, it does carry risk. And so right now we're trading at 59.09 as the time of this recording. I think this will be a great hedge for anyone that has red money or in the stock market or actually simply wants to make money off a trade. This is going to be a good trade for you, in my opinion, because you need chaos in order for this to do very well. And the other side of this one, you can buy UVIX, which is a leverage ETF. It has fees inside of it, but there's also VIXC, which is a volatility index based off of fear and greed. And it's the same style setup. This one spiked up to over 21. So as the volatility rises, meaning the stock market is going down because of fear and greed, this is going to look very, very handsome for many people. I wouldn't invest all your money into this, this is something I would look to hedge. Again, if you're trying to make money off of a stock market crash, I'd be looking at this. And UVIX, also one of my faves, is SPXS. This is a good fund just to make money when the market collapses. Not a long-term investment. I wouldn't invest any of this if you can't afford to lose. Investing does involve a lot of risk. But daggone, once it hits the bottom of any style of stock, and it did, we hit, what was it, 25. Right now we're at 27, and it just popped like a bouncing ball. And here we are, guys. We're at 28, so it's already up a good 10% from its low. And this thing has legs, man. This thing has a room to grow. So if there's a market correction like you wouldn't believe, you would want to be in this bad boy. You would probably be looking at some options at $30 because once this takes off, it takes off. I mean, look at what it did back here. It went from 33 to roughly 44. And it just melted. Look at that. Holy smokes. This is an insane chart. Let me shrink this. Yeah, this chart is just insane. The other one is the opposite, is SPXL. That. This is if you're bullish. So this is the opposite of SPXS. You see how much it just shot up. It went from 189 all the way to 286. Goodness gracious. So that's the opposite. This is when the market goes up, it goes up 3 times. Incredible. We got to be careful out there, guys. There's red money, and these aren't red money trades. You can lose a ton of money if you are not careful, if you don't know what you're doing. But if you would like investment advice, then give us a call, 813-448-3446, or visit us at cortezwm.com. More than happy to help you. Also, just know that everything on this podcast is meant for information and education purposes only. I'm looking at Tesla right now, 308. This thing was at 491 back in December. And it's at 308 right now. Wow. Insane. Absolutely insane. One thing I do want to check out is gold. So we're starting to see a negative track, not starting, but this whole year, gold has been at a massive high point. We hit as high as 5,600. And currently we are at 4,107. We're about to be in the 3,000s. Average trading range on gold is $65 a day. And guess what? It's coming down. It's coming down. Imagine if you had your whole IRA, all your IRAs into something crazy like this. You've been taught, just like MAGA, that precious metals is a way to protect your money from inflation. How dumb is that? Inflation, quote unquote, is being lowered as we speak. It's why they're not having change rates. Where's your precious metals doing? There's people that I know that had over 800 grand in their IRA and they're down to over 250,000 because the snake oil salesman said that because of inflation, your precious metal is going to go up. When it has nothing to do with inflation. It has everything to do with the dollar. And so these guys call me. They don't know who I am, and they call me all the time, trying to sell me a roll of silver. And I'm like, okay, sure. What's silver been doing the past year? Oh, well, historically it's done this, it's done that. All right, so what about, and due to inflation is going skyrocketing and it's not going around anywhere. And then they ask me, what'd you spend at the grocery store last week? And I'm like, wow. So totally deviate into your sales pitch now. We're going to stick to the charts. They didn't want to talk about the charts because they're just trying to sell you. And the same thing with your IRAs. You don't even own your IRAs. The government does. You haven't paid taxes on it. So how are we supposed to listen to these knucklehead salesmen that are selling you gold and all this other garbage, and they don't even know what the charts say? It's insane. Absolutely insane. So please don't get hurt by these slimeball salesmen. Have fiduciaries. Have people that actually care about you and your situation and that actually knows chart work. I'm here to help. I'm here to be a source of information for you. I really, truly believe that God puts me in people's lives to impact them, to give them sound financial advice. It's so important these days, guys, to be aligned with your advisor spiritually, financially, economically, because if they're not aligned with you, they are going to invest in things that you don't even agree with. And at the end of the day, you're responsible for that. And I don't want that to happen to you. I don't want your money to be stolen. I don't want your money to, when I say stolen, I mean by the market, not by that person, but by the market. Because the red money market is a legal way for them to take your money. All they got to do is do a lot of derivatives the opposite direction. They got your money. Your retirement does not need to be all in red money. There's a lot of risk out there and a lot of unforeseen risk. And if you don't know what they are, then give us a call, 813-448-3446. I'm passionate about helping pretty much everyone. And they ask me, what are your minimums? Well, I have minimums, 500,000, $1 million. But I got rid of all that. I want to help as many people as I can, because I know if you only have 30,000 to your name to invest or retirement, you're going to go to the bank, you're going to put in a CD, you don't own the money. If bank bailing happens, you lost everything. Or you're going to go to your local Edward Jones guy or your local advisor there, and he's going to put you in mutual funds, charge you a 5.75% A share fee, and he'll never call you because money managers won't even touch you because we only make 1%, and they can't make 1% off of a $30,000 account. They're not going to work for $30 a month. So I'd rather you give us a call. I'd rather me help you grow your accounts and have the ability for you not to lose through fraudulent schemes that are out there. Not saying those companies are fraudulent. I'm just saying that the risk market needs a lot more than just buying a stupid A-share mutual fund. So if you're interested in building wealth and having an account that you can save into and having the ability to grow wealth that you own and not some FDIC corny bank account that you don't own, but actually owning your money, then give us a call, 813-448-3446, or you can visit us at cortezwm.com. So many cool things. I updated greenmoneysolutions.com. If you're just looking to protect your money and you want the ability to have a contract protecting your retirement, I highly encourage go to the new website, greenmoneysolutions.com. We've done a lot of stuff to that site, and I will be putting more educational videos on what is green money. A lot of people don't even know what green money is, and it's important. It's important that you check out these videos, and you can also click on different options. Every option has a little 2 or 3 minute part of explanation of what it is on every option. And I'll be updating this site frequently because those options are changing. Obviously, the interest rate sensitive. Also was a lot heavier there. I don't know if you can tell. I was a lot heavier there. Speaking of heavy, if you want to unfat yourself, you can basically go to getmeleanusa.com and really, really enjoy being in your skin again. You can get lean, you can get energy, you could get greater mindset through natural and animal-based peptides. And go to getmeleanusa.com. They even have a new one coming up for the women, for their skin to glow, using the glow peptide. I'm excited about that. My wife will be trying that out. It's a drinkable, and that should be coming out, I believe, in the next month or so. But go to getmeleanusa.com, get on the newsletter. They have amazing articles. My favorite products are the Fit and the Lean, as well as the Energized and Focus. But if you buy the Performance Pack, you can get it on a monthly subscription. You can cancel anytime. They're not like those companies, like, they don't, you got to click that button and then, you didn't cancel. And, oh man, I can't stand subscriptions when they do that. This is not like that. You can cancel anytime. They deliver right to your door. They're America First company as well. And they are a Christian faith-based company as well. So the founders are, at least I would say. Great products made here in America. I personally take them and I love them. And I know you will too. So getmeleanusa.com. Also, if you still are interested in learning more about your retirement or securing your retirement, maybe you have some bad investments in variable annuities or in red money accounts and brokerage, or maybe you have an old 401k that's like a stray dog just running around, no owner, no home, not being managed well. Maybe that's you. Maybe you just lost your job with a 401k. Maybe you sold a home and you're coming up with a pile of cash. You want to keep it safe. You want to keep it guaranteed. Whatever the situation is, maybe you're a new, you just signed your NIL and you're a college athlete and you're making millions and you don't know what to do with it. You need a financial advisor, one that you and your family agree on, first and foremost, but aligns with what you want to do. If that's you, give me a call, 813-448-3446. I'm 43 years old. I've been doing this for 20 plus years. And guess what? I'm going to be retiring with my clients. You don't have to deal with the old fart advisor that's stuck in his way. I don't wear pinstripe suits because I don't need to. I wear a t-shirt and a nice watch. That's it. If you don't like the way I look, then guess what? Go find a white tie and a fake Italian suit guy. That ain't me. I don't need to impress anybody. Come here humbly with a t-shirt and maybe some Travis Scotts or some Nikes or something. But yeah, man, I'm as real as you get. I'm here to help. Love y'all. God bless. And I pray and hope that you know what the cross is about and that your name is in the book of life. And if it's not, simply just ask God, can I have my name in the book of life? What is it in me that I need to take out? Because I believe you are my savior. I need my life with you. You can say those words tonight. You're not sure and really mean it. God will start to transform you and he will write your name in the book of life. God bless you guys. I love y'all. So how many times have we gotten lost in the minutia of the everyday life? We've gotten fat, we've gotten lazy, we've gotten complacent, not just in our faith, but also our fitness, maybe our finances, maybe our marriage, maybe our family. But we've gotten complacent, and we constantly need to continue to grow. And one of the things I was weak at was in my fitness. As a former athlete, I thought I had it all. My ego got in the way. I'm like, I'll do it later. I'll do it later. Up until now, I have been able to focus on my fitness. For those of you who've been following me for 3 or 4 years, you understand that I've gained a lot of weight. I've used the excuse of having 4 kids, a marriage, a business, helping out at church, all these excuses. And I keep putting myself in the back burner. This is deadly. And what I love about this company, what I love about taking ownership, is that GetMeLeanUSA.com has the ability to introduce natural, groundbreaking peptides. What your body demands, what your body needs to release those fat stored cells, to build muscle, to gain your physical being back to where it's naturally supposed to be. We're not talking about big pharma saying we're going to come out with the weight loss drug. We're not talking about losing muscle. We're talking about gaining muscle, gaining your physique back, controlling your appetite, giving you the edge that you need to help you get your body back in check the way God intended it to be, by using his resources with America First products, with America First company that aligns and believes in what you believe in. Introducing GetMeLeanUSA.com. Get in. This is going to be groundbreaking, huge business opportunity, as well as a huge groundbreaking technology that is going to change the landscape. So I know good things before I see it, and I highly recommend you get in. All you got to do is click the link below and get you some fit, get you some lean, and get fit and get lean. This is not going to do everything. Of course, diet and exercise, you continue your walking, continue your protein intake, but man, does it make it a whole lot easier to get in shape. Look at me, I've lost 60 pounds, but this is actually fundamentally a great recipe to get back in shape. And I can personally attest to the amazing effects of this product. So go to GetMeLeanUSA.com. You won't regret it. You can cancel anytime. They're affordable and yet they're effective. And you are supporting our show. You're supporting yourself. You're supporting a mission. There is an affiliate program attached to it if you would want to share it with your friends and family. There's a whole nother opportunity there. But more importantly, let's get your fitness back in check. God bless you. Carlos Cortez here, signing out.